monster, I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Kita beralih ke informasi yang satu ini. Auman sang macan akhirnya menghentikan langkah sang raja.
Esports Legends sang macan juara dunia. Seperti yang kita tahu, kejuaraan dunia Mobile Legends World Championship 2019 atau
Pemirsa
M1
Piala Presiden
sudah
Esports
usai.
2019 mempertemukan dua tim tangguh Onyx melawan Airwolf.
Tidak terbendung di Grand Final Piala Presiden Esports 2019.
Hari ini dimenangkan oleh Onyx.
Kita mau jadi pro player, mau jelas pun itu tergantung balik ke kitanya sih. Bukan hanya kayak jago doang gitu. Nomor satu tuh udah paling attitude nomor satu.
Terlebih lagi ketika ada kata profesional, lo dituntut kerja, kalau misalkan lo melanggar itu, ya kali lo mau disebut orang yang nggak bertanggung jawab.
Harus ban kalau nggak hoax atau misalnya
gue selalu melakukan yang terbaik setiap gue caster, dan gue selalu menganggap hari ini adalah hari caster terakhir gue.
Aku mulai bermain Mobile Legends itu tahun 2016 akhir gitu. Itu di season 2. Ya, langsung tertarik sih dengan gamenya. Karena dia 5 lawan 5 gitu kan. Nah, untuk awal-awal banget gitu, dia mengeluarkan game yang genrenya MOBA masuk ke genreku. Jadi aku tertarik banget dengan game Mobile Legends. Kayak kita bisa dibilang kayak satu komunitas aja gitu loh, daftar gitu ke tim pro itu, tim e-sport itu, yaitu kayak waktu dulu Saints gitu. Nah disitulah mulai menjadi pro player.
Saints Indo berhasil menyamakan kedudukan menjadi satu sama atas elit.
Awal ceritanya karena gue memang suka ngegame, terutama game MOBA tuh gue suka banget karena di situ banyak strategi. Dan untuk ke Mobile Legends sendiri, terakhir kali ngelihat industrinya berkembang, gue ngerasa industri ini bakal besar dan ya bersyukur banget bisa sampai sebesar ini. Gue masuk ke pro scene itu waktu umur 15 ke 16 dan itu masih sekolah.
Jadi tuh kalau misalnya game sendiri, gue tuh udah main dari kecil. Gue udah main dari SD, kelas 3 SD gue udah main. Bahkan gue benar-benar tiap hari di warnet. Tapi gue nggak tahu kalau itu menghasilkan. Gue kualifikasi MPL season 1. Pertama kali gue duduk di bangku gaming ginian. Gue nggak tahu bangku ginian ada. Gue nggak tahu sebuah game bisa jadi turnamen itu. MPL itu merubah hidup gue. Dari orang kasarnya gue makan warteg aja cuma bisa nasi tempe, sampai alhamdulillah bisa biayain keluarga gue. Ya MPL merubah hidup gue.
Sebelum support, juara plus menghasilkan. Oh, dia lihat kan, anak ini bisa menghasilkan nih, bisa dapat prestasi nih. tapi di sini bagus gitu. Ya bagus lah, kita sebagai keluarga gitu melihat anak seperti itu ya kita dukung kan pasti kan, maksudnya kayak ya dukung, asal itu positif aja lah. Nah, sebenarnya kan yang paling dikejar adalah ya itu dulu kan, membuktikan itu supaya kita disupport gitu loh.
Gila, bokap sama nyokap pertama nggak percaya, mikirnya aneh-aneh, mungkin gue diprovokasi atau dicuci otak sama siapa seperti itu. Ya menurut gue itu sesuatu hal yang wajar, kekhawatiran orang tua kepada anak, dan gue pun hargai kekhawatiran mereka itu. Selebihnya sampai sekarang pun akhirnya mereka malah jadinya mendukung, mungkin karena sudah mengetahui hasilnya, meskipun mereka nggak tutup mata terhadap banyak orang yang gagal juga.
Impact positif nyokap gue itu baru terjadi di tahun 2019-20an ketika alhamdulillah caster gue lumayan laku, gue sama hidup di keluarga, benerin rumah. Itu nyokap gue baru sadar kalau gue beneran kerja, karena dia anggap selama ini ya gue keluar main hura-hura. Bahkan gue udah jadi caster pun nyokap gue masih nyuruh gue jadi PNS.
Untuk di awal-awal dengan hobiku yang bisa dibayar gitu, itu kan kayak udah ngebantu banget. Justru kita makin interest banget kan pasti ke Mobile Legend gitu kan. Otomatis ya kita pengen ada tahapan selanjutnya gitu loh. Tahapan selanjutnya adalah ya kalau misalnya aku menjadi jago, otomatis aku bisa masuk ke e-sport. Masuklah pada akhirnya masuk ke e-sport. Setelah aku masuk ke e-sport dan jadi pro player, untuk ke tahap selanjutnya aku menjadi juara gitu loh. Nah, jadi setelah menjadi juara nih, apa yang pengen ini? Ya jadi juara dunia gitu loh.
Bersyukur juga Bang apa yang udah gue dapatkan, dimulai dari liga amatir, terus naik ke ya bisa dibilang amatir tuh liga-liga yang di bawah MPL lah ya, terus naik ke MPL. Dan di MPL pun itu udah didapatkan, langsung naik ke Asia itu pun udah didapatkan, bahkan ke achievement pribadi mengenai emoticon, orang pertama yang dapat emoticon itu udah didapatkan. Itu semua rasa syukur yang gak terlewatkan gitu ya. Satu-satunya title yang belum bisa gue dapatkan mungkin kejuaraan dunia.
Banyak banget pengalaman. Yang pasti gue ketemu keluarga gue yang sekarang lo lihat di rumah ini. Itu Five Brothers, itu gue ketemu di sini. Gue ketemu Volva KB di season 1, gue ketemu Cornet di KB Volva AB di season 1, gue ketemu Cornet di season 2. Dan yang kenapa gue bilang Five Brothers, ketika kita struggle dulu, sama-sama gak ada yang meninggalin satu sama lain. Ketika nggak punya siapa-siapa dulu, nggak ada yang ninggalin satu sama lain.
Yang mau jadi pro player gitu ya, kayak bukan hanya kayak jago doang gitu. Nomor 1 tuh udah paling attitude nomor 1. Lebih terpilih orang yang berattitude dibandingkan berskill, karena skill itu bisa beradaptasi. Dia masuk ke pro player, otomatis skillnya udah ada sebenarnya kan mas kan. Attitude-nya juga bagus gitu loh. Jadi kan kita masih bisa ngasah bersama. Daripada jago attitude-nya buruk banget, udah merasa paling jago, kita udah susah mencari sesuatu yang baru mas kalau attitude-nya udah buruk gitu loh.
Saran dari gue, memang konsisten tuh sulit guys. Ketika kalian ngadepin kekalahan, ketika kalian ngadepin susah, entah mungkin dari luar atau mungkin dari tim kalian sendiri, itu hal wajar. Solusinya pun sebenarnya mudah, cuman ya yang namanya ego diri sendiri atau ego temen lu, itu harus dipecahkan. Kalau misalkan itu udah dipecahkan, ya semoga aja semua masalahnya terpecahkan, terselesaikan.
Tips and trick untuk yang mau jadi caster, kalau menurut gue pertama adalah kalian percaya diri dulu. Percaya diri, mau belajar, dan lo punya karakter. Maksudnya karakter apa? Identitas diri lo nanti yang mahal.
Dari cara pemikiran dia mungkin, makanya dia pantas buat jadi legenda gitu.
Aura lah, aura kalau gue. Maksudnya kenapa pengorbanan dia, apa yang dia lakuin buat ngejar title juara. Dia harus di GH, dia nggak ketemu keluarga.
Pengen masuk tim apa aja dah, pro player, yang penting musuhnya Udil. Kayak gitu kan. Tapi ngidolain dia, tapi pengen jadi musuh gitu loh. Pengen yang lain kayak, wah tingkah dia gitu.
Gameplaynya dia tuh yang menurut saya legend sih.
Kalau menurut gua Oji adalah salah satu teman yang care banget sama lingkungannya. Jadi tempat curhatan juga buat teman-temannya. Jadi sosok yang memang dewasa lebih dari umurnya.
Kalau hal baiknya sih pasti ada lah. Dia dengan bawelnya itu menunjukkan kalau dia peduli. Soalnya kalau misalkan dia tuh nggak deket sama orang, dia tuh nggak bakal bawel. Dia tuh bakal template aja.
Tidak ada kata rata-rata pada kamus mereka. Mereka ingin lebih. Mereka haus akan tujuan mereka. Berapapun harga yang akan dibayar untuk itu, mereka tidak akan berpaling. Hingga mereka sampai di titik sekarang. Dengan kegigihan tersebut, mereka pun diakui sebagai legenda. Mari saksikan dan jadilah saksi para calon legenda baru di MPL Celebration yang ke-10. We own this.
Tim ini ya udah kayak keluarga. Kita keluarga tapi tetap profesional.
Kalau prinsip aku mungkin gini deh, lebih ke kayak sebelum aku keluar aku pengen ngasih yang terbaik dulu buat ini tim.
Gua kalau dari awal gue suka MOBA sih sebenarnya sih, suka game MOBA.
Iya, langsung gue pindah ya. Cuman gitu.
Kira gue di kuliah ya teman-teman setongkrongan mainnya Mobile Legends terus, gue iseng main, awalnya iseng main sih. Kok ini ada turnamen ML, ikut yuk iseng-iseng. Nah itu tuh himpunan gue lah tuh yang bikin, gue ikut menang. Habis gue menang, udah kita ikut turnamen terus sama dia, terus-terusan. Sampai akhirnya misah, gue buat tim, diakuisisi sama salah satu tim Esports Capcom.
Dulu aku pernah, maksudnya sebulan tuh kayak di rumah tuh cuman ganti baju, terus nginep di rumah abang, pulang ganti baju, nginep lagi di rumah abang, kayak gitu sebulan cuman buat main game doang. BTR Trick, ya dia yang ngechat aku pertama kali untuk nawarin buat ke Bigetron. Sampai orang tua minta kepastian dari manajemennya langsung. Makanya waktu itu pas Bang Patrick jemput aku ke Ponti, dianya datang ke Ponti, enggak, dia nyuruh aku terbang sendiri gitu.
Doa yang paling sempurna itu doa yang dikirimkan orang-orang yang sayang sama Rasulullah.
Kalau gue rasa ada lah, kayak nanti jadi apanya pasti ada, dia kecemasan dia. Cuman dia ya selama gue bahagia kayak aman sih. Semenjak ini sih kayaknya, dulu kan ada platform live stream kan, alhamdulillah dapetnya gede kan, lumayan kan waktu itu. Jadi kayak, oh ya udah emang ini lu bisa kok, lu bisa tanpa harus pendidikan. Jadi kayak nyokap gue udah ngerasa, ya udah terserah kamu udah gede juga.
Aku nggak pernah, maksudnya nggak pernah cerita ke orang tua sih tentang kayak, oh aku capek gini, nggak ada. Paling kayak, ya aku kasih tahu mama aja kegiatan aku tiap hari gimana, aku kasih tahu Cece kegiatan aku tiap hari gimana, gitu dong. Kalau yang sampai struggle itu nggak ada.
Oke, selamat dan sukses ya untuk playoff-nya. Berikan yang terbaik untuk tim, jangan lupa berdoa.
Dari sininya juga ada dikasih jam tidur, oh jadi kayak waktu kita tuh lebih teratur lah. Kayak makan ada jamnya, makan dikasih, terus tempat tidur, tempat tinggal segala macem. Jadinya orang tua nggak terlalu khawatir lah.
Kalau gue realistis aja ya, di umur gue yang sekarang, kalau gue buat pindah tim nggak terlalu kepikiran, soalnya ya lu udah tua juga, mendingan lu fokus, lu cuman harus stay fokus aja, lu jangan ada pikiran kemana-mana. Satu, kalau kedua, gue udah berapa tahun di sini, udah itu sih, itu aja kayak udah lama. Gue cuma mau bilang gue minta maaf, gue gagal, udah.
Mungkin gue lagi performance gue lagi drop, lagi turun, terus gue nggak ada dikasih kesempatan buat main gitulah. Makanya kayak gue sempat ngerasa, oh apa gue udah nggak cocok di sini, apa udah nggak pantas di sini gitulah. Nggak ada, lebih ke akunya sendiri sih. Maksudnya aku pengen, maksudnya kayak oh BTR udah ngasih kepercayaan ke aku, tapi kayak aku nggak mau nyanyiin gitu lah. Lebih ke kayak gitu sih prinsip aku.
Anggap aja ini udah final buat kita, tunjukin semua kualitas lo, semangat lo, semuanya aku parin semua di sini ya. Main semangat mungkin, oke? Yuk.
Karena gue rasa tim gue ini baik ke gue, jadi gue harus baik balik lah. Soalnya apa yang gue mau rata-rata diturutin sih. Semenjak ada Vesager, ini tim emang keluarga, tapi semenjak ada dia, kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela, bahwa kondisinya salah.
We have nothing to lose. Gak ada yang peduli kita kalah menang, oke?
Beberapa orang yang aku lihat kayak baru masuk e-sport tapi kayak udah males-malesan, apa yang kayak dia pengen udah tercapai gitu. Contohnya misalnya dia pengen masuk e-sport nih, tapi pas dia udah masuk e-sport jatuhnya males-malesan.
Harusnya mereka seperti apa? Ya udah, ini lu udah dikasih koken, lu manfaatin sebaik mungkin. Lu harus momentum, lu harus fokus sama momentum yang dikasih. Buat player baru ya, momentum penting sih. Di saat lu udah punya momentum, lu harus manfaatin.
Perjuangan yang mereka lakukan adalah pengorbanan. Pengorbanan adalah totalitas usaha dalam menggapai tujuan mereka. Mereka tidak jerah akan kegagalan. Mereka tidak puas dengan apa saja yang telah mereka gapai selama ini. Yang mereka lakukan adalah terus berjuang bersama tim yang mereka banggakan. Dan bersama berani menghadapi rintangan. Itulah arti loyalitas. Mari saksikan dan dukung usaha mereka pada MPL Celebration Season yang ke-10. We own this.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome details.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli-beli, beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli
Pasti ori.
beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli-beli, beli-beli. Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
informasi yang satu ini, Auman Sang Macan akhirnya menghentikan langkah sang raja.
Tim Esports Legends, Sang Macan juara dunia. Seperti yang kita tahu, kejuaraan dunia Mobile Legends World Championship 2019 atau
Pemirsa
M1
Piala Presiden
sudah
Esports
usai.
2019 mempertemukan dua tim tangguh Onyx melawan Airwolf.
Tidak terbendung di Grand Final Piala Presiden Esports 2019.
Hari ini dimenangkan oleh Onyx.
Kita mau jadi pro player, mau jelas pun itu tergantung balik ke kitanya sih. Bukan hanya kayak jago doang gitu. Nomor satu tuh udah paling attitude nomor satu.
Terlebih lagi ketika ada kata profesional, lo dituntut kerja, kalau misalkan lo melanggar itu, ya kali lo mau disebut orang yang nggak bertanggung jawab. Harus di-ban kalau nggak loss atau misalnya
gue selalu melakukan yang terbaik setiap gue caster, dan gue selalu menganggap hari ini adalah hari caster terakhir gue.
Aku mulai bermain Mobile Legends itu tahun 2016 akhir gitu. Itu di season 2. Ya, langsung tertarik sih dengan gamenya. Karena dia 5 lawan 5 gitu kan. Nah, untuk awal-awal banget gitu, dia mengeluarkan game yang genrenya MOBA masuk ke genreku. Jadi aku tertarik banget dengan game Mobile Legends. Kayak kita bisa dibilang kayak satu komunitas aja gitu loh, daftar gitu ke tim pro itu, tim e-sport itu, yaitu kayak waktu dulu Saints gitu. Nah disitulah mulai menjadi pro player.
Saints Indo berhasil menyamakan kedudukan menjadi satu sama atas Elit.
Awal ceritanya karena gue memang suka ngegame, terutama game MOBA tuh gue suka banget karena di situ banyak strategi. Dan untuk ke Mobile Legends sendiri, terakhir kali ngelihat industrinya berkembang, gue ngerasa industri ini bakal besar dan ya bersyukur banget bisa sampai sebesar ini. Gue masuk ke pro scene itu waktu umur 15 ke 16 dan itu masih sekolah.
Gak ada yang berani keluar ke cara base-nya karena lihat Fredo Kitty sebagai salah satu satpam.
Jadi tuh kalau misalnya game sendiri, gue tuh udah main dari kecil. Gue udah main dari SD, kelas 3 SD gue udah main. Bahkan gue benar-benar tiap hari di warnet. Tapi gue nggak tahu kalau itu menghasilkan. Gue kualifikasi MPL season 1, pertama kali gue duduk di bangku gaming ginian. Gue nggak tahu bangku ginian ada, gue nggak tahu sebuah game bisa jadi turnamen itu. MPL itu ngerubah hidup gue. Dari orang kasarnya, gue makan warteg aja cuma bisa nasi tempe, sampai alhamdulillah bisa biayain keluarga gue. Ya MPL merubah hidup gue.
Sebelum support, juara plus menghasilkan. Oh, dia lihat kan, anak ini bisa menghasilkan nih, bisa dapat prestasi nih. Tapi di sini bagus gitu, ya bagus lah. Kita sebagai keluarga gitu melihat anak seperti itu, ya kita dukung kan pasti kan, maksudnya ya dukung, asal itu positif aja lah. Nah, sebenarnya kan yang paling dikejar adalah ya itu dulu kan, membuktikan itu supaya kita disupport gitu loh.
Gila, bokap sama nyokap pertama nggak percaya, mikirnya aneh-aneh, mungkin gue diprovokasi atau dicuci otak sama siapa seperti itu. Ya menurut gue itu sesuatu hal yang wajar, kekhawatiran orang tua kepada anak, dan gue pun hargai.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadap dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena, MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head and Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
Bigetron Alpha will get up close and personal with Alter Ego today in our first opening match of Week 7. Back with us, casters, here's Goni, Mirko, and as well as Arashi as we welcome you to MPL ID Season 10, Week 7, Day 1. I'm feeling great, I'm ecstatic. What about you, Mirko?
Of course, we're feeling great here. 2 more weeks for MPL ID Season 10's regular season to conclude, and it can't get any harder than this, right? The STM Derby coming up as the opener for Week 7. We've all been waiting for the second leg. The first leg was a bit spicy with Alter Ego winning 2-1.
Exactly, and now with the stakes even higher than ever, later on we'll take a look at the standings and the probability of these teams making it through the playoff phase. But before that, we'll just have to see who comes up on top. The aggression or the objectivity, right? Alter Ego going up against Bigetron Alpha, a clash of styles. As always, this season always seems to have the most contrasting of styles going up against each other again and again.
The series, this season in particular, Season 10 has been awesome. And speaking of awesome, check out this phone here. Because awesome is for everyone. Samsung Galaxy A series. Play games without lags with 8 gigabytes of RAM, 256 gigabytes of memory as well, and a Super AMOLED screen. 120 Hz refresh rate. It is just awesome, awesome, and awesome. And of course, it is 5G ready.
5G ready means you can say goodbye to lag, to any sort of lag, because with the high refresh rate too, you can game like a professional. All you need to do is click on the link earlier, just tap a few moments before, because right now we're going to take a look at the standings. That's also presented to you by that awesome, awesome phone, the Samsung Galaxy A series. As we are going to take a look at the standings, Week 7, post Week 6. It's looking very competitive down below.
Oh my god, Bigetron Alpha here securing the playoff spot just by a bit. Not yet though here, Arashi. And of course, his opponent today, Alter Ego Esports, very close.
Exactly, in the middle and in the bottom, you just see a lot more close competition, which is a fresh look for MPL Indonesia right now. It's always exciting, but obviously, today's match is going to be so critical in deciding who actually stays in the safe zone. Because whoever loses, and God forbid 2-0, right? It's going to be very tough for them to actually stay inside that safe zone.
Well, speaking of safe zone, it means the playoffs. And in case you guys didn't notice, the playoffs is going to be held in a G Expo Kemayoran, which is going to be in Jakarta. So it's going to be hella crazy.
Yeah, a bigger stage for everybody who wants to join in the fun. Obviously, I think it has a capacity of 5,000 people. So definitely bigger than what we have here right now for the regular season. But that's all for you guys to take. The tickets are obviously going to be on sale as well. The early bird very, very soon. But today, we're not focusing on the playoffs just yet. We're focusing on the teams who are going to try their best to make it to the playoffs. As Arashi, this is the official lineup for both Alter Ego and Bigetron Alpha.
Both teams coming in with their winning lineup, essentially. So we'll have to see. Both teams have shown a lot more improvement, and both teams seem to have found their identity, their ideal playstyle for both these teams. So we saw Max just pop off and do crazy things, but we've seen Alter Ego just recover. And you know the rumors. Everyone keeps talking about Alter Ego not doing well with the patch notes, so we'll just have to see. Will the curse persist, or will Alter Ego finally find a solution that makes sense?
This is a matchup with huge stakes up on the line, and mainly the pride as they walk up Tunnel Camp by Head and Shoulders. Both of these teams, they are rivals in history. Alter Ego were able to get the last lap last time.
Let's take a look at Max here from the side of Bigetron Alpha, the jungler, the Red Terminator. This season, early on, his performances has been quite shaky, but mid to the late, Max has performed. Take a look at this guy on the lane. So perfectly timed and placed as well, resources, skills, and as well as damage. Again, Max on this Vidio also performed a lot of highlights. Take a look at this 1v4. He does not care. Almost collects his Maxniac. Remarkable hero, Vidio. 4 times picked up 50% win rate. And of course, with the GPM of 650, it's looking up there. It's looking good. It's solid. And of course, take a look at this average kills, 3.0. It means he most likely likes to go on the objectives. Just play, don't shout. Quoted by Max. As let's welcome the Bigetron Alpha side, Bigetron Alpha.
For this team, they've lost their identity in Season 9. We saw a shadow of Bigetron Alpha's old self, but here in Season 10, they finally regained it in the second half of the season, coming in strong and securing themselves a win streak. Will they be able to prolong this win streak all the way to the playoffs?
They have mixed results, but since their first win in the first match, it's been a huge losing streak, but they have seemed to got back on track. And if we pay attention to Max, right, this man has performed absolutely phenomenally, and he's been able to actually match a lot of top-tier other junglers in that Retribution battle. So it will be so critical if he can do so against Sully Boy today.
Well, their record seems to be good, on the right track. 3 times win streak, and perhaps looking for the 4th one, but Alter Ego is not an easy opponent. They have found their jam here in the second leg with their main 5 still. This team is so profound, Mirko.
And they're so scary. Intimidating, I think, is the right word to describe Alter Ego. A team that you can't really predict because they rise to the occasion. As you can see, they're walking down the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders with full confidence that they'll win tonight, today's STM Derby.
We talked about the jungler from Bigetron Alpha, but let's talk about the jungler from the side of Alter Ego, Sully Boy, the Miracle Boy. I feel like now he has matured as a player, especially this season. He just knows when to disengage, when to engage. You can see the outplay on that Lancelot, which actually this season we haven't seen a lot of Lancelot, but he just makes it work. Again, on the Assassins, he is just so unstoppable with, of course, remarkable hero here. Lancelot 3 times picked up 100% win rate, unstoppable, with an average gold slightly higher if you compare it to Max, but this guy gets the job done as well. Average kills almost 4 there, so perhaps again we will see much action from the side of jungler of Alter Ego. Well, I'm gonna miss this Bigetron Alpha as we are now stepping onto the stage here. Alter Ego.
Alter Ego, and in the middle, it's Sully Boy. Give the Miracle Boy the Assassins because he absolutely carries the team. And as you can see here, Alter Ego Esports' match history. Arashi, notice there's a trend. Every single time they get an Assassin, they win. But every single time they're up against a strong team, their competition, their competitiveness levels up.
Exactly. We take a look at the team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders here. Alter Ego Esports ahead on the kills, but Bigetron Alpha, death and assist, as well as objective rate and First Lord and First Turtle shows the contrast in the playstyles, right? Kills versus objectives, which one will come out on top? We look at the previous match history. Alter Ego and Bigetron, there seems to be a good mix between who comes out on top. But of course, it all depends on the strategy of the day, right? I think the coach's pick will actually determine what exactly both teams are going to try and do, because depending on what they have in their arsenal, who is playing what hero, they can both do crazy things, all these different playstyles. Early game and late game, everything is possible in the current state of things.
It's quite interesting to see the objective, well, numbers from side of Bigetron Alpha is actually higher if you compare it to Alter Ego Esports, because standing-wise, Alter Ego Esports, sure, they are just one standing above, but playstyle-wise, I'm quite surprised because I feel like Bigetron Alpha, they have a lot to repair, but it seems like number speaks otherwise.
Yeah, it comes down to the styles of how Alter Ego and Bigetron Alpha get their victories and how they play the game. Because Bigetron Alpha, sure, they're lower down in the standings, they've lost more games, but they've always had better map control and objective control than their opponents. Whilst, if we take a look at Alter Ego, they're a very aggressive team. How they win is team fights, pure crazy team fights. We take on every single lane, every single 1v1, and we don't back down. Speaking of Bigetron Alpha though, Arashi, there's one thing I do want to ask you about. What do you think Alter Ego are going to pull off this time around?
Ooh, I think they're going to go full aggression, have a great enabler in the hands of Leo Murphy, and go for an assassin. That's the scary part about going up against Alter Ego, right? They always seem to struggle, and when they're good, they are so good. They seem leagues above everyone else. But once they falter, they just look really, really bad. So it's just a hit or miss situation with them. And that's why it's so dangerous when you're going up against them. Well, you don't know which version of Alter Ego you're going to be facing.
Well, hopefully we are going to see a more consistency from side of Alter Ego Esports, as we are seeing Keisha-san as well as Frantini here on that JBL Quantum. Perhaps go check that out as well, ladies and gentlemen. But Bigetron Alpha, I mean, I feel like this roster is kind of shaky. But then again, remember, Marky has delivered as a gold laner. But I feel like Moreno here in the mid side really needs to step up.
Oh, you know, he's a new member of the team. He joined in from Bigetron Beta, the MDL team, last season. And so far, yeah, he is kind of shaky. I think consistency has been the main problem from Moreno. But right now, starting from the second leg, it seems like this team really have found their jam, right? With Max in the jungle finally getting that confidence to perform on stage up against even Albert, winning out of the Retribution battles. It's a huge morale boost for the rest of the members, and I think they have found that consistency we've all been waiting for.
Not to mention, there's a member called Sorizo in the XP lane. He has also been a very decisive force in how Bigetron Alpha is able to actually maintain control and pressure around the map and use that huge fast rotation that Bigetron Alpha really likes to make use of. So with that in tow, with Max performing absolutely insane on the aggressive junglers, it does seem like a whole new Bigetron, like we said, able to play in the early game, but also very disciplined and able to drag things out into the late game.
Well, enough talk here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start of the drafts for game 1 here. Bigetron and as well as Alter Ego. Bigetron will have the blue side here, opting for a ban towards Fanny and as well as Julian. Alter Ego, what are they going for here? Because Bigetron, they seem to prioritize this Paquito, it seems like.
And we gotta talk about this. There has been a new patch that dropped before this week, right? So I think it was 2 days ago that the patch dropped, and we've seen a whole lot of differences already in the jungle, in the map in general. So I'm really curious to see whether or not the bans will be different. So far, it does seem like the Valentina and Faramis, two heroes that have been massively prio in the earlier weeks, have been left out right now. Maybe it's because of the nerfs, maybe it's because they just want to trade it, Arashi, but BTR, whoa, Cho ban! So, full respect bans coming in from BTR, Julian, Fanny, Cho, Valentina and Faramis both have been left up for trades.
But now we take a look at the keys to victory for Bigetron. It says targeting Pi, right, seems to be a very effective strategy that a lot of teams have been getting success on. But more than that, making sure that the Leo Murphy-Nino duo, right, it always comes down to both these players making those insane plays happen, especially in the mid to late game. So if they can shut them down, it's going to be very, very effective. But also, having Max play without pressures, and of course, having the objective focus to actually, just control the objectives and making sure that Alter Ego won't really have the opportunities to contest those, that will be very important for Bigetron. But for that alter ego, Leo Murphy getting his playmaking hero, and of course contesting that Paquito. You already see it getting banned early on here, and of course with that, the Diggy that Key has been able to actually flex into.
Wow, that is going to be the approach here, but I feel like, yeah, Nino, he needs to win the matchup in the gold lane against Marky. Now that is going to be the challenge, but Bigetron opted for a Valentina first pick. Paramus, of course, is open, and what hero is good to synergize with a Paramus?
Well, right now, honestly, looking at the Faramis that has recently been nerfed, and we've seen how teams have been able to actually exploit Faramis' weaknesses, right? The Claude is a very good answer towards the Faramis. Alter Ego might not even go for the pick right now. Yeah, they leave the Faramis open, still opting for a 1-1 that has been nerfed as well. Now, speaking of the 1-1, that nerf means that right now, when you pop the weakness points onto someone, you're only able to ult on that person. That one person you pop the weakness point on, right? So in team fights, 1-1 definitely loses a lot of that value that she had back in the last patch.
But as a 1-1 player yourself, Mirko, you mentioned that the laning phase is still absolutely solid, and if you require a marksman that can kite back away as effectively as the 1-1, it is still a very legitimate pick. We'll have to see though for that alter ego. Will that actually be used to its full effectiveness by Nino? For Bigetron, now without that Paquito available to them, I wonder what they're gonna do. Will they pick an assassin early on in the banning phase?
Lolita, perhaps? They might even go for it right now. Another solid hero to go up. Oh my
Wow.
god, they pick up
Wow.
the Faramis and the Ling. Alter Ego left those two heroes up for grabs. Ling is one of these solid casters in my solid counters, my bad, against the 1-1. With your dive, with your kill pressure, you can actually just put so much of that kill pressure onto the 1-1, and 1-1 doesn't really have any counterplay towards it.
And remember, Max is notorious on a Ling, so perhaps it's just going to be a comfortable and as well as power pick here for the side of Bigetron. Wan needs to somehow kite more here if he's going to go up against Ling.
We have a comment here from Coleus. Maybe it's because of the opponents, but he doesn't know why. Alter Ego, when they meet teams that have history with them, they just become a much more frightening team. It just seems like they take things personal, and right now, Alter Ego, they pick up that Hilda, presumably to try and shut down that Ling in the jungle. That is a very valid strategy that we've seen play off, especially with the Grok in the situation though. You do wonder, Hilda and Grok, who is the roamer?
No, I mean, it does seem like they're trying to opt for that mid pressure, right? Mid control has been the name of the game since Season 10 started. Mid control has been heavily emphasized in the season, and Alter Ego, they're leaning towards it. They want to use that to get the grasp up against BTR, but take a look at BTR too. They have two very, very good wave clear heroes, the Faramis and the Valentina. As we are stepping into the second banning phase, Alter Ego will choose to go for the Esmeralda ban, again, targeting Sorizo's picks. They might even just go for a gold lane ban too. Melissa, right now, is still sitting at a 100% win rate on the hands of Marky.
If they expect Alter Ego to go in guns blazing and dive towards that backline, Melissa has shown to be a very, very effective marksman in kiting back away and denying the more mobile heroes that can jump on you. But of course, Alter Ego, they usually go all in with the dive, so it depends on exactly how Bigetron wants to try and counter it. If we look at the head-to-head between Sally Boy and Max though, both very adept on the assassins, and Max has shown his cards right now. Sally Boy still has a chance to flex it around, but as we mentioned earlier, Sally Boy is just so much better when he's on those assassins that he's so comfortable in.
Have to see here, perhaps we might see Ling versus Lancelot in our opening game. But Alter Ego, it seems like they are committed here to target Zorizo. But then again, Hilda and as well as Rocker, it seems like they are going to synergize as a duet in the mid and as well as roam. I feel like Hilda should go in the roam position because we saw this as well, right? Rock as a mid laner in Onyx match, if I'm not mistaken.
We did see a double roam strategy from Geek Fam as well, from Onyx as well. Double roam has been, I guess, the meta in that mid lane. But right now, with the drafts completed in the second phase, whoa, we got Alter Ego Pawang. What's that?
I don't know, it's like witchcraft almost.
Witchcraft Alter Ego. Yeah. There you go. The three-faced masks coming here with the fans going crazy. But for Alter Ego, we do need to talk about their first pick in the second phase. They can just go for something a little bit risky, like the Lancelot, right? It's a good hero up against these two, well, the composition of BTR, if they are actually opting to go for a team fight comp, or they might just go for, whoa, the mid laner first. So this is where it gets confusing, right? Grok XP, Hilda XP, because Farsa is going to the mid lane, for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Wow. That's just a very unique situation here. It does seem like, I would say, right, the Grok would go to the mid lane, and the Hilda can be an EXP laner. But of course, if that's the case, it loses that, you know, that invade potential.
Exactly.
If we switch it around, Hilda Roamer will be able to disturb the lane, and we have seen Grok in the EXP lane. It has not been that popular in the recent times, but it definitely has all the tools you need. Tankiness, engage, as well as wave clear to maintain that pressure. So that might be exactly what Alter Ego is going for, but Bigetron, they go for the Fredrin, and that is the Brody coming out for the side of Bigetron.
It's going to be Bruno, and I feel like it's going to be a front-to-back composition here from the side of Bigetron Alpha. Sure, Link can dive and perhaps assisted there by Faramis, but then again, Bruno will be in the back lines. Alter Ego, though, Farsa is quite a juicy target for that Link, but we'll have to see here because then again, Grok and as well as Hilda might just cover and might peel off the damage for that Farsa.
Well, we'll see, right? Again, for Alter Ego, we gotta take a look at their final pick. Should be their jungler unless they pull off something crazy for us, right? Selly Boy going on the jungle. Honestly, I like the Lancelot right here. You're not really going to be able to burst that person down in the team fights because of the Cult Alter, but if you are able to bait the Cult Alter, use your mobility to play around it, it would be solid.
Whoa.
They go for the Amon instead. Another hero that's just really good, can put the kill pressure on towards that Bruno. And right now, it has been set for both of the teams, BTR and Alter Ego. Man, I don't know. These are two very, very unique drafts, and I'm glad to see it, Arashi. Finally, with the patch, we're seeing a difference in the meta.
Well, I'm very happy to see the Farsa picked up by Alter Ego, man. You already know, I like those high grounds. I like the artillery playstyle, where you're in relative safety. But of course, when Max is on that link, right, when he's so aggressive, is it a mistake? Is it too dangerous for you to play mages that are so vulnerable all the way in the back line? We'll have to see what Alter Ego can do to mitigate that pressure.
I gotta say, we have to see here a little multiple dimensions here in the composition of side of Bigetron, but honest prediction here by TikTok, seems like Alter Ego, they are in favor here by almost a landslide. But then again, Bigetron, Mirko, I gotta ask you, how are you feeling about their composition?
Looking at the compositions, for BTR, it's a very heavy team fight composition. Heavy emphasis on that AoE damage, and also basically the AoE CC. Coming in from the side of the Valentina with the Terrifier, the Bruno with the Wave of the World, and obviously, we all know what the Faramis does in these team fights. That Cult Alter is massive value. For Alter Ego, it's a bit more poke. It's a bit more like we wait, we poke him down with the Farsa, then we go for that crazy burst damage on the Wanwan, on the Grok, the Hilda as well.
We usually talk about Bigetron having the faster rotations, but I dare say, Alter Ego, in the last few times where they've been having a successful game, it's always due to that mid pressure and the roam. And now with a Grok available, with a Hilda available, as well as a Farsa, I think they're going to play very, very roam heavy, and that Feather Airstrike can actually do a lot of damage and facilitate massive dice for the side of Alter Ego. So Bigetron, they need to be very, very careful, and they can't let Alter Ego get any momentum going since the early game.
I gotta say, a lot of burst actually from the side of Alter Ego. I mean, Farsa, Amon, their kill pressure, their pick-off potential is just crazy. So I feel like Bigetron Alpha, when they rotate, when they are maneuvering around, they need to be careful. They need to know the information for sure to have an effective rotation. But let's take a look at this Max Niak, 2 times picking up the Maniac in MPL ID Season 10.
You know, Max Niak does what he wants, right?
Exactly.
2 times Maniac in MPL ID Season 10. And right now, I mean, he's looking really strong. He's found his form in the second half of MPL ID Season 10, but back again onto the drafts. I do want to talk a little bit about how they're able to win. For BTR and for Alter Ego, I do agree with you. In terms of the rotation game, Bigetron can be caught off many times in the river when they are trying to rotate. But winning lanes is also one of the win conditions for BTR. Bruno up against a 1-1 is a winning lane for the Bruno. Fredrin in lane, supposedly against a Hilda, should as well have a little bit of an edge in the dueling battle. So in terms of that side lane pressure, I'm leaning more towards BTR. Meanwhile, if we're talking about that crazy rotation from the jungle, the kill pressure from the mid lane, that's where Alter Ego have a slight edge.
I must agree, man. And they have more wave clear, they can invade a lot more, and they have more pickup potential, as you mentioned. And they have crowd control coming from the far side as well. And it's a pick we haven't seen for a long time. So some players might not be used to actually dealing with the stuns, with the long-range burst damage as well. So we'll just have to see which team comes out on top, especially in the early game.
It's gonna be crazy here for our opening game 1. Again, you're right, Arashi. Farsa isn't really popular, but in yesterday's match, it is actually buffed. It is actually buffed and piloted by Udil, who is just so known for playing that Farsa. We're gonna have to see as audience comment here by Ladies Gira. Let's go to the playoffs, guys. I know you can do it. Alter Ego, go, go, go.
There you go. You know, he's got the support of the fans coming in from TikTok right there, as you can see from the audience comment. We're still getting ready for the game, ladies and gentlemen, so do be patient with us for a bit longer because, again, we wouldn't want a technical issue to ruin the gameplay for all these pro players playing on stage. But yeah, I do want to talk a little bit about the nerfed and buffed heroes currently. You mentioned earlier that the Farsa has been nerfed, but before we talk about that, Gani, it seems like we are ready to jump into the Land of Dawn.
I smell the game is about to begin here, ladies and gentlemen. Bigetron Alpha and as well as Alter Ego. Land of Dawn, here we go to witness the first match, the first game for Week 7. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to see your opinions. I want to hear your thoughts as well. So spam the chat if you're leaning towards a Alter Ego or perhaps Bigetron Alpha. But enough talk, let's witness and Land of Dawn. Here we go.
We're into the Land of Dawn. We're already seeing a few little trades here and there in the mid lane and in that gold lane. But let's take a look at the emblem. So Leo Murphy has actually opted to go for the Hilda in the roam position. They've opted to put Pi on the Grok in the XP lane with High and Dry.
Wow.
Which is very, very interesting. And Arashi, no Demon Slayer to be seen.
No Demon Slayers to be seen, and the predictions, man. Abundance for Alter Ego, and 2 very loyal Bigetron Alpha fans. So we'll just have to see who actually comes out on top. That is the talent prediction by Axe. And as you mentioned, as I predicted, the Grok in the XP lane has been used before, but not in recent times. We'll have to see if Pi can use it to its maximum effectiveness. And right now, Leo Murphy, trying to be a nuisance, but Bigetron Alpha will not let him have that room to try and disturb Max, but he is not giving up.
Seems like Leo Murphy again with the kill pressure here, pressuring the jungles. He will be the recipient of some damage there, but it seems like now Sally Boy looking for a kill. The shards connects, but he survives. Alter Ego Esports, they're going crazy in the first 2 minutes here. No first bloods just yet, but again, the kill pressure within their composition is just evident.
That was absolute class. Nice try by Sally Boy, and obviously he had to back there. Obviously all those lines you guys can find on the new battle emotes. So cool, so feisty. Just like this game right here. But you're right. In the early game right now, it's Alter Ego who are looking for the crazy pickoffs again.
Wow, Farsa here taking down Udil, taking down Key rather. And with that feather airstrike, so 1-for-1. Nino though gets solo kill top side. It's interesting that Bruno, he hasn't used the flicker. He has the solo kill, but man, the pressure. Again, Leo Murphy is such a nuisance to Max.
You can hear the pressure coming from the audience as well. As Sally Boy forces a flicker out of Marky, he gets chunked out. That is the potential coming in from Alter Ego. The fact that the burst can come in so delayed that Bigetron might be reacting a bit too late. Leo Murphy still a complete nuisance for Max, who is forced away from his objectives, but now Bigetron, they come in for the kill.
Leo Murphy here taking a lot of damage, 3v1. Moreno Sorizo, a lot of damage has been put on towards Leo Murphy. He goes down.
And that's the value of the winning lanes. Fredrin can just leave the lane because he has more pressure there. Even if Pi goes for this, he might be punished.
Uh-oh. Again, Pi here invading the jungles. 4 members forcing that flicker here from Pi. And it seems like Bigetron has created the space that they need. to collect this
oh,
but
wow.
take a look at the damage there. The charge just connects onto his Max. Max, though, still clutch on that retribution.
My goodness, that was some crazy damage. He didn't even have a lot of stacks on that one, but he still was almost to take him down. Turtle slain, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Up top, Marky getting pressured off, but he wants more.
Marky here dealing a lot of damage, but then again, a Cult Alter has been fought here for nothing, just for cover, and it seems like Alter Ego Esports, with this information, they might go for a pickoff on the other side of the map, but Bigetron Alpha, of course, responds with a disengage.
You can see that Alter Ego, they want to play for that mid lane. They want to make sure that the gold lane gets rolling. But of course, Bigetron have been able to mitigate the risk. But Key gets bursted down. That is the shards coming in. And the Feather Airstrike still doing a lot of damage. Again, Alter Ego trying to get that mid dominance, trying to make sure that they shut down Marky. But Bigetron, they're making sure that Pi is not actually having any impact in this game right now.
Very high tempo from Alter Ego. BTR so far haven't been able to respond that well, aside from the gold lane, right? I do believe, again, it comes down to the side lanes, actually, for BTR. Alter Ego with full mid control. Leo Murphy has never been spotted in that mid lane, helping this Farsa out. He's always been roaming, and it's working out. Max is pressured constantly. Take a look at Sellyboy, who's been able to farm up pretty well, and Sorizo needs to be careful here.
He is trying to give pressure here onto Sellyboy. Forced to use the Fritter there. And yeah, he still escapes, but in the mid side, take a look at this. Leo Murphy taking some heat in the mid side, but it seems like no commitments to kill Leo Murphy just yet here. Bigetron Alpha, they are going to rotate top side. Let's see here as Nino is alone. Let's see, Sellyboy comes in. Information has been given. Nino trying to pop that crossbow attack in the backside. Will he be able to do it? He will not. As he goes down, Leo Murphy is next. Bigetron Alpha, they are on the kill. Sellyboy in the backside trying to find a kill onto his key. He gets it. Max opening up that Tempest of Blade and the defense, but take a look at the damage from Marky. Sellyboy, though, finds the trade as well, and it's going to be 2 for 2. Both junglers, though. Marky will go down, and now it seems like Moreno, he wants more. Leo Murphy looking for a kill, but the damage from Max is going to be enough to take him down. Bigetron Alpha has all the answers.
Man, BTR are playing Alter Ego's game currently. We mentioned in the team head-to-head, Arashi Gani, who likes to play team fights? Who likes to play the crazy duels? It's Alter Ego. But BTR are saying, you know what? If you want to play that way, we'll do it. We're going to go with those crazy heroes that can dive as well, that can team fight. And BTR have been coming out on top so far. Why? Because they are able to also convert on the objectives after these team fights.
Later on, though, Udil on that Farsa will be able to actually force out the Cult Alter with that range advantage. So we'll just have to see how it plays out later on. For Sellyboy, what is this damage, man? He is 3-1. He hasn't been that ahead at all. But here we go. Wild Charge being used by Pi. Marky gonna get bursted down.
He gets taken down. He might be next here. He is disengaging. And it seems like now Pi and as well as Sellyboy looks for a siege in the bad side, but Max says no. But the rest go pops. Call Alter used here as a defense. Key will not go for an engage, but there you go. He gets it clear. Bigetron Alpha surviving and managing to defend at the bot side.
Ooh, that's insane pressure coming in from Alter Ego, man. Notice how they're able to actually burn so many spells from such a distance away. That will be the story of the game, and eventually, Bigetron Alpha will be the team that is forced to actually force those engages onto Alter Ego instead. And with the Grok, with the Hilda as well, they have a lot of options to throw out essentially bodies at Bigetron Alpha to accept the damage before letting Udil as well as Nino clean up afterwards.
Right now, it does feel like it's kind of a scaling game, right? Because both of these teams are going back and forth. Moreno, my God.
Oh my God! The damage is just so deadly. And now Leo Murphy looking for a siege onto his Max here. Can he do it? Retribution popped there.
Sellyboy got it.
Sellyboy got it.
Wow.
Man. Alter Ego now, they are continuing the siege in the mid side. Sellyboy though in the back side, awkward position here. He gets taken down, and Marky also will go down as well as Pi will not be able to survive that one, as it is going to be a 2-for-1 in the mid side. Alter Ego Esports a little too greedy there in the objective take.
Well, again, they are able to trade it out for that top side, right? Wanwan has been farming pretty well. And remember, sure, in terms of that team fight, Nino on the Wanwan has lost a bit of killing pressure on the crossbow attack. Still, though, if Bigetron Alpha stay as squishy as they are right now, that crossbow attack can definitely melt down these squishy members.
Feather Airstrike popped prematurely there as Leo Murphy and as well as Keith, both roamers going at it in the river. Lord is up here. Both teams needs to be careful, needs to be more meticulous during decision-making here in the upcoming minutes. It's quite balanced here, the situation gold-wise and as well as objective-wise. We'll have to see.
Like to see which team can grab more objectives, like you can with the promo code grb.to/MPL. Grab it when you can, guys, because this match is not leaving a lot of time for extra activities. Both teams still clashing on head-to-head, and it's just a difference of styles. And I think the longer the game goes, Bigetron Alpha will be tanky enough, will have the items available to make sure they survive from the damage of Udil and Boy. These are both magic damage heroes, so the counter is the same item, essentially.
No purple buff on Max.
Yeah, we can see your 5 men is already on that Lord. And Udil, out of nowhere, Feather Airstrike gets the Lord. And now Leo Murphy will fall, but take a look at this, the movement. Bigetron, they are forcing a fight. Nino pops that crossbow attack onto it, Sorizo, and Sorizo goes down. Mikey might be next. But in the backside here, Boy taking the heat from Moreno. He gets taken down, but the trade will fall as well. Alter Ego Esports, they are on the hunt in the mid side. But man, oh man, Udil with a clutch Feather Airstrike.
On his signature pick, the hero that he was able to master in Season 7. What a steal coming in from Udil. And obviously Max did not have the purple buff. We mentioned it earlier. All Bigetron Alpha forced that team fight when they had no advantages, and Alter Ego punished them completely.
That is just crazy. They have the Lord, they have team fight as well, and now with the way of the world, Bigetron Alpha don't do enough damage. That is another kill picked up by Nino, and they're not done. Alter Ego going for the base.
Sorizo canceling the Feather Airstrike there on from Udil. Lord will be taken care of in the top side there. More than enough damage, but man, the space that Bigetron Alpha had now is just so small. Alter Ego Esports, they have managed to find their control, and what does this mean? Bigetron Alpha with their composition, I gotta say, late game-wise, it's looking kind of shaky.
Yeah, this means that again, Alter Ego can use their poke even more efficiently this time. They can force better fights with that wild charge, and obviously with the Wanwan, who has scaled up to become a monster. Take a look at the items, Arashi. The Wanwan has built the 3 core items already.
Wind of Nature, Demon Hunter Sword, and the Corrosion Scythe. So he can actually do a lot of damage and kite away in very easy fashion. I think the member that Bigetron Alpha needs to rely on, though, is Sorizo on that Fredrin. If he can absorb the bulk of the damage, which he's itemizing towards, that will allow the members from Bigetron Alpha to try and have a bit more space to maneuver, because Alter Ego, it doesn't take long at all for them to set up their burst damage, and before you know it, you're forced to use your Cult Altar before the big fights where you want to use that advantage.
That's the thing though, I mean, come on. Building full damage, so perhaps the magical resistant items needs to be secured here from the side of Bigetron Alpha. But boy, oh boy, Alter Ego Esports in the early minutes, they were the ones kind of shaky, like decision-making wise, but then now they have established a 3,000 goal lead. So they are in a very healthy lead. We'll have to wait and see here.
Yeah, taking a look at the damage dealt by Axe and Boy, right? I mean, no surprise here. He's been able to make us say what so many times. Oh my god, I think multiple times as well. And it's for a reason, right? You can see the damage from the Amon, a hero that wasn't touched in the current patch. Man, he's showing how strong he really is here. Hai was the first one, I think, who brought this hero up on the MPL stage this season. And with Boy learning it, it's another crazy weapon that Alter Ego can use now for their crazy pickoff game.
It's not just the amount of damage, it is also how fast the damage comes through. It seems like he only lands one spell, there's several attacks, and before you know it, your member gets taken out. Sorizo, they're taking very little damage. He does have the Radiant Armor to mitigate that damage coming from the shards, but Alter Ego, as you can see, have all the tools they need to force Bigetron Alpha away from the Lord, and they might get it here unless Bigetron Alpha makes something happen.
Oh, this is very scary for both of the teams, but they collapse.
Okay, Sorizo is the target, and Cult Altar as well. Well placed, crossbow attack will pop, but Sorizo will not survive in the backside. And now take a look at the Pi Wild Charge connects on towards Marino. And in the backside, the Tempest of Blade managed to juke that charge, but Boy will claim a double in the front side as well. Nino finding a kill, and it seems like this is a collapse. Bigetron Alpha, 4-man down. Alter Ego Esports looks for the end in the mid side here. We'll have to see here. They are still strong with 5, and it seems like Max will not have enough wave control as he is trying his best, but not. He will fail as game 1 will fall to the hands of Alter Ego.
Wow, what a performance by Alter Ego. Again, outclassing BTR when it comes down to the team fights as the fans go crazy once again. It's a 1-0 start for the 3 masks.
Wow, that's an amazing performance. We talked about how well they do when they have mid-pressure, when they're able to actually win in the pickup potential. But we thought Bigetron would be able to find a solution. Unfortunately, Sully Boy on that Amon. What is that damage, man? That is insane.
No way. Like, I mean, at this point, we might see Amon banned out in the first phase. Take a look at the damage. Take a look as to when the Amon was picked as well. It was in the last, I believe, right? Last pick was the Amon. They saved it all the way, and it shows. It can be a prio hero. Up against that squishy composition, a team that had Fairmiss and Valentina did not matter whatsoever. Fredrin as well in the XP lane, sure, early on, was able to have a bit more lane pressure. He's able to rotate a bit more than the Grok, but it doesn't really matter when the team fights are just dictated by Alter Ego's heavy CC.
The impact was so evident here. Again, game 1. Alter Ego Esports, once they got their momentum here, Rashi, it seems like it is just too hard to stop them. Bigetron Alpha, a little too perhaps greedy, or perhaps they weren't in the same vision, so they made a mistake, but it snowballed. Game 1, they lost.
I mean, with the rage advantage, with the burst advantage as well, I really thought that initially Bigetron Alpha has defeated the early game plan from Alter Ego, because you can see that they go for the XP lane to shut down Pi, but at the same time, they were able to allow Marky to actually scale in a very healthy manner. He is able to get the solo kill on Nino as well. But once the mid game comes rolling around, Alter Ego wastes no time at all in abusing that burst potential coming in from both the Amon as well as the Farsa. And my god, is that a lot of damage.
Man, the Farsa though, even though here we're going to be talking about the Wanwan, even after the nerf, Nino's Wanwan was still very, very free. He was flying everywhere across the map, getting the crossbow tank pretty easily.
I think it's a great combo when you have heroes that can burst that early from far away, like the Amon, like the Farsa. Once Wanwan tries to go for that crossbow of tank, he can actually go on the tank when he is actually low HP, and it still transfers over to some of the squishier members. We saw that happen several times in that game, and I think it's just great strategy, great composition coming in from the side of Alter Ego.
I gotta agree. I mean, game 1, it was, after 8 minutes of game time, it was all sports side of Alter Ego Esports, and they managed to stay disciplined. They managed to somehow minimize their mistakes, and after that, after 8 minutes of game time, it's just a textbook game for us out of Alter Ego Esports. So now we are going to witness and dissect game 1 here. Arashi, take the stage.
Well, initially, both teams were just trading kills again and again. And we mentioned, it seems like Bigetron, they might pull through and actually have enough items to deal with the bulk of the burst damage. We take a look at Sorizo, who was able to survive much, much longer than anyone else. He has the Radiant Armor, and Key with the Athena Shield as well. They were surviving for quite a bit, but I think the whole team together, just way too much damage for them to survive.
Yeah, and also, just take a look at Marky right here, right? Because he's opted to actually go for practically full damage. Sure, you have the tough boots, you have a little bit of magic defense, but I definitely think it's not enough, right? He kind of greeted for that last item, the DHS. I thought when we took a look at the item build, he was building towards the Wind of Nature, Arashi. But again, I think this is where they've set a curveball for themselves, right? With the Fairmiss pick, usually, you don't need your carries to build defensive. But currently with the nerfs coming in for that Cult Altar, you don't have as much sustain as you did before. So this is where maybe Marky could have gone for the Wind of Nature, could have gone for perhaps an Athena as well. Right. I think the Athena would have been a better buy than a DHS or the Wind of Nature, as again, most of the damage coming in onto him was from Udil, was from Selly Boy. Nino did some damage, but it wasn't usually the killing blow.
Exactly. And I think Selly Boy going for the glowing wand as well. Quite peculiar, but of course, going up against beefier members in the side of Bigetron Alpha, it's good. And we saw that the damage per second, right, the burn, still is enough to actually be a factor for people to be concerned about. It stops some regen, it stops people from popping their own regeneration, and it secures kills barely when it's not enough. the rich boy and the carry is going to be
Give it to
Sally
him.
Boy. Come on.
Wow.
What is that damage? He is able to clear so easily in the jungle, and from far away, using one spell and the shards immediately, he's able to burst Max down earlier near the turtle. That is something we're not expecting at all.
3 members will collect all titles here. Yeah, of course, Sally Boy will collect 2 titles, but Sandbag will fall to the hands of Leo Murphy, and Forgotten One will fall to Udil. I mean, don't forget that Udil stole the Lord. That was the momentum builder for side of Alter Ego Esports. After then and there, that Lord push just helps Alter Ego Esports to collect control and just somehow finding their jam and just finish the game. MVP. Who do you guys think?
Well,
Sally Boy.
I think it's Sally Boy, right? Like,
it's hard to argue.
Udil was massive, right? He obviously facilitated a whole lot of that, the engages coming in from Sally Boy, but a lot of times Sally Boy is very independent as well. Your MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Sally Boy 9-3-1. There were a few moments where he was caught alone, but come on, man. The man proved himself. Again, just his maneuverability on the Amon as well. He used the invisibility very, very well.
It just seems like he's so good at predicting what the opponents are going to do, and he just subverts all their expectations. Here are some MVP highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A series, and it's going to be, for the most part, just a lot of burst damage. Of course, because you can see early on, Bigetron Alpha were able to actually match the rotations and come out on top. But overall, right, Bigetron Alpha just, they just didn't have the resources, and look at that damage coming in. This is so insane. Honestly, the damage from Sally Boy is just way, way too much, and he just finds the right target in the right moments as well. So when the fights are just 5v5, it's good. Bigetron has an advantage. But afterwards, when Alter Ego were able to kite back away and reset the fights again and again, you can see that they just have a lot more tools to actually set things up with, and Bigetron Alpha were just having a bit more difficulties. Here, the Pregen gets taken out really fast, and then once that's done, there's no frontliner, so no one can actually tank any damage, and they fall one by one. If Bigetron Alpha got to the stage where they were all tanky enough to withstand some burst damage, maybe it will be different. But after getting a 4-4-0 and securing the kill onto Max as well, Alter Ego, again, assert their dominance. And this is what Colius was talking about. When there is history between Alter Ego and the team they're fighting against, they just rise to the occasion. It's insane.
Yeah, and coming in again into the game, right? I feel like Pi on the Grok with the high and dry did so much, because in the lane there was a lot that we didn't see, right? The camera obviously was centered around the mid lane where there was most of the action was happening, but in the side lane you could always see Max was getting bullied out of his own jungle by this Grok on the high and dry. And I thought personally with the Valentina you can kind of negate that ultimate, right? Because you're stealing it away, you can use it before Pi actually pops into wild charge. And then a lot of those team fights, Moreno was a bit gun shy, in my opinion. It was Pi, he had the wild charge, but he waited a bit too long. Nino flew, he tried to use it, it's not gonna work.
I mean, we mentioned how deep, how profound this team was before the match, and it is so clear that they are so fresh in the first game. The job's not done, but perhaps you guys can grab Axe. The better you smell, the better you play. Play more confidently with Axe dual action technology that provides up to 48 hours of freshness. That's 2 days. And of course, hurry up and buy right now so you can perhaps get prizes up to tens of millions of millions. Exactly.
That's kind of crazy, right? You get to smell fresh, you get prizes as well. What are you waiting for? Go ahead and get yours today. But speaking of fresh, Alter Ego are definitely looking fresh right now. Coming into game number 2, they are a momentum-based team, Arashi, Gani. So with the momentum of game 1, with the crazy plays individually that they were able to make, coming into game 2, it's BTR who needs to step up, who needs to try to stop that mental block from happening, because it's really tough when these guys right here that you see on screen have the ball in their hands.
Pressure is definitely on the side of Bigetron Alpha. As we all know, Season 10 Bigetron Alpha, they sometimes, I feel like they haven't really won a match from a reverse sweep, it seems like. So if they are able to do so in this match, it's going to be the first time, Arashi. What do you think?
Before that, we take a look at the game recap though. The impact player for the side of Bigetron is going to be Marky, able to win in that side lane despite the pressure that Alter Ego was putting on him, able to get that solo kill as well. But of course, when you are a marksman and the impact player on the opposing team is an assassin, you're in for an awful, awful time. Sally Boy wastes no time at all, making sure that Marky just wasn't able to actually put a lot of impact in those team fights. I think that's the rock, paper, scissors matchup we talked about, right? Marksmen against assassins, not a good look, but of course, assassins against fighters, also very different. So we can maybe predict that Bigetron might want to secure a fighter in case Saliboy wants to go for the assassins again. We'll just have to see, man. The dual action between Udil as well as Saliboy is just so difficult for Bigetron to deal with. It's a bit of a change, a trade, right? Alter Ego going for the jungle and mid pressure, and Bigetron going for the EXP lane pressure as well as the gold lane. So we'll just have to see which one will come out on top, and will both teams make adjustments.
And they didn't really utilize, now that I'm thinking about it, right? BTR didn't really utilize the winning lanes. They were forced to play in the mid lane constantly by Alter Ego. Alter Ego kept on pressuring mid.
Yep.
And Bigetron fell for it. They went with Alter Ego's tempo. We kind of mentioned this early on, where they were able to match Alter Ego's tempo, and they were able to find some victories in the skirmishes. But when you keep on doing that, you know Alter Ego, all they need is one team fight. Bigetron went for a desperate play towards the First Lord, which is not really a necessary play for them. They had the side control. They could have just gone for the turrets on the side lanes. They could have just played it a bit smoother, a bit more patient, and they could have taken the game a bit later for those power spikes to hit, because Bruno was definitely not comfortable there. He only had 2 items during the Lord fight.
Exactly. I think if they want to play for that macro gameplay as well, there's an opportunity they can actually come out on top, because for the most part, right, when you're talking about team fights, Alter Ego's composition have, as we mentioned earlier, a lot more tools. They have the range, they have the crowd control, they have burst damage, they have AoE. Of course, all-rounders have, have issues of their own, but for the most part, you can't really predict how they were going to play the team fight. So I think Bigetron, without having a read onto Alter Ego, they might want to go for the safer option instead, and maybe that is exactly what we're going to see coming in from Bigetron, coming into game number 2.
Perhaps in game 2 we'll have to see here, as the drafts will start in a minute or so. But I feel like the approach from the side of Bigetron here, if they are still on the blue side, will they go for the same approach? Valentina and Faramis. Is it a little too greedy, or was the execution the problem in game 1?
Tough question.
Looking at, it's a very tough question, right? Because again, like I mentioned during the item builds section, Faramis becomes a curveball towards the team, right? The sustain that you once thought you had is no longer present. It's no longer the same Faramis. It's a nerf Faramis with a bit less sustain, right? Right now, we do have a comment from Zaynalius.
Wow.
Keep improving BTR. Let's go to M4.
Wow.
Well, currently, for BTR, I think the Faramis Valentina should be left out, right? Pick 1 up. Going for 2 is a bit too greedy, because we all know Key. He likes those playmaking heroes. He likes the heroes that can enable his team. Faramis is a very reactive hero, in my opinion. Sure, you can make a lot of those crazy plays, but now, with the nerfs on him, you become much more reactive than the old Faramis.
I think Faramis right now is just, the nerfs, I think it was good, it was kind of balanced. It makes Faramis a lot more situational of a pick. If the opposing team does not have the burst damage to, essentially CC your team during the Cult Altar, there's some potential there. Pi, though, is the human sandbag. Number 2 highest total damage taken, 2,200,000 essentially. That is a lot of damage, understanding that he is usually targeted these days. Maybe the Grok pick, right? Being immune to crowd control is a perfect pick for him, knowing that teams are going to try and dive him and make his life miserable in that EXP lane.
That's a lot. That's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage.
That's an insane amount of damage, man.
Number 2, right? I think number 1 is still Fluffy. He got beat up a whole lot. He's not so fluffy after getting that much damage onto him, but oh, look at Nino. What is he doing?
He's chill.
He's chill, man. He's saying thank you to the fans for being here, man. Thank you, man.
This guy performed 1-1 in game 1. What do you think about that hero? What do you think about Nino's performance?
Does he get your stamp of approval? That's the question, Mirko.
Exactly. I think for Wish's stamp of approval, I'll give him that one. I'll give him that one. Still, maybe Wish a bit better, but we're jumping into the drafts for game 2.
We'll see here. Bigetron will have still the blue side, Alter Ego Esports. They are still fall to the red side, but it seems like the bans, it is going to be still the same approach here from both teams. Last time around, Alter Ego opted for a Paquito ban. Will they go for the same?
I think it makes sense, unless they get the first pick. We talked about Saliboy doing very well with Assassins, but fighters counter assassins quite hard due to how much tankier they are for the burst damage, and of course the amount of damage you can output back. So having that Paquito, especially having it flexed out between Sorizo and Max, there's no need to do with that hassle. So Alter Ego, I think most likely will ban it away.
Let's see, right? For Alter Ego in game number 1, they went for somewhat respect, but both of these teams, they've left the Valentina and the Fairness open. Will we see another Diggy ban? So far, both of the teams have opted to go for the exact same. Alter Ego, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. BTR, though, it broke. Do they want to change the order of how they pick the heroes? Do they want to change which heroes are prioritized? Well, there you go. The answer for BTR is no 1-1 for you. We saw what you can do, Nino. We're gonna say no, all right? Maybe you can use something else like the Beatrix. Alter Ego, though, I think they could just go... Well, they don't need to ban the Diggy anymore now that I think about it. They picked the Diggy, well, they banned the Diggy for the 1-1 pick.
Well, considering how burst heavy they were, in that game, you see that Alter Ego, they weren't relying on stuns or on crowd control. They just relied on pure burst damage. So if they have the same intentions, yeah, as you mentioned, the Diggy isn't exactly a priority ban. But of course, if they want to go with a different strategy, because Bigetron might adapt to it, the Diggy might still be okay to make sure that no one gets saved from the pickup potential of Alter Ego.
I have to see here, a lot of prio heroes are still open. Last time around, Bigetron, they have opted that Valentina, which they are going to do still. Alter Ego Esports with this 1-1 banned out. What are they going to prioritize?
I think Grok, you know, if it worked out last time, just go for the Grok pick again. The 1-1 was banned out, but something else that Nino likes is the Beatrix.
Right.
Beatrix has been nerfed.
Well, quote-unquote nerfed.
Yeah, I don't know if I can call it a nerf. It's kind of a buff. It's a shadow buff towards the Beatrix. She kind of feels a little bit stronger now with the bigger hitbox on the Renner, more damage on the Wesker, and Nibiru and Bennett getting significant buffs as well. So, right now, honestly, I think Alter Ego might just go for the Beatrix pick. Beatrix Grok becomes really cool. If you're able to combo the Bennett with a wild charge, hey, say goodbye to your team, man.
Wow.
It's a lot of damage for sure. We'll have to see, man. Like you mentioned, it seems to be more of a shadow mini rework almost for Beatrix. You just change how it's played, kind of. But for the most part, the power is still there. But for Alter Ego, they go and pick up that Farsa. It is one of the core, the core tools they use to get that mid control, to get that roam potential, and of course the good old Season 7 long-range burst damage. But here we go, Mirko. There's a comment coming in from Starlist.
His or Max's mentality is immature, but it's getting more mature every single day. So I hope you guys always support him. Well, so far in the second half, he has proven that, maybe that mentality is building already with him getting 2 Maniacs. But here, do they want to pick up a hero for Max again? Ling was picked here with Fairness last game. I don't think they want to go for the same exact route. Yep, they opt to go for the Fredrin very early on with the Melissa. Very interesting, because with the Melissa, sure, you can kind of nullify the engages coming in from the Grok, but that's it, right? Right now, Farsa with the Feathered Airstrike, how are you gonna face that one, right? That's the main problem.
And here for Alter Ego, they can go for the Amon again. It's still up there. It's open. It worked perfectly in the previous game. So that might be exactly what Alter Ego go for.
Cho.
Ooh, the Cho, as you mentioned, it was banned out, I believe, was it?
Yeah, it was banned out. This time with the Melissa, I think it's kind of a shadow ban as well, right? Towards the Cho. You can't really get too close with the Jeet Kundo with a flicker
let you
combo.
get close.
Can't let you get close with the go away. I think a solid pick would just be the Amon right here, right?
Unless they want to do something different compared to the previous game, but no, Alter Ego showing that they perhaps will go for the exact same strategy.
Why not?
Bigetron, the only difference so far is having the Melissa, and they might put Max on a different hero. The Paquito is not available, but there are other fighter heroes in the jungle that Max might be comfortable on.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's given the chance to be banned out here from the side of Alter Ego Esports, and it's quite clear that the 3 heroes that were picked up from the side of Alter Ego Esports adds just a lot of layers to it. Farsa for the high ground, Amon just to have that kill pressure in your composition, and of course Grok to go for also the kill pressure and as well as the invade. But Alter Ego Esports, they are going to limit the roamer here, again targeting Key heavily in the second phase.
Very interesting.
Lolita banned away from Alter Ego. Are they going to go for someone with projectiles, right? Because that's what Lolita usually counters. Or might they go for something a bit more team fight orientated, because the Lolita usually is a denial due to the possibility of that Luminant Blast counter engage. We'll have to see right here, because Bigetron, they've banned out that Cho. We talked about it being quote-unquote shadow banned due to the presence of that Melissa, but Bigetron clearly respect Leo Murphy enough to make sure that that does not make the cut.
We gotta kind of remember too though, Arashi, that the Grok has been picked up, but it's a flex pick. It can go to the roam position as well. Leo Murphy knows how to use this hero, so it might just be a bait for BTR to ban Leo Murphy's hero, and then they'll move that Grok over to the roam and say, hey man, we can pick up an Esmeralda for Pi. But here, speaking of Pi, Key, good luck for the next match, but not for this match. Alter Ego versus BTR, because
they want to win.
They want to win. They want to win. He doesn't want to give him luck for this match. Alter Ego going for the 2 bans onto Key.
Ooh.
You know, Pi is this is personal. These bans are personal from Pi to Key.
Well, they have more burst damage, but we saw in the previous game, for the most part, right? These burst heroes, Ammon as well as Farsa, they're not exactly tanky either. So if Bigetron, if Key decides, okay, how do we deal with burst damage? Pick off the burst damage dealer. That is something that Alter Ego is respecting, because we've seen Key pull off some stellar engages, but now, without any heroes available, he can still go for the Kufra, I guess?
Ooh.
Or the Jawhead or something like that. We'll just
the
have to see.
Jawhead! Oh my god, you're absolutely right.
Right, it has risen in popularity, and we already know Key on the Jawhead. If he wants to get you, he will get you. It's not a question. So Bigetron ban out the Hilda. So now, Bigetron, is the jungle going to be a fighter
Lancelot.
or an assassin?
I think Lancelot becomes a very solid pick. Oh, there you go. The Brody comes up. I still think Lancelot is a solid pick here for BTR. If you need someone to dive into that back line with the mobility, with the invulnerability of the Lancelot, you can do that, right? Yeah. And against an Amon, guess what? Ling, very tough against the Amon. Oh, they pick up a Ruby. Oh, and a Karina. I don't know about the Karina. Ruby, I understand. Ruby in the roam position, High said it, is a counter towards the Amon because of how many crazy dashes she has and AoE abilities that can just reveal the Amon. Take him out of the invisibility. But the Karina, this is a hero that actually gets countered by the Amon.
Right, because Karina is able to nullify physical, attacks essentially. We'll have to see how exactly that plays out. That's quite an interesting situation here. But for the side of Alter Ego, we will see they're lacking a roamer / EXP laner. This is why that Grok flex pick is quite interesting. So Alter Ego, seeing the picks coming in from Bigetron, what exactly will be their solution?
XP lane.
We'll have to see here, but I do understand the Karina pick though, because Brody is kind of squishy. Farsa as well, Karina can just burst.
Oh, let's go. Oh my god. He's
finally
back. He's back.
Comes into MPL ID season 10.
He's back.
Lapu Lapu, ladies and gentlemen.
Yo. I am so excited. I love Lapu. Lapu is he's not the most entertaining hero in the XP lane, but he's certainly entertaining. He's up there with his crazy engages. It fits the composition so well. They want to dive, they want to pick. Why not pick up a Lapu? Every single hero that can do that was banned out. Paquito, Arashi was banned. Oh my god. I can't wait to see the Lapu again. Please be meta again. I want to see him in the meta. I expected something crazy like an Alice Arashi if they wanted to go in, but this Lapu provides kind of the same amount of dive and CC, but you don't need to scale that much into the game.
Exactly.
Mid-game power spike.
With 2 items, essentially, Lapu can one-shot your marksman, so we talked about burst damage in the previous game. Alter Ego have access to a lot more in this game, but Pi will be more vulnerable in the XP lane. How will that work out? Let's find out, Goni.
We'll have to see as, Land of Dawn, we go here for Game 2, potentially Game 3. Bigetron Alpha and as well as Alter Ego. Bigetron, can they, with this composition, force a Game 3, or actually with that Lapu pick coming from the side of Alter Ego, it ends the series?
Yeah, and this is going to be the big question, right? The Lapu, I like it because it's entertaining. Now looking at it again, if Marky pops in to go away, how's the interaction going to work, right? That's something that we need to see in-game here. But so far, if we're talking about the laning, I do believe Bigetron Alpha will have a slight edge. Fredrin winning it in the XP lane, and Melissa obviously going to be able to bully the Brody in the gold lane. Max has picked up the Demon Slayer though.
Max with that Demon Slayer will allow him to contest the objective a lot more. But again, Alter Ego, they're not exactly the most objective of teams anyways.
We'll have to wait and see here, ladies and gentlemen, as the lineup, they are still just finding hovering around here. No commitments just yet, but I might be wrong here. Udil will not go for that wings by wings just yet here. He realizes, he knows that he is safe, so he just recalls. But 15 seconds, no, 35 seconds, Turtle will spawn as the Talent's prediction by Axe. Wow. Still the same.
Me and Ranger Moss, man, we're Bigetron fanboys, I guess.
You can call it fanboys, but you just believe in the potential, right? Of course, Bigetron, they still have a very good chance of winning this game. The key difference here is that Max is not under pressure, but Boy making his move here.
Oh, Marquis will fall.
Yikes.
A very good setup there from side of Alter Ego. Boy picking up the first blood by Samsung Galaxy A series, and it seems like it is just in time as the Turtle has spawned. But Karina is already on that Turtle.
Yeah, with the Demon Slayer, they will have more pressure, but Pi.
There we go. God, Odil, the Lord. Yes, the Turtle now also collected from side of Udil. Farsa is so deadly, man.
He didn't even let Max use the retry. What the heck? I guess that was comboed in, chained in with Pi's damage. But oh my goodness, it has happened 2 times in 2 different games now. Arashi, we don't even need to talk about the emblems here because he brought Demon Slayer. He had more damage onto the Turtle, still did not matter.
Flicker Water connects onto his feet here. He will not survive as a torn apart memory is just too deadly. But man, Alter Ego Esports picking up their tempo here in the early minutes. Bigetron Alpha, what can they do here, Rashi?
This is difficult, man. The side pressure that we were talking about Bigetron in the previous game is no longer here. The side lanes are not doing very well, and the mid lane, need we say more about Udil on that Farsa? It is deadly, it has range, it has potential, and Alter Ego, they are moving towards a gold lane constantly. Marky is in for an awful time.
Are now roaming towards Melissa once again, but it seems like now Marky is aware of that and opening up vision there in the bush. Nothing happens.
Oh man, Sir Pi on this Lapu. You know, I want the camera to stay a little bit longer up top because I want to actually take a look at this matchup. Did they pick it up because they know that it kind of counted the Fredrin? Meanwhile,
take a look at the damage. 3 members, 3 skills combined there. Max has 0 chance to survive there. Alter Ego Esports, they have established almost a 1,500 gold team, and now we have Murphy here, 2v1, baiting, buying time for his team. Watch out, connect, and there you go, he falls. Bigetron, they are getting outclassed as it is just the early minutes, but take a look at the kills. 5-0 Rashi.
Destroyed.
5-0, man. That damage is just obscene, bro. Like, Max is not allowed to make any maneuvers at all. Once he gets stunned, it's just game over. And now Pi with the Bloodlust Axe, this is going to be just more and more difficult because he is going to be more and more confident as Marky is always in the jaws of danger.
With the Genius Wand as well, now he's going to be able to deal more damage. Oh man, you know, this is going to be crazy. Early on, you're able to pick that item up so fast into the game because you have 2 kills. You're up against a Karina with Demon Slayer, yet you're ahead.
To add to that, he used also Magic Shop, so again, a lot of potential to collect the items early on. Now, second turtle, it seems like Bigetron Alpha, even though they are behind 1,000 gold lead, they don't care. They are looking for the contest here, and we'll have to see here as Udil was caught, but no damage put.
Ooh, it's going to be really tough here as BTR are actually going to be the ones who are trying to set up for this turtle. Remember, mid-control not there.
Oh my god, I'm going to connect, and Boy is the right target. Will he go down here as he was terrified? And Boy with the taunt cannot escape. A very well timed and well put skills as well. They're on towards the right target. Pi. He gets taken down, but Pi with the bravest fighter looking for a play in the backside. Immediately canceled out there. Now he is kind of idle there, but then Alter Ego Esports still with the heavy pressure.
Do they actually still want to go for this? Alter Ego have kind of a... No, they don't have a man advantage, but they do have more HP, more resources to play around.
Yeah.
BTR very wisely back off. They know they don't need to take this one. Alter Ego have a gold lead and technically a resource lead at this point.
Boy is back on the map as well, and Bigetron, they're adjusting really well. Boy being the main source of danger, they know now that if they actually dive towards Alter Ego, it's going to be, you know, one of the solutions that they can actually explore. But Alter Ego, knowing that that is the case, will they allow the same thing to happen twice? Murphy.
top side.
see ya.
Sorizo taking a lot of damage there. Sia and also Ego Esports with that. But man advantage seems like they aren't going to commit to Turtle, but Key, of course, going to reset the Turtle.
The Feather Airstrike is still available for Udo here, so Alter Ego, they are just content waiting like this, and they get the tower and the top side as well. So Alter Ego, with that pressure game, if pickup is the name of the game, that vision is going to be very costly for Bigetron Alpha.
And Alter Ego, the fact that right now they have so much... I got thrown off by the back. You guys can check that out as well. It's on the shop already. You guys can go and buy the emotes from all of the teams. But again, back to the topic. Alter Ego right now, their composition is a dive comp, so it snowballs really well. And BTR, with the Ruby, with the Melissa, sure, they can kind of react. But if that poke damage from the range of the Brody and the Farsa comes in, you're not really going to be able to get out of that one anyways, right? So they have answers to every single thing you want to do. BTR though.
Wow, concealed play, but take a look at Pi. Previous fighter comes through as he is looking for the stun. Now Sally Boy looking for the engage. Chorizo taking a lot of damage there. Sally Boy will not collect the kill. It will fall to the hands of Udil, but Alter Ego, they might want more here. Bigetron, they are still hovering around the bush, but Alter Ego has created enough space to collect the second objective, neutral objective in that turtle. Feather Airstrike to zone the members, runs out of Bigetron away.
Oh.
And there you go, Key will fall. Nino will pick up the kill as Moreno actually in the backside finds Sally Boy, but Nino with that point apart memory will not have enough damage to take down Max.
An Alter Ego, 90%,
that's a lot of value. But so does Bigetron Alpha though. They are trading Key for Sally Boy, so you gotta say that's actually quite value for them as Max picks up the fight. Combine Sorizo and Max in the next fight. Udil and Nino needs to be very careful in how they position.
We can see here the bush control from Leo Murphy and Nino is there. Key, half HP, conceal play. Pop there by Key, but no casualties just yet. Bigetron Alpha, they are looking to somehow play more proactively here as Alter Ego Esports. You're still on the lead gold-wise, and take a look at the items. Melissa with that DHS, but Amon, Feather of Heaven, and as well as Genius One here, Rashi.
A lot of DPS, which is why Bigetron Alpha is targeting Sally Boy. But of course, it seems like Pi is one of the main factors here. He has the Oracle, he has the Bloodlust Axe, he is safe from a lot of that magic burst damage, and he can engage as well. And when he goes in with the Bravest Fighter, it seems like Bigetron Alpha respect that so much, they just back away.
Yeah, as you can see as well, for the Melissa, Lucky's actually opting to go for a Win of Nature, I believe, right now. With only Brody dealing that much, well, technically they have a lot of physical damage, but again, it all comes down to the magic damage dealers, Udil and Sally Boy, who are going to be able to dish out a whole lot. Sally Boy has popped in the Endless Battle. That's a lot of killing pressure relieved away from BTR, and they go for it.
Leo Murphy here will take the hit, but take a look at that canceling. Udil's Feather Airstrike, he goes down as Alter Ego. They are still looking for a play, but Leo Murphy will not survive. In the backside though, Max will fall as well, but Nino looking for the kill, burst it down, but
Nino,
he is surviving there. Nino is unstoppable as Alter Ego Esports, they are in shambles now with Key being the last man standing. He will fall as well in the hands of Sally Boy. This is deja vu as Alter Ego Esports in the 10th minute of the game, they are still in control.
No, you take down one and Nino comes in, flickering forward against a Melissa would go away. You thought it was a dumb move, but it's Nino.
Well, he made it work somehow. He picks up a Maniac, and despite having Udo picked up in the beginning of the fight, Alter Ego was able to turn it around. What the hell just happened?
Alter Ego Esports, they again showed us that they are a team. Once they got the momentum, nothing, and I do mean nothing, can stop them. Let's take a look at here. Instant replay here, Rashi by Samsung Galaxy A-Series.
Initially, Udo is no longer in the picture, but look at Nino alone against Marky, and now against Key and Sorizo, he's just able to kite back away, barely surviving, pops the regen, secures the Maniac, and that is just split-second decision-making, and it's completely brilliant coming in from Nino, man. This is why this guy is so dangerous in the right hands.
It's a killer instinct play, right? It's an instinctual play. Because if you look at it, it's a dumb move. Why would you flicker in as a marksman against 3 members who are melee?
Wow.
Well, no, on the hands of Nino, he knows exactly what he's doing. Damage dealt by Axe, 31,000. And at this point, he's scaling like a monster into the mid-game.
Game 1 was on that 1-1, but Game 2, Brody, Nino delivers as well, Arashi.
We talked about Marky building a win of nature. Maybe he needs it against the Bruno. But Key getting bursted down.
A little too overextended there. He was out of position, of course. Alter Ego Esports will definitely capitalize on that mistake. But take a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Did you affect the sentry effect?
Yeah, opening up the vision there, but what does it matter?
Oh my god, another airstrike. The damage on towards Marino was just too huge there as Marino popped his also. Feather airstrike now. Alter Ego, they are looking for a seat top side. Max will not be able to somehow defend and clear. But for now, it seems like the top inhibitor base turret will still stand. But take a look at that. I'm offended connects on towards Nino. He falls as Max collected the shutdown. Leo Murphy forced a flicker away as Alter Ego Esports. They weren't really in sync in the top side earlier.
Nino definitely overstepping his boundaries there. He was very, very far in front. But if you take a look at his items again, it just shows that he wants to be in front, right? With the Athena and this full damage, he can kind of take that. You can actually see how he was able to make that play happen, the Maniac, with the items that he has.
Exactly, knowing that the bulk of the damage is going to be magical, he goes in for the Athena, and he is comfortable in the front line. But as we know, Nino is almost like a habitual line stepper, so with Key on the side of Bigetron Alpha, he needs to be a lot more careful, especially when the flicker is available.
Are now seeing Sorizo as well as New Murphy here being the frontliners. While trying to connect on towards Sorizo, will he fall? The answer is yes, but not now. Silly Boy finds the killing spree as well as Feather Airstrike will deal a lot of damage on towards Key and in the backside as well. Torn apart memory will find Moreno. Pi also finds a kill as the 4 members falls here. Bigetron Alpha, they are going to lose.
The execution of the dive comp, absolutely beautiful, and Alter Ego will look for a clean sweep.
Now the base is just too exposed here as the Max will not have the clear. Alter Ego Esports 2-0, clean cut victory.
Obliterated with the dive composition that was magnificently built by Alter Ego. They played individually the best that they could, and they took BTR down like it was nothing.
That is crazy. It's not like Bigetron was just clueless. They adjusted. They made the plays happen. They saw that, okay, Udo is an issue, we pick up Udo. They saw that Nino is an issue, they make sure they can take Nino out. But eventually, the execution, the counter adjustment from Alter Ego is just way too intelligent, way too clean. When there is history, they rise to the occasion. They have proven that that is the case yet again.
Man, the Witch Doctors for side of Alter Ego Esports have delivered here. 2-0 victory.
Definitely, yeah. I mean,
I gotta say though, Fredrin, what kind
value?
of pick is that? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 times being picked here in the first phase as well. I don't see any value in that hero.
It's very easy to read out the engages from the side of the Fredrin, and it's very one-dimensional, in my opinion, right? Again, how he goes for pickoffs is with the knock-up Diaz on his ability, and probably with the taunt. That's about it. The thing is, though, Alter Ego have so much range, they're never really in front like that. The only person who you can kind of catch is Pi and Leo Murphy.
Exactly, we saw that occasionally earlier, especially when Alter Ego was not respecting the potential for Bigetron to strike back. He was able to actually land the taunt onto Udil, onto Sally Boy. But overall, once the team has adjusted and they understand that you're looking for that taunt, it's just very difficult for you to even get in range. So I'm not sure if the idea is for him to actually match Pi in the side lane, but that Lapu, man, come on, how good is that?
Amazing.
Amazing. He didn't die.
No, he
didn't die.
Oh my god. But you know, we gotta talk about Nino, man. The man deserves the MVP. He basically forced the MVP. He took it out of like the caster's hands. He was like, no Pi.
Give it
No Udil. It's me. Maxniak becomes helpless against Nino's Maniac. Oh man. We were talking about Maxniak the entire time before the draft. 2 Maniacs picked up the most in MPL ID Season 10. And Nino's like, what?
What?
You got a Maniac? Like, all right, let me show you how it's done.
I got you.
On a marksman, flickering in front. You know, you can do it on an assassin. Can you do it on a marksman?
Man, that's an absolute flex by Nino. And this, oh my god, Nino is just so good. We miss this aggressive, this crazy alter ego. We see it now. Lapu Lapu, Nino flickering forward, Udil on the Farsa, getting the Lord Steal in game number 1. This is such a breath of fresh air for the fans of alter ego. I don't know, man. It's amazing and I love it.
I love it as well. And ladies and gentlemen, this is just the opening match for Week 7. Let's just jump and throw to Clara Mongstar, our host.
Alter Ego, go! Berhasil mendapatkan 2-0 di match pembukaan di minggu yang ke-7. Bude Clara Mongstar di sini mau langsung bertanya kepada satu player yang ngedapetin hampir savage. Maniac, Nino. Makin jago aja, no?
Bude, belajar harus.
Oh, belajar ya? Oh, belajar banyak. Tapi Nino, kamu ngelihat patch ini kayaknya kok lancar ya? Kan orang-orang bilangnya Alter Ego adalah lawannya patch. Tapi habis patch kalian makin mateng kayaknya, no?
Ya, mungkin latihannya lebih teratur kali ya, kayak ya di jadwalnya lebih teratur lah, jadi gak bercanda-bercanda lagi.
Jadi keep up langsung cepat. Bukan gara-gara tadi tuh pawangnya di depan tuh, ada Mas Rara kayaknya di depan tuh. Siapa yang bawa, no?
Yang mana?
Tadi ada yang pakai ini loh, singing bowl itu yang neng.
Gak tahu.
Udil ya atau siapa?
Gak tahu.
Nggak ngerti siapa yang bawa ya? Bukan kamu tapi?
Bukan.
Ini kamu yang dapat maniak loh, luar biasa. Dan gimana kamu tadi menghadapi Bigetron leg 1? Kamu ngadepin 2-1, sekarang 2-0 Nino. Jadi lebih lancar, lebih mudah karena
soalnya ini Bude ada yang mau ketemu juga kan sama Nino. Jadi Nino tuh minggu ini mempersiapkan lebih buat ketemu orang itu.
Itu Marki? Bukan, siapa?
Ada yang bilang pengen ketemu Nino.
Pengen ketemu Nino? Bentar, kayaknya, dia tuh nganu ini loh. Apalanku, ingatanku. Oh.
Ada.
Dari Onyx ya?
Bukan, bawahnya Onyx.
RRQ? Oke, Skylar kepengen ketemu Nino ya?
Katanya dia pengen ketemu Nino kan, jadi Nino ya belajar lebih lah minggu ini buat ngadepin dia. Soalnya dia lumayan juga kan, dia jago.
Oh gitu, jadi nih yang kamu nantikan ya, udah try hard banget buat ketemu Skylar. Kamu juga kepengen ketemu Skylar nggak sih?
Pengen.
Pengen?
Iya, seru soalnya.
Seru soalnya. Coba dong salam-salam buat Skylar.
Halo Skylar, semangat ya.
Semangat ya.
Ketemu di lane-nya.
Oke, sama-sama saling ngasih semangat dan ini akan menjadi pertemuan yang menarik. Tapi Gold Lane di dalam patch baru ini, hero-heronya kan sebenarnya ada buff, ada nerf juga. Apalagi tadi Wen-Wen di nerf loh, sekarang bukannya lebih sulit ya, No?
Iya lebih sulit, dia aja kena solo kill Marki kan.
Tapi tetap aja kamu terbang terus Nino.
Iya, hoki Bude, hoki, terbangnya hoki.
Terbangnya hoki. Iya. Jadi kamu ini mengandalkan hoki atau enggak nih untuk next match-nya?
Kan hoki itu sebagian dari skill harusnya.
Jadi skill plus hoki. Hokinya kecil ya. Nino ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak sih untuk Alter Champs yang dari tadi tuh pada pakai singing bowl dan juga datang ke MPL?
Halo Alter Champs, makasih ya dukungan kalian. Dukung kita terus sampai playoff atau sampai M4 kalau bisa. Makasih Alter Champs.
Terima kasih. Dan Nino, kamu kepengen di posisi berapa, No? Untuk regular season ini?
Mungkin kalau pengen ya, mungkin bisa peringkat 2, menang terus kan. Kalau menang terus harus bisa peringkat 2 ya, pengen peringkat 2.
Pengennya peringkat 2, pokoknya semangat terus buat Tino dan Alter Ego. Luar biasa banget kemenangan mereka 2-0. Dan kita langsung nge-breakdown ke dalam gamenya kepada para casters, silahkan.
Thank you so much, Clara Mongstar, and as well as Nino. But let's take a look and dissect Game 2. Alter Ego Esports winning this match again, just like they did in Game 1, 13 minutes of game time.
13 minutes in both of the games, but this one was definitely more impressive because of the man that was interviewed, Nino, on the Brody. You know, Arashi, you mentioned that he's stepping up this week because he's preparing to face Skylar.
And he's saying that he's looking forward to a very exciting 1v1 in that laning phase against RRQ. So we'll have to see though. For now, we can see that it's just standard coming in from the side of Alter Ego, right? Udil rushing the Divine Glaive, knowing that there will be countermeasures on the side of Bigetron Alpha, going for that burst damage and Pi on the Lapu Lapu with the Queen's Wings as well. It's just full aggression, man. He doesn't care. When you are that ahead, when you are that dominant, that is scary. We talked about how Bigetron Alpha was able to kind of put pressure him in the early game in game number 1. But in game number 2, he was the one pressuring the whole team. Whenever he comes in with the Bravest Fighter, everyone just respects the potential for him to suddenly make that flicker play. And that is what makes Lapu Lapu so exciting, so crazy. wow, what a treat we were given in match number 1 of week 7.
Wow.
809 GPM, Your Rich Guy by Livin' by Mandiri. This time is Nino, but Carrizo, he's taking it. He's taking the damage taken.
0 damage to tower.
Oh.
0.
Yikes.
Bigetron
The minions
Alpha.
took the turret. That means the
That's
minions took the turret. They didn't take the turret.
Right, they did. They have one turret,
Yeah.
but no turret damage.
Oh, they got
What is
minions.
going on?
Oh man, you know when the objective team, doesn't get a single turret,
The minions will remind you.
the minions help them out. They're like, you know what? We got you, BTR.
Maybe that shows again how good Bigetron is at that macro play.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, in the face of
Really
alter
good.
ego aggression, that is just a bit too difficult for them to manage. So it's back to the drawing board for them. But wow, that is crazy.
Again though, 2 Julians here. The carry and the forgotten one. Julian Murphy and Julian Udil.
The dual action from the Julian coming in for
Dual
48 hours
action.
of dominance.
MVP will fall, of course,
Come
to the
on.
hands of Nino here. With that,
It's gotta be,
maniac,
right.
Brody 715, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series here. He managed to just, I feel like in the early game, he just farm, and then gets that maniac. Sheesh.
He was
Rashi.
absolutely like power farming in the early game, but here are some highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A series. All from the beginning, man, with that stun, that lane just becomes a bit more scary to deal with. Of course, that's the turtle steal, and this is the gold lane being targeted completely by Alter Ego. And later on, you do see that Bigetron, they're able to make plays like this, jumping onto Celiboy, jumping onto Udil. But look at the Bravest Fighter play coming in for Pi from Alter Ego. It's just so scary, so much pressure.
There it is.
And again, when they don't respect Bigetron, Bigetron can make the play happen, but at that moment, you can see Nino doing tons of damage each hit, flickering forward into the go away. And look at that. Against 3 people right here. Sliver HP, stays calm, cool, collected. He goes for the fights, kites away, gets that maniac, man. Like, wow. How cool is that? How calm do you need to be in such a situation? They come out on top, they continue with the pick-off potential, the domination, and it's just rinse and repeat from then on. Keep picking off Bigetron, avoid the ammo bandit, the key crowd control abilities, and afterwards, it's an easy end of that game.
Yeah, and again, if you take a look at the emblems, the talent, Nino opted to go for the killing spree. It showed, right? That's what the killing spree is used for. If you want to go for those crazy plays, if you know the utter limits of your heroes, then go for the killing spree. A lot of people have opted to go for weapon mastery.
So again, he extracts the emblem.
Yeah.
To its
With witchcraft
potential. And again, Nino displaying a high level of quality in the gold lane area here. Ladies and gentlemen, the first game was 1-1. Was very good, effective as well, but Brody also just delivers.
Well, take a look at the mic check here from from Alter Ego.
By TikTok.
Gaspay! Gua aman. Nice, bro! Santai. Kalem. Mundur sambil mundur, Cil. Mati gua, oke, santai, Cil. Mati. Nice. Nice, Cil! Ambil mid-nya, Dil. Yoi. Nice, Cil. Bruno ke situ, Bruno harusnya ke situ. Dapat. Nice banget, Cil. Panteno. Lihat, hajar balik. Gua kebuka! Nice, dong! Wah! Gak mati dong. Wow! Hajar lagi, depan dulu, kalem, no. Kalem, Cil, oke. Nice. Gua tempel Bruno. Linknya nggak ada ulti. Mati Faramis. Nice. Mati Bruno-nya. Bisa. Santai ya. 3 detik wave dia. And focus tower bisa. Fokus kill, KDA. Nice. Nice, bro. Kata dia jangan teriak-teriak, santai. Gua udah level 4. Nice. Gua stun balik. Santai. Mati tuh Karina harusnya. Karina mati. Aman, no. Nice, no. Ratain, no! Ratain, no! Nice, no. Sebek pertama, no. Kasih tahu, sebek pertama. Bunuh aja. Oh, nice. Santai, Ruby. Gua stun. Mata. Gua stun. Blunder dia. Gua ulti. Jadi Ruby. Bunuh. Nice, guys. Ruby udah ulti. Gak ada flicker, hajar. Nice, boy! Wah! Wave mid, wave mid. Eno. Nice. Alhamdulillah.
From the comms, you can hear actually Nino. He didn't want the Savage. He actually just kill him. Just kill Kai. And yeah, well, we almost witnessed the first Savage in MPL ID Season 10, but it is not achievable yet.
Nino has priorities, man. He knows, it's not worth going for it if it means the game. So calm, cool, collected as always.
Compose.
You can hear since the beginning, they were all saying, Nino, finish him off. He's 1v3 and his team is like, you got this, bro. It's over. It's over. You're going to kill everyone.
He was
and that's
1 HP.
exactly what he did, man.
It was kind of crazy, right? Because again, Arashi, like you mentioned, he was 1 HP. He flickered forward up against 3 melee heroes. Well, 2 melee heroes, 1 range. And the team was still like, oh, go. We know you're going to do it, man. And the keys to success here is brought to you by Udil on his Farsa. 2 games, 2 Farsas. We mentioned that the Julian has been the most comfortable hero he has been on in Season 10, but maybe he's found another.
Maybe he's been hiding this Farsa pick. The positioning is just so good. The burst damage is there, and the timing on the feathered airstrikes, man, stealing the turtle as well in game number 2 is just so good. It's a problem that Bigetron has no answer to. And of course, Pi with his playmaking heroes. When this man's on the Grok, you see that he was still able to make plays, but not too amazing. On the Lapu. Yo, whole different experience, man. Give that man a playmaking hero. Get all the results, all the benefits. Alter Ego, man. This is a winning formula that they seem to be in shape for.
It's crazy,
I
right?
agree.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Pi jumping on you. Oh my god, it's scary, man. Because again, it's such a throw off when he uses that first ability. You're like, is he gonna flicker? Should I
Exactly.
and then he gets a 2-man stun, and it's over, right? It's on to the carries.
It's just so amazing to see the progression. Remember, there was a patch, and Udil takes 0 time in adjusting. He just goes for Farsa 2 straight games and just delivered, my guy. I can't wait to see match number 2 because it's gonna be crazy. And remember, Aura is playing, so perhaps something is already up in their sleeves. But for the first match in our opening week 7, done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. Alter Ego taking the 2-0.
Speaking of though, the Farsa, who's now meta, I guess, because of Udil. Guess who can grab this Farsa? Facehugger is
you're right.
His comfortable hero back in Season 7 was the Farsa. And now you guys can also grab something else except, well, you can also grab the Farsa, but I would recommend you guys to grab Fruit because we have a long break because Alter Ego just 2-0'd BTR. Use the promo. What is it, Gani?
grb.to /MPL. Well. And one thing that I can grab as well is this here.
Oh my god.
Head and shoulders, my guy.
The Tigreal?
This is Tigreal. I see your hair is kinda not on point here, Miracle. Perhaps this morning you didn't use head and shoulders, so here you go.
There you go. Thank you. And Gani, this is much appreciated. Now my hair can look like Amon. Yeah? Because of how fresh it is with, well, it's Tigreal here. I don't have brown hair, so you know what? Maybe we give it over to Arashi.
Arashi here. Wet Amici. Dandruff immediately wiped out here. Limited edition with Tigreal here in the cover. So grab it now in your nearest mini markets or e-commerce stores.
Go ahead, check it out, ladies and gentlemen, because this one is limited edition, right? So usually you get a shampoo bottle, you throw it once you're done. This one you keep, all right? You keep because you display it. You display it. For all your neighbors to see, all your friends, all your family members.
Flex it.
Yeah, make them hear it with the JBL Quantum as well as you flex on it. Maybe in the Facebook group, right?
Right. Exactly. If you want to join in the discussions, perhaps also check our Facebook here, MPL ID, and perhaps you might get some interesting conversations. Perhaps you might get a conversation with Arashi as well there. But yeah, guys, check JBL Quantum if you want more details. Scan the QR code below Arashi right here, right now. But man, oh man, the first match, it's done. It's crazy.
What is this?
It's a gesture of crazy.
Oh, it's a crazy gesture.
That's sign language?
That is sign language, I believe, from Gani. But again, we still have another match. It might feel like it's over because of how cool it is, but ladies and gentlemen, sit back, relax, be comfortable with the Secret Lab. Woohoo! We still have another match, and you gotta relax before we get into that.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, it is the official gaming chair partner of MPL Season 10, the Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022. The chair is designed to let everyone sit in incredible comfort for a very, very long time, especially when it comes to pushing ranks. So check it out again, Secret Lab. But man, yeah, it's so comfortable.
It's very comfortable, right? We've been sitting here for 7 weeks technically now, and
24/7.
24/7 all day. We don't go home because Secret Lab has us covered.
We live
Who
here.
needs a bed when you have Secret
Going
Lab?
home is for chumps, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
Secret Lab is the go-to.
We have Axe, we have Head and Shoulders to make sure we stay fresh for you guys at home. And we have Grab Food as well, so everything is
And
fine. We stay here on the Secret Lab chair as well.
We also have the next match coming up.
Wow.
Which is going to be very, very cool. Very, very hard.
Fire. As well as Geek.
Yeah, Donnie.
Both teams go way back here.
Yeah, you're right. You know, back in Season 7, these two teams did not make it to the playoffs. Now, one is fighting for playoffs, one is fighting for upper brackets.
Man, what a turn of events, honestly. Who would have thought from back then this is where we're going to be? But, of course, that will be for that next match. So, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned with us over here at MPL ID Week 7, day number 1.
Exactly. Goni, Mirko, and as well as Arashi will have a short break, but stay tuned for our second match, Week 7, ladies and gentlemen. See ya.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Kita beralih ke informasi yang satu ini. Auman Sang Macan akhirnya menghentikan langkah sang raja.
In Esports Legends, Sang Macan juara dunia. Seperti yang kita tahu, kejuaraan dunia Mobile Legends World Championship 2019 atau
Pemirsa
M1
Piala Presiden
sudah
Esports
usai.
2019 mempertemukan dua tim tangguh Onyx melawan Airwolf.
Esports tidak terbendung di Grand Final Piala Presiden Esports 2019.
Hari ini dimenangkan oleh Onyx.
Kita mau jadi pro player, mau jelas pun itu tergantung balik ke kitanya sih. Bukan hanya kayak jago doang gitu. Nomor satu tuh udah paling attitude nomor satu.
Terlebih lagi ketika ada kata profesional, lo dituntut kerja, kalau misalkan lo melanggar itu, ya kali lo mau disebut orang yang nggak bertanggung jawab.
Harus ban kalau nggak loss atau misalnya
Gue selalu melakukan yang terbaik setiap gue caster Dan gue selalu menganggap hari ini adalah hari caster terakhir gue.
Aku mulai bermain Mobile Legends itu tahun 2016 akhir gitu. Itu di season 2. Ya, langsung tertarik sih dengan gamenya karena dia 5 lawan 5 gitu kan. Nah, untuk awal-awal banget gitu dia mengeluarkan game yang genrenya MOBA masuk ke genreku. Jadi aku tertarik banget dengan game Mobile Legends. Kayak kita bisa dibilang kayak satu komunitas aja gitu loh, daftar gitu ke tim pro itu, tim e-sport itu, yaitu kayak waktu dulu Saints gitu. Nah disitulah mulai menjadi pro player.
Saints Indo berhasil menyamakan kedudukan menjadi satu sama atas Elit.
Awal ceritanya karena gue memang suka ngegame, terutama game MOBA tuh gue suka banget karena di situ banyak strategi. Dan untuk ke Mobile Legends sendiri, terakhir kali ngelihat industrinya berkembang, gue ngerasa industri ini bakal besar dan ya bersyukur banget bisa sampai sebesar ini. Gue masuk ke pro scene itu waktu umur 15 ke 16 dan itu masih sekolah.
Gak ada yang berani keluar bicara base-nya karena lihat Fredo Kitty sebagai salah satu satpam.
Jadi itu kalau misalnya game sendiri, gue tuh udah main dari kecil. Gue udah main dari SD, kelas 3 SD gue udah main. Bahkan gue benar-benar tiap hari di warnet. Tapi gue nggak tahu kalau itu menghasilkan. Gue kualifikasi MPL season 1, pertama kali gue duduk di bangku gaming gini kan. Gue nggak tahu bangku ginian ada, gue nggak tahu sebuah game bisa jadi turnamen itu. MPL itu merubah hidup gue. Dari orang kasarnya, gue makan warteg aja cuma bisa nasi tempe, sampai alhamdulillah bisa biayain keluarga gue. Ya MPL merubah hidup gue.
Sebelum support, juara plus menghasilkan. Oh, dia lihat kan, anak ini bisa menghasilkan nih, bisa dapat prestasi nih. Tapi di sini bagus gitu, ya bagus lah. Kita sebagai keluarga gitu melihat anak seperti itu ya kita dukung kan pasti kan, maksudnya ya dukung, asal itu positif aja lah. Nah, sebenarnya kan yang paling dikejar adalah ya itu dulu kan, membuktikan itu supaya kita disupport gitu loh.
Gila, bokap sama nyokap pertama nggak percaya, mikirnya aneh-aneh, mungkin gue diprovokasi atau dicuci otak sama siapa seperti itu. Ya menurut gue itu sesuatu hal yang wajar, kekhawatiran orang tua kepada anak, dan gue pun hargai kekhawatiran mereka itu. Selebihnya sampai sekarang pun akhirnya mereka malah jadinya mendukung, mungkin karena sudah mengetahui hasilnya, meskipun mereka nggak tutup mata terhadap banyak orang yang gagal juga.
Impact positif nyokap gue itu baru terjadi di tahun 2019-20an ketika alhamdulillah caster gue lumayan laku, gue bisa menghidupi keluarga, benerin rumah. Itu nyokap gue baru sadar kalau gue beneran kerja, karena dia anggap selama ini ya gue keluar main hura-hura. Bahkan gue udah jadi caster pun nyokap gue masih nyuruh gue jadi PNS.
Untuk di awal-awal dengan hobiku yang bisa dibayar gitu, itu kan kayak udah ngebantu banget. Justru kita makin interest banget kan pasti ke Mobile Legends gitu kan. Otomatis ya kita pengen ada tahapan selanjutnya gitu loh. Tahapan selanjutnya adalah ya kalau misalnya aku menjadi jago, otomatis aku bisa masuk ke e-sport. Masuklah pada akhirnya masuk ke e-sport. Setelah aku masuk ke e-sport dan jadi pro player, untuk ke tahap selanjutnya aku menjadi juara gitu loh. Nah, jadi setelah menjadi juara nih, apa yang pengen ini? Ya jadi juara dunia gitu loh.
Bersyukur juga Bang apa yang udah gue dapatkan, dimulai dari liga amatir, terus naik ke ya bisa dibilang amatir tuh liga-liga yang di bawah MPL lah ya, terus naik ke MPL, dan di MPL pun itu udah didapatkan, langsung naik ke Asia itu pun udah didapatkan, bahkan ke achievement pribadi mengenai emoticon, orang pertama yang dapat emoticon itu udah didapatkan. Itu semua rasa syukur yang gak terlewatkan gitu ya. Satu-satunya title yang belum bisa gue dapatkan mungkin kejuaraan dunia.
Banyak banget pengalaman. Yang pasti gue ketemu keluarga gue yang sekarang lo lihat di rumah ini. Itu Five Brothers, itu gue ketemu di sini. Gue ketemu Volva KB di season 1, gue ketemu Cornet di KB Volva AB di season 1, gue ketemu Cornet di season 2. Dan yang kenapa gue bilang Five Brothers, ketika kita struggle dulu, sama-sama gak ada yang meninggalin satu sama lain. Ketika nggak punya siapa-siapa dulu, nggak ada yang ninggalin satu sama lain.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Yang mau jadi pro player gitu ya, kayak bukan hanya kayak jago doang gitu. Nomor 1 tuh udah paling attitude nomor 1. Lebih terpilih orang yang berattitude dibandingkan berskill, karena skill itu bisa beradaptasi. Dia masuk ke pro player, otomatis skillnya udah ada sebenarnya kan mas kan. Attitude-nya juga bagus gitu loh. Jadi kan kita masih bisa ngasah bersama. Daripada jago attitude-nya buruk banget, udah merasa paling jago, kita udah susah mencari sesuatu yang baru mas kalau attitude-nya udah buruk gitu loh.
Saran dari gue, memang konsisten tuh sulit guys. Ketika kalian ngadepin kekalahan, ketika kalian ngadepin susah, entah mungkin dari luar atau mungkin dari tim kalian sendiri, itu hal wajar. Solusinya pun sebenarnya mudah, cuman dia yang namanya ego diri sendiri atau ego temen lu, itu harus dipecahkan. Kalau misalkan itu udah dipecahkan, ya semoga aja semua masalahnya terpecahkan, itu terselesaikan.
Tips and trick untuk yang mau jadi caster, kalau menurut gue pertama adalah kalian percaya diri dulu. Percaya diri, mau belajar, dan lo punya karakter. Maksudnya karakter apa? Identitas diri lo nanti yang mahal.
Dari cara pemikiran dia mungkin, makanya dia pantas buat jadi legenda gitu.
Aura lah, aura kalau gue. Maksudnya kenapa pengorbanan dia, apa yang dia lakuin buat ngejar title juara. Dia harus di GH, dia nggak ketemu keluarga.
Pengen masuk tim apa aja dah, pro player, yang penting musuhnya Udil. Kayak gitu kan. Tapi ngedoain dia, tapi pengen jadi musuh gitu loh. Pengen yang lain kayak, wah tingkah dia gitu.
Gameplaynya dia tuh yang menurut saya legend sih. Kalau menurut gua, Oji adalah salah satu teman yang care banget sama lingkungannya. Jadi tempat curhatan juga buat teman-temannya. Jadi sosok yang memang dewasa lebih dari umurnya.
Kalau hal baiknya sih pasti ada lah. Dia dengan bawelnya itu menunjukkan kalau dia peduli. Soalnya kalau misalkan dia tuh nggak deket sama orang, dia tuh nggak bakal bawel. Dia tuh bakal template aja.
Tidak ada kata rata-rata pada kamus mereka. Mereka ingin lebih. Mereka haus akan tujuan mereka. Berapapun harga yang akan dibayar untuk itu, mereka tidak akan berpaling. Hingga mereka sampai di titik sekarang. Dengan kegigihan tersebut, mereka pun diakui sebagai legenda. Mari saksikan dan jadilah saksi para calon legenda baru di MPL Celebration yang ke-10. We own this.
Tim ini ya udah kayak keluarga. Kita keluarga tapi tetap profesional.
Kalau prinsip aku mungkin gini deh, lebih ke kayak sebelum aku keluar aku pengen ngasih yang terbaik dulu buat ini tim.
Gua kalau dari awal gue suka MOBA sih sebenarnya sih, suka game MOBA.
Iya, seharusnya gue pindah ya. Cuman kayak gitu.
Kira gue di kuliah, ya teman-teman setongkrongan mainnya Mobile Legends terus. Gue iseng main, awalnya iseng main sih. Kok ini ada turnamen ML, ikut yuk iseng-iseng. Nah itu tuh himpunan gue lah tuh yang bikin. Gue ikut menang. Habis gue menang, udah kita ikut turnamen terus sama dia. Terus-terusan. Sampai akhirnya misah, gue buat tim, diakuisisi sama salah satu tim e-sport, Capcom.
Dulu aku pernah, maksudnya sebulan tuh kayak di rumah tuh cuman ganti baju, terus nginep di rumah abang, pulang ganti baju, nginep lagi di rumah abang, kayak gitu sebulan cuman buat main game doang. BTR Trick, ya dia yang ngechat aku pertama kali untuk nawarin buat ke Bigetron. Sampai orang tua minta kepastian dari manajemennya langsung. Makanya waktu itu pas Bang Patrick jemput aku ke Ponti, dianya datang ke Ponti, enggak. Dia nyuruh aku terbang sendiri gitu.
Doa yang paling sempurna itu doa yang dikirimkan orang-orang yang disayang sama Rasulullah.
Gue rasa ada lah, kayak nanti jadi apanya pasti ada, dia kecemasan dia. Cuman dia ya selama gue bahagia kayak aman sih. Semenjak ini sih kayaknya, dulu kan ada platform live stream kan, alhamdulillah dapetnya gede kan, lumayan kan waktu itu. Jadi kayak oh ya udah emang ini lu bisa kok, lu bisa tanpa harus pendidikan. Jadi kayak nyokap gue udah rasa ya udah terserah kamu udah gede juga.
Aku nggak pernah, maksudnya nggak pernah cerita ke orang tua sih tentang kayak oh aku capek gini, nggak ada. Paling kayak ya aku kasih tahu mama aja kegiatan aku tiap hari gimana, aku kasih tahu Cece kegiatan aku tiap hari gimana, gitu dong. Kalau yang sampai struggle itu nggak ada.
Oke, selamat dan sukses ya untuk playoff-nya. Berikan yang terbaik untuk tim, jangan lupa berdoa.
Dari sininya juga ada dikasih jam tidur, oh jadi kayak waktu kita tuh lebih teratur lah, kayak makan ada jamnya, makan dikasih, terus tempat tidur, tempat tinggal segala macem. Jadinya orang tua nggak terlalu khawatir lah.
Kalau gue realistis aja ya, di umur gue yang sekarang, kalau gue buat pindah tim nggak terlalu kepikiran, soalnya ya lu udah tua juga, mendingan lu fokus, lu cuman harus stay fokus aja, lu jangan ada pikiran kemana-mana. Satu, kalau kedua, gue udah berapa tahun di sini, udah gitu sih, itu aja kayak udah lama. Gue cuma mau bilang gue minta maaf, gue gagal, udah.
Mungkin gue lagi performance gue lagi drop, lagi turun, terus gue nggak ada dikasih kesempatan buat main gitulah. Makanya kayak gue sempat ngerasa oh apa gue udah nggak cocok di sini, apa udah nggak pantas di sini gitulah. Nggak ada, lebih ke akunya sendiri sih. Maksudnya aku pengen, maksudnya kayak oh BTR udah ngasih kepercayaan ke aku, tapi kayak aku nggak mau nyanyiin gitu lah. Lebih ke kayak gitu sih prinsip aku.
Anggap aja ini udah final buat kita, tunjukin semua kualitas lo, semangat lo, semuanya puparin semua di sini ya, main semangat mungkin, oke? Ya.
Karena gue rasa tim gue ini baik ke gue, jadi gue harus baik balik lah. Soalnya apa yang gue mau kata-kata diturutin sih. Semenjak ada Vesager, ini tim emang keluarga. Tapi semenjak ada dia, kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela bahwa kondisinya salah.
We have nothing to lose. Gak ada yang peduli kita kalah menang, oke?
Beberapa orang yang aku lihat kayak baru masuk e-sport tapi kayak udah males-malesan, apa yang kayak dia pengen udah tercapai gitu. Contohnya misalnya dia pengen masuk e-sport nih, tapi pas dia udah masuk e-sport jatuhnya males-malesan.
harusnya mereka seperti apa. Ya udah, ini lu udah dikasih token, lu manfaatin sebaik mungkin. Lu harus momentum, lu harus fokus sama momentum yang dikasih. Buat player baru ya, momentum penting sih. Di saat lu udah punya momentum, lu harus manfaatin.
Perjuangan yang mereka lakukan adalah pengorbanan. Pengorbanan adalah totalitas usaha dalam menggapai tujuan mereka. Mereka tidak nyerah akan kegagalan. Mereka tidak puas dengan apa saja yang telah mereka gapai selama ini. Yang mereka lakukan adalah terus berjuang bersama tim yang mereka banggakan. Dan bersama berani menghadapi rintangan. Itulah arti loyalitas. Mari saksikan dan dukung usaha mereka pada MPL Celebration Season yang ke-10. We own this.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya, lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because
this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli, beli-beli. Beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Geek.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak Redki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli, beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli
Pasti ori.
beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli-beli, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Police are investigating the suspicious appearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak Redki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain gitu.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
This is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu. Melukku
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli, beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
beli. Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Police are investigating the disappearance of a citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
ke sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
This is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out. Beli-beli,
Beli-beli.
beli-beli pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Pasti ori. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti bos, pasti beli-beli.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti bos, pasti beli-beli.
exceeding the limits appearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and remove the authority for any suspicious act of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
This is smooth. And this
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out. Beli beli hihi.
Beli beli.
Beli beli pasti ori.
Beli
Pasti ori. Beli beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Police are investigating the disappearance of a citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious act of violence.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya, lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
This is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out. Beli-beli,
Beli.
beli-beli pasti ori.
Beli.
Pasti ori. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Geek.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli, beli-beli.
Beli-beli pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Pasti ori. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
all citizens to exercise caution and remove the authority for any suspicious act of violence.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli beli pasti ori. Beli
Pasti ori. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Download sekarang. Pasti puas,
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and report the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli pasti ori.
Pasti ori. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena, MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head and Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
Well, you're still here. So, of course, you are going to witness the second match of Week 7, Day 1, between our Fire and as well as Geek Fam. Goni, Mirko, and as well as Arashi is accompanying you today for the announcer's desk. But match 1, it was rather fast. Perhaps in match 2, I expect more drama.
Well, yeah, obviously, maybe it's because of the new patch. Maybe some teams have adapted a little bit faster than the others. But obviously, we're here for a big show because high stakes are on the line. And speaking of things on the line, there's a challenge for you guys if you guys want to get all the crazy prizes you see up on the desk.
Should upload your assignment here watching MPL ID Season 10. And don't forget the hashtag MPL Celebratensions. Of course, if you really want to know, just back up from the stream, but this is going to be your official lineup here by Axe for side of Geek Fam, Kadirel, Zura, Bloisky, Jana, QT, and as well as Luke. Meanwhile, let's take a look at our fight here, Rashid.
Kabuki, Godiva, Facehugger, High, and Fluffy. This is a match that's very expected here. We are all looking forward very much to these two teams with their own unique picks, their unique playstyles. What can they do? How creative can they get with the new meta? With the new patch notes, we have seen crazy developments in match number 1. Will we see crazier things in match number 2, or will we see them default to safer options?
Well, that's the thing. That's the big question when we're talking about Aura Fire. A team that has found so much success just based on their creative drafts, on their creative and unique picks. But it does seem like in Season 10, they're relying a bit too much on their prio picks, right? Their own pocket picks. Instead of venturing off their true Aura fashion, going in for the crazy junglers, crazy picks, and just crazy heroes all across the board.
It seems to be something that they're struggling with kind of right now. So we'll see, with the change in meta, will something crazy happen as we take a look at the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders for the very cool members of Aura Fire.
High here seems to lead the pack as they are going to enter to the MPL stage. But before we get into further detail, let's talk about the gold laner from side of Aura Fire, Kabuki, the Dragon Assassin here. And we can see here a lot of outplays created by this guy. Remember, he's in a tier S gold laner here, MPL ID Season 10. And for a reason, take a look at the aggression that this guy has. And again, Kabuki just knows the knowledge, has the knowledge to just be so lethal. Now let's talk about the numbers here. Signature hero, 9 times being picked up here. This hero, Beatrix, has a 0.8% win rate, and of course with a GPM of 706, he is able to translate that into the average damage. Almost 50k worth of damage. Kabuki, hopefully we break the egg, is mentioned by Kabuki. Now let's welcome Aura Fire onto the stage.
The Indonesian Hydras. You take one head down and another 3 pops up. That's been the identity for Aura Fire in the first leg, I believe, of Season 10. With every single time you try to take one member down, 2 others pop off, and 2 others are able to carry the game. Here, though, it does seem in the second leg, they haven't really been able to find that footing.
Yes, they are on a downward trend for sure. And so with the changes, with the new patches, will Aura Fire, the team well-known, just infamous for having unique, crazy picks, will they come up with yet again more crazy strats, more crazy metas, or will they actually clean up and actually play with a more standard playstyle? Because that seems to be an option that a lot of teams can actually explore.
I'm actually quite curious to see how will they adjust into the new patch. But enough talk about Aura Fire, let's move on to Geek Fam here, Mirko.
Same question towards Geek Fam. How have they adapted to this current patch? Looking at it right now, maybe it might be a shadow buff towards Geek Fam, as they are going to be walking down a tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders. Early game pressure is even more emphasized here in this patch.
Let's talk about the one player, also the gold laner for the side of Geek Fam here, Kadera, the gold digger from the hood. Kadera here brings a lot of color in the season's Geek Fam's team. And again, for a reason. I mean, take a look at this guy. Crossbow tank, toss it on towards the right target, Moreno, and he just ultimately so lethal here. And again, his decision-making in-game, his mechanics is, I feel like, a very promising player. Marco Bahiro is going to be on that 1-1 here, 7 times being picked up, almost 50% win rate, and with an average of GPM in 717, I feel like, again, he is able to give the damage in the mid-game, almost with an average damage of 51k. So number-wise, it is above Kabuki. And he said that Aura Fire, give us points. And let's welcome Geek Fam onto Words the Stage.
Once a geek, always a fam. They live by that quote right there. As we are going to take a look at the Geek Fam match history. Both first leg, second leg, they haven't been able to find much success.
Only 2 victories, and they are in a very tough spot, especially since we're now talking about which teams are finally going to make it into the playoff stage. So for Geek Fam, this moment, this patch change especially, will be a make or break moment for them. If they can find success here, they still have a very good chance of moving into the next step. But now we take a look at the team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders. And for the most part, Geek Fam only holding an advantage in the first total rate. The previous match history, you can see 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, but the last match they found 2-1 for Geek Fam. So, for Aura Fire, but it means Geek Fam has been improving, and a lot of people have been mentioning they are not the same Geek Fam we've seen in previous seasons. They have revamped completely, they have shown flexibility and ability to actually bring games to the late stage as well. So we'll see. Have they done enough to actually come up against one of the top contenders in the league right now, Aura Fire?
Again, right? If we're talking about Aura Fire and Geek Fam, we need to take a look at the statistics. Because according to the statistics, Aura Fire is leading in most of the categories, only losing in the turtle rate, but they've also died more times. This means that they aren't really scared to take those crazy risks in-game. They're able to flip the games when they're losing, but when they are winning, they're able to just stay consistent, play the discipline route. But again, in terms of discipline and consistency, Aura kind of struggling in that department.
Well, talking about the keys to victory, here's the ones for Geek Fam by Axe. Geek Fam's duo get their comfort heroes, limit Aura's power pick, Kadera getting to farm easily, and get the early game rotation better than Aura's, because if they can actually assert their own dominance, letting Kadera as well as Luke get their advantageous picks in that laning phase, we have seen that they can completely take control of the game and exert insane amounts of pressure that will eventually lead to opportunities for the rest of the members to actually make plays. But here, the keys to victory by Axe for Aura Fire. Explore High's hero pool, because he has been very amazing in finding unique picks, pressuring Kadera's lane from the early game, making sure that he does not get that insane amount of gold, limit Geek's trio mid rotation, and being disciplined in the team fights from the mid to late game. It all begins from that mid lane. If they can stifle the rotations, the gank squad from Geek Fam, then they can translate into those team fights where they are the most comfortable in the chaotic situations. And if they stay disciplined, for sure, they have shown that they can take the games to the late game and actually get that advantage.
Ooh, I gotta say, audience prediction here, quite a landslide, 68%, almost to that perfect number here, of course, by TikTok. Geek Fam, 32%, but it seems like it's for a reason, right? Aura Fire showing more somehow consistency, but underline this, especially in the first leg. Second leg, it's still up in the air. Aura Fire has been kinda shaky. Well, kinda is an understatement. They are very shaky.
Yeah, losing 2-0 to BTR. I think they've lost their footing right there, but here you go. The coaches, both Coach Tezet and Coach Ruben, they haven't found much success in the second leg, but with the JBL Quantum, that will definitely help them improve coming into the next match. Right now, there's a big shadow of doubt between or above both of these teams, the patch. In terms of heroes, both of these teams have something similar. They rely heavily on their pocket picks. If they don't get those pocket picks, those comfortable heroes, they fall, they falter.
Exactly. Here we do have High, the Lord Terminator though. Number one highest Lord secured, 29 Lords. Wow. Considering the prowess of the other junglers in the scene right now, the fact that he is on top really shows a lot of confidence for the side of Aura. And if they want to play for the more objective gameplay, they have a chance to do so right now.
He's killing his own kind. That's something you don't really see much because he's Lord High.
He's a Lord.
He's a Lord.
Exactly. He is a Lord, so perhaps there is some...
Godiva is also a Lord. He's killing his friends.
Every member from the side of Aura Fire is a Lord.
The Lord Squad.
The Lord Squad. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin the drafts very, very shortly here. Well, I expect perhaps Facehugger, seeing Udo's performance match 1, perhaps Facehugger will bring his Forza performance here in this match as well. Well, enough talk here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just jump into the draft. So Aura Fire will have the blue side. Meanwhile, Geek Fam will have the red side.
Grok, man. Grok has risen in popularity. We've seen Grok picked up so many times in both games we saw earlier on, right, Arashi? It was Leo Murphy and Pi who picked it up. Aura, they say, no, we don't want to mess with the Grok. We know how broken this hero really is currently with him being able to be flexed over from the XP to the roam position. We're going to get that straight out. And now, this is interesting. Will they ban the Wanwan? Will they ban the Beatrix? Because two of those heroes, well, technically just the Wanwan, we've seen it find success even after the nerf.
Exactly. Despite not being able to transfer the crossbow of Tang, we have seen that Nino was able to perform insanely well on it. But of course, we have a very small sample size. And right now, you have to remember, Aura is also respecting the potential of Geek Fam to use the Grok because it is a comfort pick. And considering it can be flexed around, that is some danger that Aura, don't want to mess around with.
So after that, I feel like Aura Fire really respects Kadera here. In the first phase, they operate Claude ban here, and to add to that, they also add a Julian ban, which somehow targets the mid laner here. Of course, Azura plays a plethora of heroes, but it seems like Julian is one of the key heroes that he likes to use.
Well, you know, we do have a very small sample size right now, but it does seem like with these bans, Valentina and Faramis will be left open again. Geek Fam can still go for the Valentina ban right now. They did ban the Faramis, but the Valentina has been left open every single game we've seen today. So if Geek Fam lets this go, that will mean no Valentina bans at all. They prioritize Kadira. You can't really blame the man. Godiva's on the other team, but I don't know. It's gonna be Valentina. No, whoa!
Going to be all right.
Whoa! A shift in priority again.
We talked about how the high ground, the long-range artillery meta seems to be making a bit of a comeback depending on how teams want to play around it. You can facilitate dives, you can actually get unexpected pickoffs, so Aura Fire. Facehugger is a very well-known Leaf player, and they go for that power pick, but now the Paquito as well as the 1-1 have been secured for the side of Geek Fam. Signature hero for Kadira.
Yeah. We kind of mentioned this nerf towards 1-1, whether or not it affects her or not. It affects her in team fights. In the lane, you can expect the same Chadera, maybe even a bit more. Because with the nerfs, a lot of people will be kind of maybe underestimating this 1-1 power. With this, they picked up a Paquito as well, a hero that was banned two games in a row in the first match. So again, shifting priorities already. No Valentina pickup thus far.
Well, if Geek Fam wants to go for it, they have a chance after this. But for Aura right now, this is the main question. What will they go for? Is it the side lane priority we've come to expect? Is it the roamer making a comeback because the enabling is just a lot more important? Right now, we'll just have to see. It's going to be the Fredrin that we saw. Not really having a lot of good impact in match number 1, and the Melissa.
Yeah, again, like you said, Arashi, Fredrin, 0% win rate today, 0%? And overall, just negative win rate as well. So, Aura Fire, they are somehow prioritizing in a questionable hero, it seems like, but that Melissa, though, I feel like Kabuki can somehow extract Melissa to its full potential. Kadira here has something to say.
Kabuki is
very effective.
Very effective on Aura's chemistry, so much. But in this match, we believe that we can beat them all. Ooh. Very strong words from a rookie, right? Up against someone who's, you know, right now looked upon as the best gold laner, or one of with CW, definitely. But finally, we do see the Valentina pickup. It's picked up in the second, well, not the second, but the last pick of the first phase. Now, entering the second phase of the bans, Geek Fam, they saw the first game. They were like, you know what? You know, I think Amon deserves a ban. It's a bit too crazy, so we're going to take it out.
They take that away from the side of Aura, but as a response, Aura, it does seem like they want to go for a solid backline. They have Fredrin to tank damage, to disable any dive potential. What else will they do? What other tools do they want to have in their arsenal in order to actually get some dominance? Is it control? Is it poke? Is it additional burst damage? Right now, this is why that new patch is so crazy. Both these teams have very small data samples for each other's playstyle, and the Franco will actually be banned out by Aura.
I gotta say, I'm quite surprised that Aura Fire didn't prioritize Amon over Fredrin, but it seems like, yeah, they are somehow perhaps planning something here. Perhaps High will... I mean, Ling is still open, so perhaps Ling might be the option, but Geek Fam, again, targeting High here. Karina and as well as Amon has been banned. Aura Fire, what are they going to ban here for the last match? Selena, perhaps?
Oh, they're gonna go for 2, no, even 3, I guess, with the Grok. Roamer bans, respecting Beloyski a lot. But now, this does leave the Natalia open, right? It's a signature pick for Beloyski, and right now, honestly, he can go for the pickup. Selena. You can bully the Melissa in lane. Looking at the composition, though, they need a solid... You see, this is where it gets really cool for Geek Fam, right? Paquito's flexed. Valentina technically can be flexed as well. We just don't know who's going to pick up what. Like Geek Fam, do they want to pick up a roamer? Another solid roamer right now, taking it away from Aura. Yeah, that's the answer. Yes, they want to take the Lolita away because they know that the 1-1 crossbow tang can just be tanked up instantly with the shield.
And with that Numeron Blast, if Geek Fam gets a solid engage, it's going to be very tough for Aura to kite away from that. Their team composition isn't exactly mobile, so they're going to rely on being able to actually stand their ground and let the backline just dish out damage again and again. But of course, against a Paquito, against a Valentina, that is very much easier said than done. So for the side of Aura Fire, I think they're going to require a lot of crowd control when it comes to the roamer. Ruby is an option.
I mean, Geek Fam, their game plan is quite clear. They are suffocating Go Diva here. Franco, Atlas,
Whoa!
But there you go.
I love it.
The new
I love
match,
it. I love
again,
it.
Jawhead and Mincetar. It is Aura Fire.
Let's
now.
go.
This
is an Aura Fire
the
match.
Aura Fire we've been waiting for. Early on in the season, we did see those crazy picks. The Amon was crazy at the time, but now all their picks seem to be like, oh, all right, we've seen that many times. It's your pocket pick. Mincetar just got buffed. Sure, pick him up. Jawhead rising in popularity in ranked. Arashi, we saw what a high and dry petrify Jawhead could do. Geek Fam, pick up the Masha. But again, I do want to just emphasize this Jawhead. If he goes for high and dry, if he goes to the jungle too, one-shot potential. We spoke about this back on behind the scenes.
To add to that, Jawhead does not require too many items to start having that 1v1 instant burst potential. And of course, we know that Aura Fire, they're a team that's very adept in getting those pickoffs as well. So the Jawhead is going to be so vital in enabling that fact. But the audience comment here from Ted Joe Axel. Aura Fire, respect is the key. Remember hashtag Aura Fire.
Remember hashtag Aura Fire. And if you guys want the emote as well, Ente, kadang-kadang Ente is up
what does
and
it mean?
available. Well, Arashi, what does it mean?
It doesn't translate well to English, but it's just
nice try.
Nice try in Indonesia, in a dialect, in a certain dialect can mean you. So Ente, kadang-kadang Ente. Sometimes you're nice try. Yes, that's a weird explanation. But
nice try sometimes.
Yeah.
Because it's not nice try all the times. If it's nice try all the time, then they lose every single match.
And yeah, let's just jump into the Land of Dawn here for our opening game in match 2. Aura Fire taking on Geek Fam. Take a look at that high. We'll have that retribution with Killing Spree though.
Oof. Well, you know, sure, the high and dry provides a little bit more damage, but the Killing Spree adds more sustain. So you're more dynamic as a jungler, which you kind of need sustain, right? When you're roaming all across the map, when you're looking for those crazy ganks, that sustain will help you a bit. But Janna is on the Paquito as well. Coming into this game, this is a very interesting matchup because I've never seen this matchup yet. The Jawhead versus the Paquito.
Wow. I think 1v1, the Jawhead has a lot of potential, man.
Clear as well.
I have always been an avid fan of Jawhead because it's so flexible. You can essentially play it almost anywhere because depending on what you need, you can max out different spells and get an advantage then. So in the jungle, as you mentioned, great clear, great ganks, and great 1v1. It really doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, we've been talking a bit too much, I believe, on about the Jawhead, right? Let's give some kudos to the Mincetar pick, because the Mincetar pick with the King's Calling, well, you can go for hooks as well.
Oh, Beloyski here might be caught here, still be able to escape there with the skill 1, with the first skill rather. Yeah, Aura Fire hasn't yet to pick up a kill.
Yeah, back again though, with the King's Calling, you can counter almost every single hero here. Elzura on the Valentina, Chadera on the 1-1, and Janna QT on the Paquito. No dashes in that area.
Beloyski and Luke as well, technically, they need mobility to be able to make any plays happen. But right now, a bit of change of pace here. Only Goni and Ranger Amas on the Indonesian desk will be going for Geek Fam.
I like it. I like the composition here from the side of Geek Fam. I'm not convinced that Jawhead will have a impact in this game. Well, we'll have to see here. Hi, please prove me wrong.
You have to remember the caster curse, man, Goni. You say that High is gonna absolutely pop off as they're playing for the Turtle right now. And Aura Fire, they have a very scary early game composition.
It's 4v4 here in the Turtle area. It seems like High and friends, they are still in the upper, in a favorable trade there, favorable area. Aura Fire picking up the first neutral objective in that Turtle. Ooh! That hook landed onto Elzura, not enough damage to take him down. Just, lower it down to half HP.
Yeah, and again, right, Aura Fire, you can see not a lot of kills. No kills at all, actually, but they're already 1,000 gold ahead. How? The farming pattern of the Jawhead. You farm so fast. You clear the jungle so fast, Arashi.
And now with the extra pressure in the XP lane, High might just transition to try and invade into the jungle of Geek Fam. We talked again and again about the side lane pressure, and if you win a side lane, they can invade into the jungle with that additional pressure, with that extra member participating. This is a pattern we've seen a lot from Aura Fire, and actually we saw it earlier again from Alter Ego, so maybe that is what they're going to do in the mid game. For now though, both teams seem to be taking it just chill, as there's no real need for any risky plays, because both teams I think scale pretty well.
Seems like the Aura Fire, they are setting up top side. 4 members once again pressuring Kadira here. With Geek Fam still hovering top side as well, but no commitments to a fight just yet. Kadira really needs to be careful regarding his positioning.
Very, very careful.
Oh, real world revelation box. He's calling as well, and Kadira will not be able to escape, but not for long as High will pick up the first kill. Kadira also picks up a kill as well, 1-for-1 there, but Boloyski is rather low. He needs to be careful. Azura backup is coming with the real world revelation there. It's stolen away. High Kabuki facehugger immediately disengage.
One thing you can notice instantly here, High was very tanky. Is he building tank?
We'll just have to wait to see actually the item builds here, but no, have to see. I think he might just be maxing out that second skill. I mean, Jawhead, as we mentioned, is so flexible depending on what skill you try and max out first, and I think a High of all people will know exactly when to adjust on that skill build.
Let's see, coming again here into the bottom side. This is where Fluffy can actually have a lot to say, right? The winning lane already for the Fredrin up against the Masha. This is a matchup that we haven't seen a lot, but I guess right now, in terms of just dueling power, Fredrin is the best hero to win lanes.
Well, Fredrin has great dueling potential, and with that pressure, he brings a lot of multiple members of Geek Fam to the bottom side as Aura Fire go for the turtle.
Once again, High picking up the second neutral objective here. Remember, from the head-to-head stat as well, the numbers from side of Aura Fire for the first turtle rate is higher. So again, no surprises, Geek Fam, they are playing to respond. And item-wise here, it seems like Arashi, 1-1 has yet to pick up an item.
Ooh, 1-1 is only this steel leg plates for now, and the half the teams we saw earlier isn't there for High, so maybe not as ahead as we thought. Alyssa, though, with the Windtalker will have a lot of clear as Fluffy goes 1v3 in the mid lane.
Nice cancel there, using a taunt onto Beloy, canceling the Numnon Blast. And again, 1,000 gold lead already for just the Melissa. So Kabuki is, he has a lot of resources to play with here in the next few minutes. 1-1, Chidera is forced to go to the mid lane to actually get farm. And as a gold laner, you want to maximize that gold lead or to just maximize the gold take from the buffed or the gold minions in that gold lane.
Again, here are Fire. They are in the lead of 2,000 gold lead here now. Luke, perhaps taking a lot of heat here. Kabuki, take a look at the damage here. Luke's forced to pop that sprint, but Godiva in the backside looking for a flank as the bot turret looks for a fall. But now mid-side collapsed by Geek Fam. Nomium Blast just his own members away as the mid turret will not fall. Godiva will pull one member, and that is Boloyski. He will not be able to escape as High will pick up the kill. 2 kills to his name as the bot structure will fall as well.
Oh man. Wow, what? It's just like such a very fast tempo pick-off game, right? They have all the resources necessary to look for those kind of pick-offs, and even in the lanes itself, they drafted a winning laner, Rashi. So it's just really tough for Geek Fam to really force anything to happen.
Oh, real manipulation in the mid-side. Responded with a real-world manipulation as well. Nomium Blast here, not popped just yet. As in the backside, Kadira will not pop that crossbow of tank just yet. No, not triggered. But in the mid-side, perhaps will be the agenda here. But Turtle, once again, Aura Fire collecting all neutral objectives.
As you mentioned, their Aura Fire, they have a lot of strength in the early game, but late game, it's not even, they don't even fall off that bad. So right now, it's just so flexible. They can really just adjust to what Geek Fam is doing, and so far, whenever Geek Fam makes a move, Aura Fire is quick to rotate and punish that aggression. They have the lead in turrets. Not a single turret of Aura Fire has fallen right now, and they're going for more aggression onto the bottom side.
Seems like the mid turret in the bot turret, tier 2, will be the target here. Kabuki, Godiva, Facehugger is ready for a fight if needed, but again, Luke will not be able to somehow clear the wave properly there in the mid side, though. Fluffy is not vulnerable. He is a veteran 1 by 1.
Wow.
Outer turrets collapsed.
Yeah, the siege potential of this composition is just quite nasty, honestly, at this point, right? They can zone people away from the tier 1, just playing in the enemy jungle, and because High is so tanky, yet it has so much damage in his kit, there's not really much that Geek Fam can do to respond to that. Janna has been farming really well up against this Jawhead, but it just feels like he's not really able to put any pressure back on the map against this composition.
I think the 1v1 potential between the Paquito, usually people are afraid of the Paquito because of the burst damage of the potential for the Paquito to snowball. But against the Jawhead, that really doesn't seem to be the case. Hai doesn't really mind dueling out with John Acuity, and with the rest of the members just having so much pressure, they can actually do a lot better. But right now, bottom turret being taken by the side of Geek Fam as Aura Fire, they make a play for the top side.
Yeah. They're trading it back really well, right? They're not really letting Geek Fam have a say in this game. Sure, you can go for the tier 1 in the bottom side. You can go even for the tier 2 in the bottom side, but you might actually lose a lot more in your jungle. They were able to steal the orange buff, full control of that top side, and that just leads to more map pressure.
Oh, Godiva with the King's Calling and Spear of Glory. Kadera will not be able to escape. Numium Blast connects onto his Godiva, but no follow-up damage just yet. Aura Fire, they are keeping that tempo very, very cleanly there. And again, a good setup to the right target.
Exactly. This is what I'm talking about. Aura Fire, they've been letting Geek Fam get those trades. Why have they been letting it happen? It's because they're going to the top side, not the bottom. Fluffy gets engaged on, but he's able to dish the damage back on.
A good bait there. Oh, Spear of Glory. Godiva bringing his team to glory as well. As Geek Fam, though, will pop that sprint. But man, Aura Fire, they are angry in this match. A very clean execution.
They are gonna go for the purple buff as well, but Numium Blast!
Numium Blast next onto Wesley, as in the backside, facehugger. Kabuki will not fall just yet. Go away, and towards the Wind of Nature will pop, but Kabuki will fall as well. And now, this is the time for Kadera to shine, as he will pick a double kill. Fluffy, though, will find slight compensation there, taking down Azura. At the end of the day, it is 4-1. Geek Fam bouncing back from this game.
All the setup in the world, but it's turned around after one fight and they're looking for more.
He might end here. Oh, never mind. Facehugger will be up in time. And now Geek Fam, they need to take air of the lower top side here. Geek Fam, this is the match that I've been waiting for. A lot of dramas already.
Aura Fire, man, they were a bit too careless. They go for the purple buff, not knowing that there was a setup in the bushes. They have to be very careful here because they have a very weak backline. And here, Janaki tries to expose that, but now he is being the target for the rest of the risk from Aura Fire.
Baiting that go away. Oh, I'm not sure it's that worth it. Kabuki will pick up the kill. Jana QT quite isolated there, as Geek Fam will definitely take care of the lower top side. But still, Siege is forward side of Aura Fire.
And that's the thing right now. If we're talking about Geek Fam, how they can win team fights is that they need to go for those crazy, cheeky little engages.
Real world manipulation here. Take a look at that. Damage for Gloryski is not enough. But now, Kadera with that crossbow attack will take down a member as well. 1-for-1 as of right now. Fluffy dealing damage, but take a look at this. Azura immediately deleted in the map. Kadera still survived, but the base turret bot side will surely fall here with the damage from Kabuki and as well as Hai. Oh, never mind. Geek Fam, are they looking for a re-engage? Perhaps they need to think twice.
Yeah, they need to think twice, maybe even thrice in this game. How they can win is if they get a very cheeky engage like we saw earlier in the purple buff. Voloisky needs to be able to look for those crazy Numinom blasts. But at this point, Aura Fire, they've caught on, right? You can't really pull that kind of miracle play twice.
Exactly, Aura will not let that happen. And honestly, even if a Numinom Blast does land, as long as the backline stays secure, as long as Aura can kite back as per their game plan, it's going to be very difficult for Geek Fam to get any meaningful thing, because we saw earlier, Kadera was able to pop the crossbow of Tang onto Kabuki of all people. That is so ideal for them. But right now we see if Kabuki is in position, he has the getaway, he has the inspire as well, so that's a lot of damage and a lot of survivability for the backline of Aura Fire.
I feel like the side of Aura Fire, they need to itemize against Kadera here. So I saw a lot of anti-Kiras already built, so perhaps that farm is somehow already done. But we'll have to see here.
We'll have to see. Again, they might be able to actually siege this mid lane. Fluffy goes in aggressively. Geek Fam needs to look for a very good opening right now. The Lord is up for grabs. It's the Enhanced Lord, and Luke.
Ooh. Buying a lot of time here, but again, is this worth it, the trade? I feel like, sure, Manamasha, he needs to open a map.
They don't really need to go for these crazy, desperate plays. They're using the Lord to, again, bait Geek Fam out of their base, Arashi.
Exactly. Aura Fire, though, they have a glowing one in the hands of Facehugger on the Eve, so even the slightest bit of damage will turn into big impact in the fights.
seeing here, Lord will be resetted by Son of Our Fire. They are not convinced that they will commit to that, but now High opening up the map here, taking a lot of heat as well. Let's take a look at the re-engage. King's Calling was popped. Gloisky is taking a lot of damage, but Jana Cutesy, the backside, will find one. And take a look at that. Numeon Blast, but Fluffy will find Kadera. A little wrong positioning there as Kabuki. The damage is just there, and all of the members from side of Geek Fam is running for the hills.
Oh man, we mentioned it. The miracle play can't really happen twice, and it didn't catch Kabuki. Kabuki is the main target you should go for Geek Fam, but he's so far back in these team fights.
That is the advantage that Melissa has over a 1-1. You don't have the same kind of mobility, but the range advantage as well as the output, right? Being able to actually attack multiple members at the same time. If Geek Fam goes for those clump of team fights in an attempt to just confuse Aura Fire and dive towards that back line, Kabuki is going to do an insane amount of damage if he is not focused down properly.
Godiva bumping that King's Calling, and take a look at Beloyski. He gets taken down by Kabuki. It seems like Aura Fire has built enough space to collect the second Lord here, enhanced one, and Aura Fire again still with the control.
Very good, again, objective setup for the side of Aura Fire right now. They were able to bait Geek Fam into a lot of these team fights. They might actually be looking for a concealed play up top. No, they don't want to go for that. Again, they need to learn from the mistakes, right? When you have the Lord, just play with it, right? Maybe don't go for those aggressive invades until the Lord actually spawns, so you have equal pressure on the lanes.
Right now, the macro play coming from Aura Fire. They will try and match all three waves to crash at the same time. Geek Fam, though, unfortunately for them, they do not have, a very good amount of clear in their composition. So Aura Fire, they can abuse this really, really hard. They have the high ground presence from a Facehugger on that Eve, and they can use Kabuki as a sieging tool as well. So they might be forced to actually make a play of their own here as Fluffy goes into the base.
Whoa. Fluffy here will clear the bot minions as well here, but he needs to be careful as Lord is now marching bot side. Base turret bot will fall. And now it seems like Aura Fire, they are still on the hunt. They are still on the siege, looking for the right opening here. Perhaps from that Spear of Glory, from Godiva. And now the mid base turret will be the target as Lord has reached the base. Geek Fam, they will need to take care of that Lord. Done. Now the defense will have to see her King's Calling on towards the backside. But take a look at this. Shaman QT will deal on damage, but take a look at Kabuki. He is hitting every member as two members now fall. Geek Fam, they are looking rather shaky, but in front side, Ozura will not be able to survive. Forced to use the flicker, and that glowing one will not be able to take him down just yet. The base is exposed. Game 1, Aura Fire.
Aura take the victory in Game 1. Geek Fam were able to push the game a little bit longer with that crazy play. Beloyski with the 5-man Numenon Blast, but in the end, we said it, in the draft, that Minsathar just negates so much of Geek Fam's composition.
That's crazy. It's such a good pick because it allows Godiva to make the insane plays, and at the same time, it disables the counter-aggression coming in from side of Geek Fam. Unless Aura get completely caught off guard. As we mentioned earlier, if they don't get flanked out, if they don't get corralled into a tough spot, the front to back is just way too strong. Melissa and a Yves, provided by the cover, the crowd control from a Jawhead as well as a Minsathar. That is a very solid composition from Aura Fire.
Don't forget about the Ferdinand as well, Arashi. I feel like Ferdinand, Fluffy, did his job. Opening maps, taking the punches well, and Aura Fire in this first game of post-patch.
Yeah.
They're looking fresh.
They are looking fresh, right? I'm surprised with the drafts. This is something that we've criticized Aura in the last few weeks, I guess. They've always just relied on those pocket picks a bit too much now, but finally they're stepping out of their comfort zone again. They're being the Aura that we know from back in the day. The Aura that likes to take risks, not just in game, but also in the drafts.
Shush! So good. It's just Aura going back to the initial thing that made them so notorious, being able to pick crazy heroes so fast, faster than every other team. Yes, they did it on the Ammon, but for the most part, the rest of the team were still using the meta heroes per se. But in this game, with the new patch, they just showed again how fast and how willing they are to just take those risks and come out with crazy new picks that other teams haven't really been showing.
Right now, you can see Coach Ruben, he's back on the notebook. He's discussing, he's trying to, decode Aura. We had this, people were able to decode Aura last week. We had everything planned in. Why did they pick a Jawhead? Like, we banned the Amon. The Beatrix was nerfed. What is this?
Man, that's crazy. The Jawhead pick is so good, man.
Yeah, I love it.
Even way back when it was just meta as a roamer, I really thought that it has potential in the jungle, in the side lane as well, just because, again, the flexibility here, right? The power to actually 1v1 and the power to be able to sustain through a lot of burst damage. Mirko, you thought that he went tank, but no, he went damage and he was still that survivable. That's slightly OP.
Oh my god, that was OP. Like, again, I was like confused because knowing Hai, we all know he likes to go for the crazy builds, even though he went for the killing spree. But Godiva's Mincetar as well, though, Arashi, makes Geek Fam helpless. And I agree with this because Valentina, Paquito, Wanwan, they're instantly zoned out. And when they're zoned out, they are very vulnerable to that Spear of Glory.
Again, Spear of Glory brings Aura Fire to glory for game 1 here. Godiva, a very clean game overall from the side of Aura Fire. Now, with this momentum built, second game, is it going to be a straightforward game for the side of Aura Fire, or will Geek Fam cook something in their kitchen as well?
At this time, you know, if we're talking about the buffed heroes, Arashi, pick up Leslie, man. Pick up Gusion. We know that the Gusion and the Leslie have been buffed.
Are they allowed to be played yet, though? That's a question.
I think revamped heroes are allowed to be played. Revamped heroes.
Well, we'll get confirmation in the second game, perhaps. So let's see what exactly can Geek Fam come up with, because now Aura has shown their cards, they've shown their hand. Now Geek Fam, they have all the cards possible to try and surprise Aura Fire as well, because honestly, a lot of times in the early stages of the season, we also thought that Geek Fam have crazy picks of their own.
Crazy picks. You know, I'm just trying to visualize, Arashi, the crazy picks and the surprises, but you're right. Geek Fam right now, it does feel like, we kind of mentioned this early on, the weakness that can be exploited about Geek Fam is they rely heavily on their comfort picks, and this game is just literally the proof of that, right? 1-1, picked up. They know that they're, well, okay, never mind. I'm sorry. No one knew about the Mincetar, but yeah, it was just countered instantly by Aura.
It's just a very smart pick, and honestly, I don't know, Geek Fam, they just were caught off guard. Jana Cutie was on the Paquito. He was doing great, he has damage, but Aura Fire just didn't let him deal any kind of damage. They made sure that he got crowd controlled, he got stunned. As we mentioned, the front line is just so durable, and there's so much crowd control. So the only time they can get advantage is if they go and flank around, but Aura doesn't even let them do that because they have the control, they have the objectives. And you look at the front line here, Anti-Cuira's Athena Shield, just a good mix of resistances to make sure that Geek Fam didn't have a chance to try and maybe get a pick off of their own.
Yeah, okay, so Hai did build tank. He only had Heptases, 1 damage item, and he went for full tank. That's why he's so tanky. But in the early game, yeah, he only had Heptases. Rich guy and the carry, it's Kabuki.
No question, no doubt.
You take the
about
Beatrix
him.
away, he learns another hero, he
Kabuki,
pops off.
Melissa, Forgotten One will fall in the hands of Facehugger again, providing the space, providing the utility that Yves can bring to the table. Aloyski will be the sandbag here, of course, on that Lolita. It's not a fun game.
As of yet, it's really not, right? Like, yeah, you can go for those crazy plays, Arashi.
But the follow-up, this is the thing, like you can land a huge Numenon Blast, but who exactly is going to capitalize on that? There's no combo here, right?
There's a
Paquito has to dive in the back, Luke is single target, Kadira is essentially single target as well. No real huge AoE combo available. MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Gonna be Fluffy, man. We thought this guy was beat up, he was fluffy, but now he's back hard again.
Look at him.
3-0-6.
Rock and roll.
Rock and roll, buddy. He is rock solid right now.
Here.
What?
But Metalhead.
Metalhead.
I mean, Fluffy. Showing how Fredrin is done here.
Oh.
Highlights by Samsung Arashi.
Big statement by Fluffy, but all the way in the early game, we talked about the artillery, the long range, setting up for those kills. And of course, the pick of potential, man. You get hooked by the Glory Spear. King's Calling comes in. You can't move. You have to walk out while being slowed, while being stunned again. That is just so difficult. This is the only moment here where you can see Aura Fire. Of course, the Numenon Blast played a huge part, but Kabuki, as well as everyone else, they got stuck in the front. That is just not ideal. Of course, you see a combo here. 1-1 doing, Creswell of Tank coming out, and Jana Cutie bursting down the target, making sure that it gets transferred to the other members. But after that initial, the only real big success that Geek Fam has, I think that Aura, they just learned way too quickly, and they don't let anyone get past them. If you look at how they fight afterwards, look at that. It's just perfect front to back. You can see it. You can literally see the line right here. They do not let anyone get past because that is exactly what their win condition is. And look at that damage output. The difference is just insane, man. 1-1 can't hope to actually match the kind of damage output. And all the way here, they were low. They just continue to risk it, knowing that they have such a solid team fight. And Geek Fam, despite their best efforts, or fire, they just go for the end. They want to make a statement right here, right now.
A very clean execution here from Side of Our Fire post-patch. I'm intrigued to see more in Game 2. Geek Fam though, I need some answers, man. I need some response. I mean, sure, it was an okay game forward side of Geek Fam. They have responded to a macro sense, but it's just the execution, Our Fire. They're cleaner.
I do believe, actually, in terms of execution, they played the best they could with the drafts that they were given. It's not even the coach's fault for the draft. No one expects the Jawhead and the Mincetar. That's the bottom line, right?
Cheeky Tezet.
Yeah, Tezet. This is why Godiva mentioned early on in the season, you can try to beat our coach's draft. That's why, right? Because he can pull off these crazy picks, and they really thrive over the patches, you know? When new patches roll over, Aura, they learn every single new hero. The Jawhead, we mentioned it, again, Arashi, behind the scenes, but we didn't expect it to actually be played in MPL. We expected maybe give it a week, give it 2 weeks for the teams to actually play it in Scrim. But no, they just bought it instantly. Like you guys can buy things on Blee.
Also, perhaps, remember, playoffs is around the corner. You can check.
You can buy
tickets on Blee.
The early bird promo.
Exactly, early bird promo is up and running, folks. And perhaps if you want to know more, check Blee. Perhaps you can upgrade your account and get the 40,000 rupiah cashback. Code voucher, game dash MPL 10. If you want to see more details, perhaps scan the QR code below Arashi. But man, oh man, game 1, done and dusted.
Done and dusted, 1-0 for Aura Fire. Now, if you're Geek Fam,
if I'm Geek Fam,
do you want to contest the Jawhead? Do you want to ban the Jawhead? Or do you want to face the Jawhead again?
I think if they want to adapt too much to Aura Fire, I think it's very difficult because Aura Fire, we've only seen, this is one single strat we've seen. There could be potentially multiple ones they have prepared with the current patch. So I think Geek Fam, they have to try and go with something that works for them as well. And they just need to adjust in-game to what Aura Fire is providing. If Aura Fire wants to go for the front to back, they need to try and find a way to be able to actually get those flanks in, try and get the pick off on the prior members, because that is what Aura can do. They adapt that fast, you know. If they don't win one way, they will rack their brains mid-game and find a solution. But ooh, right now, take a look at that.
Speaking of, again, we talked about that the playoffs early bird from Blee is now all open.
Look at those prices.
Take a look at the prices. It's rather cheap here. So again, guys, check it out. Day 1, day 2, day 3.
That's crazy.
Go get it. We can occupy almost 2,000. This is the Legend 1, ladies and gentlemen. You are gonna sit in the 6th floor.
Buy it based on your rank.
Oh.
Is that how it goes?
No, it's not. But you guys can choose, obviously, the closer you are on stage, the higher rank, I guess you can kind of call it. Because just now, Ronnie spoke about the epic. I'll speak about the legend right here. You can find it right here on Blee. And Rashi, because you are a true mythic, you take the final one. Later though, because I'm going to tell them to scan the QR code first for the legend Trippin Lantai 6, which means 6th floor.
LT6. Scan the QR code, guys. Get the tickets.
Arashi!
You want to miss this.
Mythic!
Ooh! 4th floor, my dude. The mythic tier.
The closest.
The seating arrangements. This is the early bird prices that you can exploit to get maximum value, man. You do not want to miss it. It's in G Expo. Capacity of 2,000.
Wow.
Audience.
And one more tier
Grand
here,
final.
ladies and gentlemen. Remember, if you perhaps bought the mythic mythic segment, you can have a little chit chat with Arashi. So perhaps,
maybe
Arashi.
Maybe Arashi
perhaps,
is a busy man, ladies and gentlemen. So,
very busy.
Yes.
As of yet, though, let's
yet.
talk a little bit about the coaches, because they are already on stage right now with Beloyski, Elzura as well. You can see very heavy discussions about how the heck do we draft against that?
You got profound.
You got a feel for Coach Ruben, man.
I feel
he
for
he comes
players
in like,
too.
okay, we have some data here. Like after the first game, he's like, all right, let's throw this book out the window.
Yeah, all right, guys, we have it planned, all right? We're going to ban the Amon. He didn't get the Beatrix. It's all good, all right? Last 2 picks, Godiva's going to go on to Ruby. Come on, Amon. No way. We banned it, Ling. He's going to go for the Ling. Then we're going to... Is that a Jawhead?
Apparently it is.
Is that a Mincet?
What the?
That's just pain, man. Right now, we take a look at the game recap for game number 1. In case you guys missed it, Fluffy on the Fredrin being a wall in the front, absorbing damage, having crowd control to make sure nobody gets past him, and with the help of Godiva, just solid as a barrier. On the other side, Kadera, the gold digger from the hood, is still doing a lot of damage, getting a lot of gold despite the fact that his team is under intense pressure. This is why this man has been so notorious. Unfortunately, on the 1-1, he cannot even attempt to match the output of a Melissa. So maybe now going into game number 2, will he go for something with a lot more damage output as the main carry of his team?
I think that it should be explored here at Arashi here entering game 2. But again, game 1, it seems like Geek Fam, they have... It's not really one-sided per se. I mean, they have responded with a good macro play, like playing the split push, finding the right pickoffs as well. But then again, Aura of Fire, they are just too clean with it.
In a way, right? I do feel like Geek Fam is slightly gun-shy because we know that they are used to actually making aggressive plays, and sometimes it just backfires. Here's the monstrous gold leaner. Number 1 GPM, high score, 985 on Kadera. This man is just so intelligent in finding ways to get the most resources in the game. And so, with that being said, we kept talking about Geek Fam making mistakes because of being too aggressive. And this is a situation where I thought Geek Fam might need to be a bit more aggressive because Aura Fire, their composition is a front to back, so if they are able to go and flank around, maybe they could have found more success. But of course, there's no way of us finding out right now, so let's go straight into banning phase between Aura Fire and Geek Fam for game number 2.
Aura Fire will have the blue side as well, and Geek Fam, they will have the red. And Aura Fire still with the same approach here, banning out Grok and as well as Claude, again, still with the same respect they did in game 1 towards Kadera, the monstrous gold laner. And Geek Fam, they will still go for that Fanny ban here. Aura Fire, will they go with the same approach here? Valentina first pick.
Ooh, I mean, they can go for that. It does seem like from their bans, right? They really want to avoid having any players have the chance to actually dive towards that back line. So is this just the beginning of a new front-to-back artillery backline meta? We'll just have to see in the next coming matches, right? This is a new week after all. But for the side of Geek Fam, will they try and adapt their final ban? They have the Fanny covered as usual, knowing that they're up against Aura. But they have so many things to worry about if they want to try and mitigate some of the problems they had in game number 1.
Wow.
Okay. Geek Fam,
same bans.
Kadita ban here, still with the same bans for both teams, and of course, Aura Fire will not go for the Valentina first pick.
No.
Yeah, they will. Still, Yi.
Why change? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? They've done this many times, and they've opted to go for the same exact ban, same exact picks will follow. If you're a Geek Fam right now, would you go for something? I personally would, right? You need to anticipate those crazy picks at this point. And you go for still the same one still? All right.
That is ambitious.
Paquito, they haven't changed a thing in the drafts right now.
Interesting. That is...
Ooh. This is interesting, Arashi.
You know what's crazy? I feel a few seasons ago we saw the Yeeve actually being flexed into the roam position. That was a fun time, honestly. I feel like if there's any team that will be able to do it, that's going to be Aura. But of course, right now, that won't be that realistic of an assumption. So with everything playing out the same exact way, they rushed the Mincetar pick knowing that it's critical in ensuring they have both the pickup potential as well as the dash denial. That's so important in protecting that back line. And of course, one of the highest DPS carries in the game right now.
I love it from Aura. The way they're drafting right now, they picked the Mincetar in game 1 as the last pick because no one thinks about the Mincetar. Now that Geek Fam know about the Mincetar, they still opted to go for 2 dash heavy heroes. 1-1, Paquito, pick it up right now in the first phase. This will literally just nullify the dash heavy heroes from Geek Fam. For Anti-Mage, there's a comment by him. I think Geek Fam's power is on their marksman and their jungler, Janna QT and Chidera.
Right, the double action like Axe, and we've seen that in the previous game, they got completely shut down Bunny.
It seems like Aura Fire, their agenda is clear. Mincetar is to counter that 1-1, and again, Aura Fire, they are just 3 steps ahead of Ruben here. But at Geek Fam, they add another fast, clear hero here in that Lilia. Will this change though?
They have more clear, so they can contest the roams a bit more. In the front to back, Lilia, in a sense, technically, does a lot more damage up front compared to the Yves. So, are they just trying to match the front to back potential from the side of Aura Fire? Because that is a very, very bold move.
Indeed. And take a look here. Hi, how's it comment here, Mirko?
He thinks that Janna is a very aggressive jungler, but he thinks that his team can handle that aggression.
Wow, he likes to manhandle Janna.
Wow. Let's talk a little bit about the junglers now. For Hai and Janna, in terms of the average GPM and the kill participation, almost everything is on the hands of Hai, except obviously the average KDA and the kills per game, which is the same in Janna. So they're kind of like close, right, Arashi? Close. Janna edging it out in the last 2 categories.
Exactly. I feel like a lot of players these days, the stats are just so close because, as you mentioned earlier, it's just so competitive. And now, Aura Fire has successfully forced a Jawhead ban. It's too flexible. You can use it for so many different things. Pickoffs, DPS, tankiness, as well as like AoE crowd control. So with the Phoveus ban out as well as another potential counter to dash-heavy heroes, that will be the option that Geek Fam go for. But Aura, I feel like they have something crazier in store in replacement for that Jawhead, man. That's scary.
I'm trying to think about what's crazier. Honestly, I can't think of anything right now. But there you go. Mincetar is the solution. Aura with the Franco ban. Again, same exact bans as game number 1. Literally all 5. Just the order of the last 2 bans there. Franco was banned first in the first game. Geek Fam have changed things up. Oh no. They left the Amon open.
They can pick up the Amon for themselves, no? But no, it seems like Mathilda will be the prio here, and you're right. Amon is still up for grabs, and I'm sure Hai is thirsty for that hero.
Oh yeah, Amon. You might just go for it here, Amon. I think Amon has been we've seen how much damage he can output, right?
Amon and Esme.
There's no reason for Aura Fire to maybe go for another hero. Honestly, Amon just works here. If it's left open for them, why not take it, Arashi? And Esmeralda?
Right.
Maybe just go for the Fredrin again, right? It did so much for them in the last game. Let's go for it again.
It was the MVP, and you can see that it was very strong in the lane as well. But right now, they have to be concerned if Paquito is going to be in that EXP lane and whether or not, Luke can actually bully him in that lane and shut him down as a main frontline. Here we go. Moment of truth. It's gonna be the Fredrin and a Ling.
All right. I like the Ling pick. I like the Ling pick, right? The Ling is a solid counter towards the Wanwan, very mobile as well, so you can actually use this Ling to actually dive that back line, separate Geek Fam's front to back composition. With the Mincetar, they can do that with every single pick. They've just done it pretty well here. Geek Fam with the Karina to wrap up their draft here up against Aura Fire's composition. Again, that's another sort of dash. Your ultimate is kind of a dash, right? It counts as a dash, so it gets cancelled out by the King's Calling. In terms of the executions there, not too sure if he's going to be able to do exactly that with the King's Calling up.
It's a difficult spot right here for the side of Geek Fam. Aura Fire, a lot more flexible because even in a front-to-back situation, a very defensive scenario, they can use the Ling's Tempest of Blades as a crowd control tool. So depending on how they want to play it, they can just adjust at will. This is so dangerous for Geek Fam to go up against.
And even the Mathilda.
Yes.
If you get caught in the King's Calling, you can't really help anyone out. Guiding Wind is a dash.
Exactly.
Man.
We'll have to see here again with the composition that both teams have committed. Land of Dawn, we go here for a potential conclusion for our second match of Week 7, Day 1. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to see the support, your support in the live comments as well. Perhaps if you support Aura Fire, I want to see you spam Aura Fire. If you support Geek Fam, I want to see you spam Geek Fam as well.
Absolutely. Again, the support pays a huge It's a confidence boost for them, a morale boost as well. But Loy almost just stole the purple buff with a basic attack.
Oh my god.
Godiva's taken low as well. Early on, in terms of wave clear, it surely will be Geek Fam with the Lilia and the Mathilda.
Will they be able to roam around with that advantage, though? That is the main question. Geek Fam, if they want to try and get more advantages, this is the time when they have the advantage in pressure.
See here, boys, we need to be careful. Oh my god, will High have the first blood? But take a look at the re-engage. Jana QT now gets caught. 4 members is on him, but Jana QT will survive. No first blood in the first minute.
Good engage, actually, from Geek Fam, right? They're able to buy so much time. Jana has the lethal.
Uh-oh, 3 members is on the jungles, but take a look at that. Spear of Glory taking a member, and Jana QT will collect the first. The purple, no, the orange buff, but Jana QT misses.
Whoa.
He actually whiffs the skill there. Jana QT falls. First blood goes to the side of our fire.
It couldn't have gone to the worst hands possible. And here, High, he's getting chased down. Chadera picks up the kill under the turret. Both of the gold laners winning and getting a kill. But here, down prediction by Axe favors Aurafire. Well, everyone opting for Aurafire this game.
After such a dominant performance, you can't really blame us, essentially. We are still worried on what extra strats Aurafire still has in the bag. But of course, get that battle emote right now, guys. Make the game a lot more exciting when you can quote the best of teams from MPL ID.
Ente, kadang-kadang Ente is Aurafire's one.
Santai, bro, Santai is Esports out of Geek Fam. Now, we can see here, first turtle goes to the hands of Geek Fam. And it seems like the purple buff will be invaded here. Godiva trying to do what he can to delay. High will not be able to find the retribution there. Purple buff taken away, but Azura there in the jungles will pop that black shoes.
They're shutting High down from the get-go, and a Ling without a purple buff, especially here, going up against a team with full mid control is going to be very tough. And the person who's going to feel that pressure is definitely going to be the side laners, right? Kabuki mainly, because Geek Fam, with the pressure they have in the mid lane, they surely want to actually shut Kabuki down as well in the process.
In the whole pickoff situation, the burst damage department really favors Geek Fam, but right now, Aura making their own play on the top side.
2v1 here, Luki trying to find and buy a lot of time, so much time, but at the end of the day, the damage will be too much there. Fluffy picking up the kill. And otherwise, anything interesting?
Well, Demon Slayer is picked up by High, so that's the same option that Jana QT opts for. So a lot more emphasis on getting that neutral objective. But you can see for Aurafire, 2 members with tanky emblems will allow them to actually withstand more damage up front. Geek Fam will have to try and maneuver around that. Similar story from game number 1, but they do have a lot more burst damage, so Azura will have a lot of work to do in the mid-game.
Yeah, and Aurafire, Fluffy especially here, he notices that Ling is a bit behind, gives him almost just all of the hits over to the turret gold, right? So giving him some more space and some more resources to come back in the game.
Okay, you can see here, Trickling Eagle pop, but take a look at the purple buff. Another invade, Luke and Facehugger will try to find cover. Ruin Population pop, Jana QT will fall to the hands of Facehugger. On the other side, Fluffy falls as well here. And we can see High trying desperately to claim that purple buff. It succeeds, but Jana QT a little too weak there.
Very aggressive, right? It worked for Geek Fam early on, but now the King's Calling is up. You can't really have that much kill pressure when your dash-heavy heroes, your dash-heavy composition gets countered like that.
It's so dangerous because now if they fight prolonged battles, Aurafire can have the potential to do a lot of DPS on the back of Facehugger on that Eve. Luke almost got taken out by the Ruin Manipulation. They cannot repeat the same kind of mistake, but they will get the turtle.
It's a closer game this time around, with Geek Fam having more control on the neutral objectives, and obviously an enemy jungle too. They have more pressure. High is 2 levels below Jana QT at this point, but High, whoa!
High, he really wants to kill Altruis Volorsky. Is that the right move? Seems like High will retreat with half HP, but it seems like it is a very stalemate-ish kind of game.
Yeah, I mean, right now, they're just looking for the freshness in their compositions, right? Both of the teams doing pretty well, but with that new Axe effect, they're doing even better. With the new grab food discount code, you guys can also grab your food right now as we are entering the mid-game. A lot of fights will be there, so go ahead and grab your snacks.
Grab your snacks and participate in the excitement. It's gonna be I don't know, it's gonna be so exciting that you want something to snack on as High will get caught against 3 people right here. He will be able to escape, and he is gonna be trying to get his purple buff, but Geek Fam already in position to try and deny that yet again.
Another invade, Circling Eagle connected onto it. High, Tempest Blade as a defense. Jana QT will secure the purple buff. Again, High was isolated there, no backups to somehow assist him to collect that purple buff.
3 levels behind, not a good look for High here on the lane. You want to go for the snowball, but even in the bottom side, Chidera is the one who's actually going to be able to zone him away from his own jungle. And with this, they might even actually be able to siege down tier 1 bottom side.
Look at the items right here. Jana Cutie going for a tank build actually. So little less burst damage, but on the right members against the right members, that's plenty of damage, especially if you're going up against a front to back situation. High only has the Wind Talker, so it's a very tough spot as his orange buff gets taken away from him yet again. Fire needs to withstand this aggression if they want to try and come back in the later stages. They do have the Melissa and the Yve. That's a lot of DPS that Geek Fam will not be able to match later on. So Geek need to actually step on the gas and pressure and try and end this game earlier.
I don't know, right now for Aura, I actually think they shouldn't really look for these crazy fights. Again, Jana is going to go on to the turtle. He picks it up, right? Another turtle pickup for Geek Fam. And this is just going to push them even further. That XP gap from Jana and High is so massive.
Wow. Wojski here, dealing such a nuisance onto his High, dealing damage as well. But Geek Fam, I agree, they need to be more proactive, Arashi. But it seems like Aura Fire now, they are turtling it quite well. Again, another invade we'll have to see here as High does have that retribution in time. And, well, he will use it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really worth it anymore to try to just secure it without retry. And even here, wow, the King's Calling was dodged away from. So you can see why the Mathilda was really picked up. It's to anticipate the King's Calling.
Take a look at the mid side here. Kabuki popping that go away here as a defense. They managed to clear the wave as well. Geek Fam will not collapse that mid structure. But it seems like Geek Fam, they are slowly but surely suffocating Aura Fire here, Arashi.
I mean, it's just a lot more difficult because the additional mobility from the Mathilda has been very critical in shutting down Godiva. This is not the first time they're going up against the Minzatar as well, so they are a lot more adaptable as Kadira almost takes out High and Godiva does not get that very critical hook. Geek Fam maintains pressure in this 8-minute game.
Pushing the gold lead again onto that 4,000 mark, and it's getting really hard for Aura because Geek Fam are suffocating them very slowly, but very surely. In the top side as well, Luke just doesn't even care, right? There's no kill pressure available from High on this lane. You don't deal nearly as much damage right now.
You can see here, Aura Fire, they are struggling here to somehow turn the game around. But Geek Fam, they are holding their ground rather well here. 4,000 gold lead established. And again, the tier 2 bot side will soon collapse as Lord now is up.
Now that the Lord is on the table, Aura, there's a lot more urgency in their minds to try and make sure that Geek Fam does not get that. It's a very important sieging tool that Geek Fam can use to end this game early. And High, as the jungler that has secured the highest amount of Lords, he for sure does not want to let it go. But when he is 2 levels behind, that's a bit difficult, man. As Fluffy gets really low, he gets taken out!
What is that burst damage from Lilia? Johnny QT on the other side has collected the Lord here, 4,000 gold lead. This Lord push, perhaps they might push this to what, 8,000 gold lead here, perhaps. So, Aura Fire, they really need to be careful here when engaging and again when forced to fight. They really need to be careful regarding their positioning.
Man, when Lilia does that much damage onto your frontliner, when he's 1 level ahead of the XP lane, it's not really... Yeah, it's not a good look at all. Aura Fire have no control over their own jungle, and Geek Fam are taking objectives left and right without giving any space towards Aura. Aura can't even look for the trades at this point.
It's just so difficult right now because at any point they can get absolutely one-shot because Geek Fam is ahead right now and Jana has a tank build as well. So even going for the pickoffs, easier said than done, especially when everybody can actually dodge away from the hooks. So now they have to play it slow and collected. They can die for Aura right here, but once they get to the base, Aura will have the option of using that real-world manipulation as Elzura is able to zone everybody away from the turret.
Again,
that's a lot of damage.
7.8k gold lead, about to be 8k gold lead. And you can see, this is why, you know, we kind of predicted the Amon, right, Arashi? The Ling just falls so behind up against this kind of composition. Real-time win probability presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series says that Geek Fam is leading 64% to 36%, but they look for a fight.
Oh, real world manipulation pops as well here. Beloski taking amount of damage. We take a look at Luke. He just enters the backside trying to find a kill, and Luke gets one. Godiva falls as well as Facehugger and Godiva now is not in the game. Geek Fam looking for the siege once again as base turret bot side will fall here. Geek Fam, a success siege.
Very successful.
Fire, yeah.
They get the bottom turret on the base, and Aura Fire, despite their best attempts, are not able to defend against that. Now without Facehugger, no high ground, no clear, will they be able to find something meaningful as Fluffy most likely will get jumped on.
Oh, Kabuki is the target. Kabuki will fall. Take a look at the damage there by Luke. He just insta-killed Kabuki, and now we can see here, Geek Fam still strong with 5. They are still sieging the base of Aura Fire. 2 base turrets done, and base number 3 looks to fall as well. Aura Fire desperately trying to defend this one. They will be able to do so though. Geek Fam, a very, very comfortable lead, 11,000.
With only the First Lord, they're able to take down 3 base turrets this time. And again, every single time we talk about the value with the First Lord Arashi, it's just the outer turrets, the tier 2s. The fact that you're able to get 3 base turrets just shows how dominant you are in this game. 10,000 gold lead, and it also shows how Aura doesn't have any response towards this aggression.
Geek Fam now also being a lot more flexible, using the Circling Eagle to bring Luke towards that backline, and Aura here trying to make a play happen, but it's gonna be countered.
Yeah, again, Luke is looking to zone Aura Fire away. He was able to, and now Hai left without a purple buff once again. It's getting really sad for Hai, man.
Beloski on this Matilda, man, is just so annoying. Again, providing the space that Galaxy needs. Gonna go Kidera to secure the Enhanced Lord. Their base X exposed Arashi. Can Aura Fire defend this one?
It's gonna be very tough. Eve, not a lot of damage. Kabuki also still farming up for the very important core items on that Melissa. He is not that late game start we saw in the previous game. So Geek Fam here have a very real chance of ending it, provided that they played as well. Earlier we saw that Beloski and Luke were able to make a crazy play and instantly take Kabuki out of the equation. They will be prepared for it now. So Aura Fire, can they adjust, can they adapt and surpass all the odds here? Because Geek Fam has everything they need to try and end the game.
Two-way push here. Take a look at this already to engage. Real world manipulation pops in the backside. Take a look at the Lord. Godiva falls, and this is it. Tempest of Blade as an offense, but John Agiti finds the Fluffy. And take a look at the base. It's too exposed. Geek Fam force a game of 3.
1-2-1, an equalizer from Geek Fam when everyone doubted them. All the casters predicted Aura Fire in this game, but Geek Fam comes back. They literally dominated Aura Fire from the get-go, early on up until the very end. What a performance by Geek Fam, and that execution, just suffocating the enemy team, not really letting Aura Fire breathe at all.
It's such a great adjustment, man. Securing more burst damage, more domination in the early game to ensure that Aura, they have no control in the mid side, and using that mid pressure, they're able to actually make sure that Hai on that lane didn't get any resources at all. And without anything coming in from the mid to a mid lane and the jungle, the side lanes just eventually start falling as well. And Geek, they didn't even make any mistake for Aura to try and come back. So the discipline is very much there right now. This is the improved Geek Fam.
This is what I like about Season 10, right? We expect one thing, and it doesn't happen. Geek Fam, we expected Aura Fire with a similar draft that they bring from Game 1 to we expect a similar outcome. But it seems like Geek Fam, they have the answer. And again, a Game 3 in the closing match of Week 7, Day 1. This is what I love.
It's all about that last pick, I do believe, for Aura Fire, right? They went for the Ling instead of the Amon that was left open. Remember, let's say they did go for the Amon. The Karina won't have as much pressure. Karina actually gets countered by that Amon. But again, it just goes to show one pick can actually, have a massive impact in the game. Ling bullied from the early stage. First orange buff wasn't even given to him. He only picked up 1 purple buff, I believe, in the entire game. Maybe 2? But it's so sad to see as a lane player to get no purple buffs.
Combined with Matilda and as well as Lilia, the pressure, the invasion pressure, the potential as well is just too huge, Urashi.
And honestly, they just lack damage and they lack the craftiness you would expect from Aura. I thought they were gonna stay in the bush. They can predict, they can rely on Geek Fam wanting to shut down high in the jungle and maybe prepare a trap of some sort. But they were just so behind, they were unable to do even that. So it's a difficult situation indeed, for sure. And so for Geek Fam, this is the solution they came up with. It worked brilliantly in game number 2. But Aura have a chance to try and adjust again. This is why it's so beneficial to be the winner of the first game instead.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, regular season 1-1 here. 4-8 is the scoreline. 13-minute game time. I dissect the item, please.
There's only 2 items built for Facehugger, so that high ground presence, the DPS threat really wasn't there at all. Geek Fam was very happy to just tank out the damage from the real-world manipulation and just trudge forward and ensure that Kabuki as well as Yiv gets taken out. Beloyski and Jana Cutie going for the tankier builds, having the Radiant Armor, ensuring that they can just dive towards that backline, and there's no real answer. Kadera, of course, has a lot more option, a lot more rooms to actually move around with that 1-1, with the passive hopping around. And I think in this game, Luke was playing it so well, man. He went for a tankier build, but with just enough damage to ensure that if he is given the right opportunity, he can one-shot Kabuki. And without the Wind of Nature completed, Kabuki was just struggling, man. In the end, you can even see in the last fight, Elzura and Luke both were targeting him, and he was forced to go back into the base again and again, and nobody can actually stop the aggression compared to game number 1. So I think the execution can be better from Aura as well, but for sure, man, as you mentioned, that Ling pick was just gave up a lot of opportunities to the side of Geek Fam.
Yeah, again, the King's Calling as well. This game didn't really have much of an impact because for the side of Geek Fam, they used the Matilda, the Guiding Wind always before. It was to anticipate, not just to react to the King's Calling. Here we go, Rich Guy by Living by Mandiri is going to be...
So it's Kadera.
Kadera, the Gold Digger from the hood, apparently, from the VT pre-match. What a performance again from the side of Geek Fam. Take a look at the turtle takes. Lower turret, 0.
Wow, 0, none, nada. And again, Kadira, I really want to touch on Kadira here. I mean, take a look at his face. He's really from the hood.
Oh, interesting statement there, Connie. This game felt quite long, quite drawn out, but it's only 8 kills on the side of Geek Fam. For the most part, they won not by kills, but by full control and maintaining that gold advantage. Not a single shutdown, I believe, was given towards the side of Aura Fire. And we spoke about that Lilia pick being so beneficial, giving them early game control, giving them burst damage to deal with the tankier frontliners in AoE fashion as well. Elzura completely came through with a 70,000 damage dealt. The MVP for this game, though, by the Samsung Galaxy A-Series will be Beloyski on the Matilda, able to shut down the engage potential coming in from Godiva, and with that, just enable his team to be aggressive, but also have plan Bs, escape routes to avoid giving Aura those shutdowns.
On top of that, kill participation 100%, so he was all across the map.
Right, now we take a look at the MVP highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A-Series, and all even the early game, we saw that it was really chaotic from both teams, but of course, Geek Fam, they adjusted even further, and their team just does better when they're snowballing, considering that they were able to actually shut down high completely. Right here is one of the fights where it does seem like Aura almost got an advantage, but unfortunately, it was just, not enough. Right here you can see Facehugger trying his best to clear the Lord, completely gets bursted out by Luke on that Paquito. A very dangerous pick, and look at that play here by Beloyski and Luke, bringing Luke over to Kabuki, getting him knocked out instantly before the fight even begins. And in that final fight, look at Elzura and how far back he's able to zone Kabuki from dealing any kind of meaningful damage. You can have the best backline in the world, but if you are not in range to dish out that damage, it doesn't even mean anything.
The bottom 2 of Season 6 and 7 is still going at it, ladies and gentlemen. It's still 1-1 between Aura Fire and as well as Geek Fam. In the first game, in case you missed it, Aura Fire, a very one-sided game, but in game 2, Geek Fam responds back. In the helms of Beloyski, Matilda, KP 100%, that was amazing.
Very active on the map. The Baluk synergy, I guess, Beloyski-Luke synergy was absolutely phenomenal. But you know what else is phenomenal? Saving with Livin by Mandiri.
That is awesome. Download Living by Mandiri to get special promos, ladies and gentlemen. Keep an eye on MPL ID to get perhaps latest info, details, updates regarding Living by Mandiri. So check that out and just download Arashi.
Just download and get the free Living points now.
Use the phone over there, your Samsung phone.
Unfortunately, we're on broadcast. I would do it right now, but you know, we gotta keep it professional right here. But get that Living points as well, guys, and make sure you get full value the same way Geek Fam did in game number 2.
Another awesome thing, products, Arashi, is what Mirko is holding here. Samsung Galaxy A73 5G. Now, Arashi, I know you know the specs, so please tell the viewers what the specs are.
Well, first of all, 8 gigabytes of RAM, so no stutters at all. 256 gigabytes of memory in case you want to have, I don't know, all the replays coming in from your great Mobile Legends games. Of course, Snapdragon 778G processor, and it's 5G ready with 120 refresh rate monitor. So what more do you want? It's just clean. It just does what you need it to get the best performance from Mobile Legends.
It's too good. Enough said, right? Enough said. It's way too good. Go over the link. Arashi, tell them what the link is.
The link is?
The link. To get the phone.
www.samsung.
There you go.
Continue.
.id.
/. ID. Awesome is for everyone, remember, and you guys can participate in Awesome.
Well, again, still 1-1. We have to wait here. Well, we'll take a short break to see the conclusion. RFR and as well as Geek Fam. Gani, Mirko, and as well as Arashi will say goodbye for now. We'll be back soon.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau. We all this.
The conclusion of match 2, Geek Fam as well as our Fire will begin shortly. 1-1 as it stands as of yet as well. We'll have to see here who will win, who will take game 3. Geek Fam, they are looking kind of strong here in game 2. I mean, Beloyski 100 KP. Seems like you're right, it's so active everywhere in the map.
Very good adjustments made by Geek Fam. We said that in terms of the draft, perhaps Orifire might have a lead again. There's one thing we didn't account for, and it was the Ling last pick, right? Taking a look at the drafts again, I still stand by my opinion. Orifire, the first 4 picks were absolutely amazing. But that Ling pick was just very greedy, in my opinion, right? Because with the Ling pick, you're basically sacrificing that early game mid pressure completely.
I think they were also relying a bit too much on Godiva to try and make those engage happen. I feel like maybe they have an option to try and maybe trade around the same way Geek Fam did in game number 1, but they were trying to actually match Geek Fam in that early game aggression as well. So again, adjustments still available. The impact player from the previous game, if you guys missed it, it's Elzura on the Lilia, as we mentioned. More mid clear, more AoE damage for the beefier members of Orifire, and for Orifire, it's high, unfortunately. Despite being shut down, he is still the impact player, but he was struggling in that game, man, being 3 levels below Jena QT on the side of Geek Fam, so it's very difficult for him to try and get any meaningful plays happening.
Honestly, I would, as a Ling player, it's fine. I'll take it being 3 levels below the enemy jungler. I'll take it even being below in gold. Just give me my purple buff, right? That's the only thing you want as a Ling player, and he didn't get it. He did not get it. Here, though, we do have an audience comment. Ferdi Ferguso, all right. I really want to see Kabuki and Godiva play in M4.
Just the 2 players.
Just them, yeah.
Just
so maybe they
2v5.
can move over to another team. Maybe just they can have
2v5.
a team 2v5. There you go.
They play with their hands and their feet, 2 devices each. You know, you never know what Aura can do in this current season. It's always unexpected. But now going into the banning phase, it's Grok 1-1, and of course the Fanny will not see the light of day.
Yeah.
Orifire here finally respecting the 1-1. Game 1 wasn't really a factor, but in game 2 it showed that Kadira is a beast on that one as well. Geek Fam, what are they going to ban here in the last match?
Well, you know, Kadita has always been the option for them 3 games in a row now, but Aurafire have left that Julian open. Another pick that's a signature for Geek Fam. Aurafire though, whoa, seeing a change already. No more Yi first pick. They're like, Paquito, just pick it up. We've seen it 2 games in a row. First game didn't really work out. Second game, all right, we'll take it. We'll take it here. Good flex pick, very solid hero. Wasn't touched at all in the new patch. Geek Fam can now pick up the Julian. And the Matilda. Matilda Julian? No, Matilda Lilia. All right.
Well, hang on. This is good if they are expecting Aura to play the same composition
Mincetar.
with the Mincetar, with the more flexible back and forth, and also the more AoE DPS for the front line. But Aura, they haven't shown that they're going to go front to back. So if they go and switch it up and play a dive composition, Geek Fam is now in trouble.
I feel like here, Geek Fam, with the Matilda and as well as the Lilia, they are still just the early game pressure. They want to play around the early game pressure with the fast clear as well. They will be a unit in the Land of Dawn, but Aurafire, quick to respond here. Valentina and as well as Joe.
And every single one of these picks are flex picks for Aurafire.
Man,
right? We'll see. Again, the Valentina in the mid lane, that's probably the only one that's currently, that I would say is the least flexible option for Aurafire. But the Cho can go to the roam, the jungle, the gold lane, and technically the XP lane. The Paquito XP jungle, right? We haven't seen it in the gold lane that much, not at all actually in Season 10. But these are the 3 picks that they've opted for, 3 flex picks. This will definitely make Geek Fam have to think maybe twice, thrice about what they want to pick up here in the first phase to end it up. I think picking up a gold laner is going to be solid for them, right? Up against these heroes, I was thinking Melissa probably, just to stop the dive from happening. But they go for the Fredrin.
Fredrin with the crowd control available, being a solid frontliner as well. I was thinking that, you know, Aurafire, they need to be a bit more careful if they want to... Yes, flex picks are great. Yes, confusing your opponents are cool. But if you try and do it too much, it will put you in a tough spot where you kind of wing your composition without any predetermined design. So I think Aurafire need to be a bit more careful here, especially in the second phase, as now the bans are going to start coming through. It seems like so far both teams don't really mind duking it out, but with that Lilia on the side of Geek Fam, I'll be very careful taking those skirmishes if I was Aurafire.
Natan ban from Geek Fam as well. They're trying to narrow down the jungler, but Geek Fam got to be careful, right? Because maybe the jungler has already been picked up by Aurafire right now. Or with the ban as well. We never know. Here, it should be also a jungle ban towards Geek Fam. The Julian that we've seen banned out, I think it's time. It's a very good time to go for the ban right here. Again, Jana has found a whole lot of success with that Julian. And there you go. That's the ban.
Now, with the Julian ban coming through, but will we see a Jawhead? That's the real question, right? It's so flexible.
You're right.
It can be put in multiple roles. Geek, maybe, secretly, they have been practicing the Jawhead as well.
Well, personally, based on experience, I feel like if you have a Lily in your comp, against the Jawhead, it's not really a problem. So we'll have to see here, will Geek Fam respect that Jawhead, or actually will it be a bait? But yeah, leaving all that Jawhead open, realizing that their comp is really good against an engaged comp. So we'll have to see here, Amon is going to be the option for Geek Fam to ban.
Now it all comes down to the gold lane and the jungle, I believe, right? For Geek Fam. Chadera, his heroes in this season has been Beatrix, Claude 1-1, and Irithel.
Right, so Irithel is the only one left up here, unless Geek Fam has found another pocket strategy that they are not informing the people. So, right now the final ban for the side of Aurafire, we'll just have to see, will they actually try and limit the jungle as well, or are they going to try and target Kadera by banning that Irithel?
As of yet, a lot of, narrow. The gold laners, the options for the gold laners is quite limited here. Aurafire, again, with another gold laner brand, just like the predicted Arashi, Popo and Koopa, but Irithel is open, but no, Melissa will be the prio.
Yeah, I was expecting this, but I expected in the first phase, I expected the Melissa to be picked up over the Fredrin, but they saved it all the way here and it wasn't banned. Again, Melissa is pretty solid up against Aurafire's composition that they have right now. Aura, though, they pick up the Brody in the gold lane, a hero that does pretty well up against a Melissa. Obviously, in terms of range and in terms of just DPS, Melissa wins that trade. Aura, oh, there you go.
Whoa.
Who's going where? Let's play the fun game again with Aura Fire. We already know where the Brody and the Valentina.
I think this is a XP Esmeralda, a jungle Paquito, and a roaming Cho. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Should be, right?
Should be.
Actually, I have seen teams go up with this fighter-heavy strategy, and it is a menace to deal with in the early game. But of course, there's so many prerequisites to make sure that you have a good snowball, a good early game. So Geek Fam, if they can find a way to deny the snowball potential for Aura Fire, they have a good chance of taking this late game. And of course, where that Lilia damage will be so powerful.
Wow.
But they pick Ling against such an aggressive composition. Will this be a mistake?
Ooh, there's a lot of single target stuns as well. Good Terrify, good CC, pretty good AoE as well. I think we did see the Esmeralda go to the hands of Fluffy there. I actually wanted to see the Esmeralda in the jungle, you know, because in terms of clear, if you go for the Demon Slayer, Esmeralda actually clears the fastest out of any other jungler, except obviously Hanzo, because he could just take it away.
Exactly. I mean, it's just spammable, so good clear and good sustain in the jungle as well, but that will not be the option. They want that aggressive presence in the jungle, that knockout that can come out from anywhere at any time. That is what Aura Fire wants to have in their arsenal.
Yeah, well, enough talk here, Rashi and as well as Miracle. Let's just jump into the Land of Dawn here to see the conclusion of this match. Aura Fire and as well as Geek Fam, ladies and gentlemen. As of yet, it is still 1-1. So let's see the conclusion, shall we?
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, in the Land of Dawn for the equalizer of the final match of the day. It's high on the Paquito, and Fluffy's going to be on the Esmeralda. Go Diva on the Cho. This is something we haven't seen
much
at all. I believe, yeah, I haven't seen this at all. So with the Cho, it does provide a whole lot of that clear in the mid lane. You can already see it happening here. Facehugger and Godiva able to clear the waves much faster than Beloy and Elzura.
And with the Paquito in the jungle, there's just a lot of aggression coming in. We talked about Aura having to actually exert that early game dominance. And with this composition, with so many fighters, they can actually go for very aggressive dives as Godiva zones Beloyski away, and they are having the advantage so far.
I gotta say here, Ling is going to have a tough time. You're right, against a Paquito, against a Chao that can just nullify your mobility with that Wave Dragon as well. It is going to be a nuisance. You can see here the battle of the roamers here, Beloyski and as well as Godiva going at it. Trading skills and as well as damage. But yeah, nothing fancy just yet.
Nothing too crazy as well. Both teams again just harassing each other in the Riverside. But Aura Fire high. This is the path that he always goes for, right? Purple buff over to the enemy, well, firstly to the Lethal Wanderer, then over to his own jungle, the bottom side.
Exactly. Being too predictable might be a big problem for the side of Aura Fire right now. As you can see, Janna QD, he is still able to find opportunities to go into the jungle and actually steal away some camps despite Aura having so much pressure and so much kill potential in this early game. When they reach level 4, there's going to be a lot of CC, a lot of potential for them to actually pick off Geek Fam, especially with the turtle coming up. Geek Fam will try and contest that for sure.
Oh, they're trading the lanes which have the pressure here. Aura goes for the top side clear. Geek Fam go for the mid lane clear. A taunt happens from Luke.
Oh, you can see here.
Oh,
high finding the combo here. Tempest of Blade pops as a defense as well. Fluffy trying to find kill onto his Janna. Gets it. First blood goes in hands of Fluffy, and it seems like they want more. Luke forced to flicker away as Aura Fire managed to shoo away the Geek Fam members as they will take the first neutral objective of the game.
Beautiful mechanics there from high. The double knockout strike onto the two members from Geek Fam, but Beloy jumps in.
Too aggressive here. No mana as well. Beloyski manages to somehow escape that as well with Janna QD, but take a look at Fluffy. He wants more. Finds a kill, and take a look at this Wave Dragon connecting onto his Luke. The damage is just there. High finding a kill.
Man, the snowball already as early as 3 minutes into the game, Arashi. High's doing the same thing that Geek Fam did to him. Taking the jungle every last bit. But Janna will get the purple buff. You see, like I mentioned before the game, as a Ling player, you can take everything. Just leave the purple buff.
Exactly. I mean, Geek Fam needs to be a bit more passive, man. They have to try and trade objectives here because you can see the early game from Aura Fire, absolutely devastating. They cannot attempt to try and go right against the 4 fighters on the side of Aura Fire right now. As we take a look at the emblems, 2 killing sprees on the side of Aura. They want blood, and Facehugger with the Magic Shop will try and the Mystery Shop will try and make sure that he has the items that they need to provide that extra bit of magic damage that Fluffy will take some time to actually itemize for.
Oh, Beloy with the flicker. Actually used it there, and that's a massive resource again. Godiva is going to be able to use this slight lead in terms of resources to maybe look for a cheeky pick. Elzura is going to be the main target. Even though he has the black shoes with Way the Dragon, I do believe that Aura Fire will be able to lock him down. But Beloyski jumps onto Godiva.
Okay, very, very awkward situation there. Perhaps trying to poke away Godiva's potential as a roamer. High here, moves on to Smoleski with no flicker. He will fall. Geek Fam, look for the Montage, and Kadira gets caught, and the follow-up damage is just so on point. Kabuki being able to kill Jana QT, pop that Tempest Blade, but he manages to go away and retreat. 2 members for nothing. Aura Fire, they are now on the lead still.
Man, I don't know. It's almost like High is telling Godiva, right? You chase him down, man. The man made me unable to play in the first game. Keep on going. Beloy doesn't want that to happen towards his jungler. He takes the purple for himself.
Wow, that's a great steal from Beloyski for sure. But man, Aura Fire, it's all about mechanics right now. They just keep making the plays happen. Flickers left and right. Pick off gameplay with the 4 fighters, but now Geek Fam, they have the pressure. They are going for the turtle, and Fluffy alone against 4, trying to make sure that he is buying enough time for the rest of his team to try and contest this. Falling Star Moon.
Falling Star Moon connected on towards 2, but take a look at this. High will not be able to pick up the turtle. It was going to be Luke. Luke now being the recipient of that Way of Dragon will not go down just yet here. Black Sheep pops as well to add more burst from that Lilia. Again, pressuring Aura Fire to retreat.
2 retributions, but it's the Fredrin who gets it. Here, Arashi, it's time to take a look at the item check 5 minutes in.
For Aura Fire, that's 2 Hunter Strikes. They want burst damage, they want pickoffs, but now actually Godiva might be the one picked off instead.
A little too aggressive there with no spell in hand. Perhaps that's a mistake. Geek Fam now still holding on, even though they are behind almost 3,000 gold.
Yeah, and look how Aura Fire are rotating instantly, right? Lane swapping from the bottom side towards that top side, putting the Brody up there, up against Luke. And Facehugger stole away the black shoes. With this, he can actually zone Luke away from the turret. Give Kabuki just enough room to get that turret down, and that's another objective picked up by Aura as Geek Fam look for the trade down below.
They do not stand idly by here from the side of Geek Fam. They are trying to pressure that boss side as well, but Aura Fire will manage to defend this one now. Aura Fire, perhaps they are looking on towards a purple buff invasion. Will they commit to it is going to be the question.
Fluffy just walking around, zoning Beloyski away. And right now, Aura Fire, as we saw earlier, they have the chance to actually get the more aggressive play. They do secure that purple buff away from Jana Cutie, but now the fight breaks out.
Certainly Neil was connected, but no one with the guiding win to assist. High trying to deal damage in the backside. Oh, is this a mistake? High now is in a bit of very, very peculiar situation. And Luke finds the kill onto his High, and now Godiva is very low. But Fluffy here, very strong, looking for a kill. Kabuki though finds that double with the torn apart memory. Double kill.
The fadeaway double kill. Gani with the torn apart memory. He sniped them from the back. Doesn't even need the Beatrix to pull that off. 3,000 gold lead. Arashi is looking bleak for Geek Fam.
Looking bleak for Geek Fam, but High got picked up in that previous fight, so they're in a way still in it. They can go for the shutdowns, but Jana needs to be very careful right here. Godiva does not want to leave him alone. As you mentioned, High has put him on a mission. It's to make sure that Jana stays away.
Wow. Oh man, it was so satisfying to see that torn apart memory, right? Coming in again, Jana has finally secured that Berserker's Fury, but with no purple buff. It's very, very hard for Jana to actually look for the plays. Godiva, however, is forced to use a very valuable resource.
I don't know, Aura Fire seems to be aggressing again and again, but occasionally a bit too aggressive, and Geek Fam, they are waiting, just biding their time, making sure that they get the right opportunity to try and mount a comeback as Facehugger now gets caught among 3 people.
Okay, consider circling here, connecting on towards 2. No follow damage just yet, but take a look at that. The backup high jumps in and finds a kill. Johnny QT popped that Temperature Blade to escape. And take a look at this. Fluffy now being the frontliner, taking a lot of heat, but he will be able to escape. And there you go, the timing. High trying to find a kill on towards Kadera. Does not succeed just yet. But Geek Fam, they need to be very careful here when engaging and as well as disengage. Our Fire here still holding gold lead, so the damage output from their side is going to be plenty.
Oh, too much to handle for Geek Fam. Even in the top side, Fluffy can actually look for this. Jana's trying to run away. He will be able to. Very good maneuverability on the Finch boys across the map.
He does. He was able to secure the purple buff in their previous fight, so that's good for him. He's able to actually use that macro play, that mobility, but now High. He is preparing a trap, but they come across each other. Jana is not ready for this.
Oh my god, that was a blade here. Will not be able to help him. High finds the right timing to engage. Jana QT sitting at a 0-2-1 stat. Not a good game.
A bit too greedy from Jana. He just got away from the Paquito. He ran away all the way to the bottom side just to get picked off by the Paquito again. Kabuki forcing the black shoes away from the Lilia. Perfectly timed for the Lord to spawn. That's another massive, massive resource burnt up.
Geek Fam looking for more aggression here, but High will already be on the Lord. And this man, he's on a warpath, man. He wants blood. He wants revenge for that very, very difficult second game. He will be able to secure the Lord with no contest, but a fight breaks out at the purple buff for Geek Fam.
Seems like Geek Fam, they will not be able to enter their own jungler. Or Fire is saying, go away and defend your base. With this Lord push, perhaps our Fire will potentially lead in a 12,000 gold lead. We'll have to see though how will be their approach.
Take a look at the items right here. Wind of Nature already complete for Kabuki. So the lane potential assassination will be mitigated. And of course, look at High, man. Bloodlust Axe, Hunter Strike, and Malefic Roar off the bat. He wants to make sure that anybody that finds, that is targeted by his fist gets knocked out completely. And Elzura, with only an Ice Queen's 1, can he provide enough clear for Aura Fire to get stopped here at the base? Or will Aura Fire go for that insane playmaking dive and actually end the game right here, right now?
The three-wave push is on and effective. And take a look at a facehugger out of position, immediately capitalize here. Geek Fam, they are looking for a defense. Bot side has been cleared, but Godiva will not survive. And take a look at the re-engage from side of Geek Fam. 2 members running for the hills. Jana trying to find a kill out towards Kabuki. Tempers a blade pop, but Fluffy distracting in the back side as well. High comes in, looking for the re-engage as well as Geek Fam. They do not want business.
Solid defense by Geek Fam. Only 1 base turret taken down for 2 members of Aura Fire. If Geek Fam are able to do this consistently, they might actually be able to come back in the game. Looking at it again into the draft, this Melissa will be able to scale pretty well with Lilia.
Exactly. The high ground, the backline is just a lot of DPS coming out. It's only a matter if Aura Fire can deny them, and by diving towards that backline, we've seen it possible. But of course, at the base, it's a different story. And now Aura Fire look for another play, but Geek Fam will be able to kite away as Aura Fire are stuck just trying to figure out how are they going to crack the base of Geek Fam.
Very good.
Scary situation here that Geek Fam are in. Are behind 8,000 gold here, Miracle. And it's not looking good.
It's not, right? Like, it's very, very tough for the side of Geek Fam to defend, but
look at Godiva.
Look at Godiva.
Oh my god, you can see here, Jana QT looking for the play in the front side, and he will find Kabuki. Azura picking up that kill, a very, very important member taken down there. Aura Fire, they immediately retreat. And Geek Fam, this is their chance for E5. They will pressure the mid side here. Godiva will look for a frontline defense as well here. And take a look at this. The mid side falls, forward side of Aura Fire. Geek Fam slowly but surely trimming their gold deficit.
You see, the go away, Arashi, was definitely the MVP there in that team fight because he was able to pop in the go away, forcing Godiva to actually maneuver back and obviously isolating Aura Fire members there for Kabuki to actually get picked off by Beloy, Elzura, and Jana. You can't let the Cho get close.
Exactly. If you can maintain distance with the Cho, it's just a lot of trouble for Godiva to try and make the plays happen. Now High, just jabbing into the bush already, just chunking Beloyski. and they need to try and find cleaner fights, man. Geek Fam has always been able to find opportunities because these fights are so chaotic, and this fight is not going to be any different. Godiva gets chunked out.
Godiva is already at an half HP here. Geek Fam, they might look for a clean engage. Take a look at this. Geek Fam, they are still holding that Lord here. Horrifier, realizing that Facehugger as well as Godiva is already at half HP, they really need to be careful.
And also, very good slow push built up by Fluffy up top right there. They go in onto Beloy.
Oh, Beloyski receiving a lot of damage.
Ooh.
Still able to escape for now. Horrifier managed to somehow win the trade. Geek Fam, they are now, well, their rotation is quite restricted.
Yeah, and again, right, because Horrifier were able to set up somewhat of a slow push top side, it wasn't really a successful slow push because it crashed onto the turret a bit too fast. Horrifier now, though, don't really have pressure on the side lanes. Ling is using this to actually fight for it, but in the bottom side.
Oh, High, looking for a kill here. This is the right move. High now, it's very low. Take a look at the burst damage from Lilia as Luke will find the execution on towards the jungler of Horrifier. Is this a blunder? And now with 4v4 in the Lord, Horrifier realizes that High is nowhere. So they will need to be very meticulous in the next minute or so.
Oh, this is very dangerous. One man disadvantage. Geek Fam have the retribution advantage here. Will they look for it? They will.
Oh, see here, Geek Fam still with strong 5. John Akiti will collect the Lord with that retribution. What does this mean, Arashi?
That means that they will equalize in gold. Only less than 1k difference right now. Horrifier, man. They lost the prior members at the worst possible moments. First Kabuki, that gave about 2k gold towards Geek Fam, and High as well. And with that Lord, they have solutions now to try and force Horrifier into a fight that they absolutely do not want any part of.
They were leading 8,000. At one point, almost 10,000. What happened there? Horrifier, they seem to snooze a little, and Geek Fam responding with a very
it comes down to discipline again.
Yeah.
Yeah, just take a look at the moment. You guys can obviously rewind it here. The push with the Enhanced Lord, right? It was coming down. Facehugger went in very aggressively, not respecting Fredrin's taunt. He got taunted, instantly bursted down by who? Elzura. Lilia in the late game, not even in the late game, he wasn't at a point where he had 6 items, right? It was a point where he had 3 items. You will be taken down if you're taunted, if you're CC'd and bursted down by 4 members. One mistake like that can be fatal, and that's what we're seeing from the side of Geek Fam. They're able to capitalize on that little mistake, punishing them completely and turning the tides of the game around. How? With very good macro. Ling was top side. They used that information to actually to actually give Aura the false sense of security, thinking, oh, we have a one-man advantage. We can actually play for this. High oversteps a bit, instant punish.
It just seems like Aura is just a bit too impatient right now. They keep trying to make the plays happen. They're all just very aggressively positioning in the lanes, but that allows Geek Fam to get that advantage because, again, with the Matilda, with the Circling Eagle, that is a lot of mobility, that is a lot of catch potential in the right hands. First, it was Kabuki, as we mentioned, and now it was High. They need to stop giving Geek Fam these free kills. And now, with the gold difference equalized, composition-wise, it's gonna be a lot more damage present for the side of Geek Fam. So Aura, they have to make this very messy. If they cannot get the burst, get the one-shot onto Elzura, onto Kadera as well, this is gonna be a very tough fight for them to be able to win this game.
It's very tough.
It is very tough. And on that note, though, take a look at this. Average KDA play from RRQ, leading the pack here at 7.6 points. Meanwhile, Kyrie, Drian, both Onyx players are behind. But man, it seems like top 5, 2 RRQs, 2 Onyx, and 1 Alter Ego.
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar to the standings, right? Number 1 is Onyx and then RRQ, but here, in terms of KDA, Clay hasn't played as many games as the others. Obviously, it was Lemon early on. He's just joined back into the main roster, main lineup now. Still though, very impressive KDA as a person who's been getting a whole lot of hate recently. Talking about hate though, let's take a look at the audience comment here, which hopefully isn't hate. Dimas Alexander. Keep improving, guys. Definitely not hate. Geek Fam revamp is real. You're right.
Fam,
I mean,
Geek Fam.
the discipline, right? The discipline has been phenomenal from Geek Fam. The patience as well.
Yes.
Just knowing that they have the edge in that late game situation, they are able to pull Aura into deep waters right now. It all comes down to execution. This is also the Season 10 average GPM ranking. It's CW on top, and then it's Max. Dara, though, is on number 3.
It's Matt.
It's Matt.
Oh, it's Matt.
Very interesting stat
I
here.
misread. It's Matt, yes.
4 gold laners and 1 jungler here.
And it's kids.
And it's kids. I mean...
He's the Wonder Kids.
The Wonder Kids.
Wonder Kids. But CW is still very, very up there.
He's efficient, man.
He's very efficient.
He's like the
The
opposite.
definition of efficiency.
Yeah, I agree, right? 760 GPM, most turret damage. He's pretty insane. I think in terms of just best gold laner, we have had these conversations a whole lot. Is it Kabuki? Is it CW? At this point, you really gotta say CW. You really gotta say
By
him,
far.
right? I wouldn't say by far, but like CW, he's efficient. He's obviously won in the matchups 2 times in a row, and he's been consistent for such a long period of time. Since Season 7 all the way to Season 10, he's up there. Kabuki has finally had his time to shine, starting from Season 8 to Season 10, but still kind of overshadowed by CW's efficiency. Flashy player, Kabuki. CW, he gets the job done.
He's just so solid, and at one point you have to ask yourself, okay, what does CW have to do to finally get the recognition he deserves, right? Because if you're going to argue that, okay, Kabuki might be better, all right, so what can CW do to prove that?
Completely agree. I completely agree. I mean, it seems like now, Geek Fam, with the situation that they are in, they can somehow obtain more objectives. Exactly. Remember, the Melissa. It's going to be a very, very important role in their comp.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps, right? Perhaps Aura will be able to find that crazy, that crazy dive potential.
Somehow.
They can get the one-shots, and if they do so, they can still take the game, man. Aura Fire, they're a very dangerous team, and when you're up against the teams in the MPL, the last thing you want is to let your guard down when you have the team up against a wall, right? That is where they're the most dangerous. They have no other option. They will do wild stuff to try and ensure that they get that victory.
Wild stuff. Arashi, you've been playing too many Grok games, man. What the heck, this man? He put in wall and wild in the same sentence. Grok isn't here, Arashi. Move on. I know he used to be your main.
What is going on, Arashi?
Never.
Are you Grok?
No, he's a Eve main. He likes manipulating the world.
Exactly. You have no idea, Goni. The manipulation coming in. Unfortunately for Aura, they won't have that manipulation available, so the range difference is not even there for Aura to try and take advantage of. Alzura on that Lilia is just such a good pick, man. Having wave clear, having burst damage, as well as quote-unquote DPS in the late stages of the game is just such a flexible pick with great security in the black shoes as well. Several times he's been able to escape from slippery situations off the back of that black shoe.
And we got to give props to the Melissa, right? Because Melissa, when you fall behind early on, it's kind of hard to bounce back into the game, but Chidera has been able to farm up really well, actually, and that go away has been very well placed, very well timed every single time, right? It's always when he is in danger. He doesn't use it in a... He doesn't panic, is basically the word I'm looking for, right? He's very composed, and you can see it shine on the Melissa, a hero that needs you to be composed.
Exactly. I mean, life ain't easy in the hood, man. So Kadera, he is absolutely used to this kind of pressure. He's used to the struggle. He's used to the grind. And you can see, every time he's behind, he is still able to farm up an insane gold lead. So he really lives up to his reputation, to the nickname that we have seen in the player VT.
Started from the bottom. Now we're here.
But started as a pause. It seems like the players, they are already focusing on to the land of Dawn. So perhaps in a short bit, we will jump back to the land of Dawn here to again witness and find the conclusion. But before that, let's take a look at the Dekat.an here. And a comment from the audience, of course, via TikTok. Let's go to the playoff. Once a geek, always a fam.
Woo! Once a geek,
always a fam.
I love that line, man.
It's a great line. It just shows I don't know, it just shows camaraderie, you know. It's a great tagline. You can't help but support them, especially when they've improved so much. And they are now taking the fight towards the number 2 contender for the number 2 spot for the season right now.
Yeah, and right now we do have, just the audience cam, right? I mean, I can only imagine the playoffs, Gani. Right now in the regular season, we're already seeing this many people in the MPL arena. Well, we'll have to imagine a little bit longer because the fight is brewing here already in the game.
Oh my god, take a look at Fluffy. He is now low, but take a look at the way of Dragon connecting onto Elzura. He will receive a lot of damage. He will get taken out as well. Does not even have time to pop that black shoes. Horrifier now, they are defending. Geek Fam trying to siege the base top side. Base turret number 1 will fall here as High looks for a flank. And through awareness, Geek Fam immediately here. They are now trying to recalibrate in the backside.
Ooh, good trade coming in from Geek Fam. Able to pick up the turret in the mid lane, tier 2. And also that base turret. Is it worth it for the life of Elzura? I would say yes. Elzura can respawn, that base turret will not.
Exactly. It's a great play by Horrifier, but unfortunately, after taking out the main threat on the side of Geek Fam, they were unable to find anything else. Geek Fam, very disciplined, very wisely back away with the help of the Guiding Wind, of course, and they will be playing the exact same strategy, making sure that they have a neat team fight where Horrifier do not get opportunities. How creative Horrifier gets in approaching this fight will decide how well they do in this fight, as Elzura takes a chunk of damage. Nothing significant just yet, though.
The Holy Crystal, providing that value, man, that burst damage onto Elzura. Now, Elzura needs to be very careful on the black shoes. We saw it from Godiva, and now Conceal Play popped in.
Oh, Godiva finding Kadera here, but Godiva will pop. But take a look at Kadera, he will not be able to escape. Oh my god, I might be wrong. Janakichi finds a kill on towards the backside. Tempest Blade pops, and there you go. Fluffy running for the hills as well. But Janakichi taking a lot of damage on the backside though. Kabuki gets taken down, and High dealing a lot of damage on towards a member as Elzura will survive as well. High though still have that Immortal. Will try to do what he can. Popping that Immortal, will he be able to escape? As of yet, he will fall as well. And now Fluffy in the backside finding kill on towards Kadera, but Fluffy will also pop that Immortal and he will fall in a short while. Geek Fam, though, 4 members taken out.
A drawn-out fight that leads Geek Fam to glory. 4-1, and they focused so hard on Chadera, yet it did not matter. The Wind of Nature, the go away, everything plays to perfection with his basically backup from the side of the Guiding Wind. Now it's Horrifier who needs to respond towards his Lord take.
And they don't have all the tools available. High won't be on the map for 5 more seconds, and Geek Fam will be able to secure that Lord. That's a disaster for Horrifier. Geek Fam, they're able to play it so perfectly, and this is why, oh my god, Kadera, if he was taken out, he was so low, and if he got taken out there, Horrifier had a chance, man.
Oh man, yeah, I mean, they wouldn't have had a chance. They would have probably the game, Arashi, because with the main damage dealer gone, they would have been able to convert it onto the Lord. They could have actually just baited Geek Fam into a fight, 4v5, but now it creates so much pressure back onto Horrifier. No base turret in the side lanes. Geek Fam will have a super minion pushing in with the enhanced minion coming in from the Lord buff, and obviously the evolved Lord in the 19th minute of the game. That's a whole lot of HP and a whole lot of damage for the siege.
You can see here once again that Lord marches top side. Horrifier, they are trying to take care of that Lord here, as Voloisky actually is now half HP. Geek Fam, are they going to commit to a fight? Seems like the answer is not yet. The mid side will stand as of yet, but Geek Fam now looking still for the siege.
That's why it's so difficult, man. You saw that Fluffy had the fight potential. Ooh, Falling Star Moon.
Falling Star Moon connecting on towards 4 as High will pop that Winter's Truncheon, but he will take a lot of damage now. Janakichi in the backside trying to find the base, but it seems like Kabuki and Fluffy quick to respond there. Now it seems like Geek Fam, they aren't able to finish the game just yet with this Lord. Was it a mistake?
Wow, I mean, it was not a mistake, absolutely. Maybe in the minion manipulation it was a mistake, where the Lord came in first, but Kabuki, that was such a solid decision from both Janna and Kabuki. Janna, he saw that Aura Fire were looking for a fight in the mid lane. However, he did not anticipate Kabuki to be waiting on that base. He knows exactly what Geek Fam are trying to do to them, because they have done it to Evos.
Ooh. It's just great read coming in from Aura Fire. Despite not having high ground, they're using the pressure, right, the flank potential to actually pressure Geek Fam into weird situations. And now Fluffy is in the front, but the rest of the members are not far behind. Will this be a pickoff coming in? Flicker away the dragon. That's a disaster for Aura though, as Geek Fam capitalize.
Godiva will not be able to survive here. He gets taken down. Geek Fam trying to find a play. Not yet here, so one man will do. 30 seconds on the clock for the next Lord, so perhaps that will be the next agenda forward side of Geek Fam. 2 Immortals also in hand. Geek Fam, they are looking to close out the game. Perhaps Janna QT here looking for to flank, but there you go. The base turret will be the target as Geek Fam will immediately retreat and target the Lord.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with what they get there. A base turret, another one that is going to pressure Aura Fire. For Aura Fire, they used to have pressure in the mid lane constantly with the waves pushing in. But now, because both base turrets have been taken down, Geek Fam will have equal pressure in mid, but they'll win out in the bottom and top side. They're using this instantly to go over to the Evolved Lord in the 21st minute of the game. Hi, Kabuki and Facehugger. They'll need to look for something here, but it doesn't seem like they will be able to.
Geek Fam takes the Lord too fast. That will be a free Lord, and Fluffy is late to the party. Will he try and attempt something though? As you can see, Geek Fam try and jump on him.
He still has his sprints here, so perhaps he is still safe. But Luke will be the recipient of that Way of Dragon, taking a lot of damage. Take a look at Fluffy, connecting that falling Star Moon onto her too, but Luke will not survive. Perhaps Geek Fam, they were a little bit too greedy and overstayed, and he paid with the price of Luke's life.
You can see that high. He was able to bait out the getaway coming in from Kadera, and just like that, Geek Fam, they just seem to back away that much harder without that disengage tool. That might be the key. That might be something that Aura Fire will be trying to replicate at this next Lord fight. They have a man advantage. Luke, the main front line, won't be around for another 30 seconds.
And this time they can actually defend from the Evolved Lord outside of the base. Janna though looks for high.
Oh my god, take a look at the damage. Seven blade pops now. Godiva will not be the target, but Facehugger forced to use the flicker. Godiva will not survive for now. Fluffy looking for a distraction in the backside here. He gets it. Toss that sprint away. Remember, he still has that Immortal, and so the disengage, the pressure was relieved.
22 minutes and we're still going strong. Fluffy again on the back of nothing, able to distract to enable Aura Fire to look for that defense once again onto the Evolved Lord. 5 members strong now. Geek Fam are looking for the end still.
Okay, we can see here the 2 minions waves are now pushing the base of Aura Fire. Godiva taking a lot of damage, but take a look at this. Aura Fire, they are dealing the offense rather well. Take a look at the damage. Tempest Blade pops, Facehugger pop that blast. Choose, will he survive? Now the base is too exposed, and Geek Fam finds the win, finds the dub against Aura Fire.
Another massive upset happens in Season 10. Geek Fam, the 8th place team, just took down the Dragons 2-1, reverse sweeping them, giving a taste of their own medicine. What a performance against all odds, against the predictions of the casters and the general public. They have done it.
Aura Fire now is sitting at a 4-lose streak. Not a good start for the second leg here, ladies and gentlemen. Geek Fam with the upsets. 2-1, and what a series.
Man, that is a clean performance from Geek Fam, man. They went through adversity, a very difficult early game. They maintained control. They find the moment to come back, and even when Aura unexpectedly were able to find moments of success, they do not falter. They stick to the game plan. Geek Fam, they are finally just showing the public they are a serious contender. Not to be taken lightly at all.
Patience was key for Geek Fam, weathering the storm from Aura Fire, who had an 8,000 gold lead at one point. One mistake, and it was a discipline issue. Again, a Facehugger stepping out of his minion zone, stepping out inside of the base turret, getting punished. That was all it took. The domino effect that started for Geek Fam to ultimately end the game and to ultimately reverse sweep Aura Fire, the third place team in Season 9. For a team like Geek Fam, a team who went from 0 wins last season to now beating Aura Fire, one of the contenders, third place in the regular season, is a massive achievement.
That is so crazy, man. You have to wonder how Aura is feeling. They had that game in the bag. It's all about patience. It's all about execution. And they let it slip. Geek Fam just find the moments again and again. It just seems like Aura weren't respecting the potential for Geek Fam to come back just enough. And here we'll take a look at some of the moments for the players in that game. What a play, man. What a moment and what a final match for the number 1 in Week 7.
What a series in conclusion. 1-1, and Geek Fam, they are hungry. It seems like in Game 3, they were, you're right, very resilient team here displayed by Kadira and friends. And boy, what a series it has been. Aura Fire, they were the favorites. Game 1, clean execution, clean win, but they couldn't close the series out. Game 2, Geek Fam just finds their jam, but in Game 3, very good solidification. Now, we're gonna throw to the host here, Clara Mongstar, with a member from Geek Fam. Take it away.
Oh, hang on. So there's gonna be a small delay right here. But again, I wonder who's gonna get interviewed, because that game, it was just so difficult, and Geek Fam, the adjustment as well. You saw that Aura were able to surprise them big time. But even then, they're able to actually come up with a countermeasure, and they come out on top. And now, finally, we will see the interview going.
Clara Mongstar and a member from Geek Fam, take it away.
Match penutupannya begitu spektakuler. Di hari yang pertama, minggu yang ke-7, Geek Fam mereka berhasil untuk mendapatkan kemenangan atas Aura Fire. Dan di sini, Bude bakal ngobrol-ngobrol bersama dengan Look, congratulations. Tadi gamenya seru banget sih.
Thank you.
Bentar, ini adalah salah satu tim yang lagi rebutan slot playoff, tapi kalian juga tim yang rebutan kursi di ruangan. Ada apa ini? Seneng banget rebut-rebutan kayaknya ya.
Follow Iski.
Oh gitu.
Iya.
Tapi bentar, ruangannya kenapa sih kalau kalian tuh suka rebutan masuk ruangan?
Mau di sofa.
Oh di sofa?
Iya.
Lebih enak di sofa ya?
Iya, gede semua soalnya badannya.
Tapi ini juga kalian kemenangan tadi memperbesar chance untuk masuk ke babak playoff. Memenangkan match lawan Aura. Kalian udah tahu rahasianya Aura atau gimana ini?
Hoki doang sih.
Oh hoki, tapi kalau dari diri kalian deh, dari diri kalian apakah ada perubahan yang kalian lakukan di minggu ini?
Ada lebih bagusin komunikasi aja sih sama bahasa Inggris.
Ah, memang language barrier itu udah jadi salah satu bahasan untuk tim-tim yang ada player dari Filipinanya. Tapi sekarang udah teratasi ya?
Udah aman.
Udah aman. Terus tadi gimana tuh? 3 game, bahkan game ketiga kita ngeliat back and forth, kalian tuh jebol duluan. Gimana cara mempertahankan dan bahkan ngebalikin itu, Look?
Tunggu blunder aja.
Oh gitu, berarti ini main disiplin berarti?
Iya.
Kedisiplinan terpenting memang siapa lagi di saat late game. Dan kamu salah satu EXP laner yang benar-benar bisa nahan juga. Dan Fredrin tuh lagi rame banget loh. Ini kamu tadi 2 kali ngelawan, terus sekali pakai juga, dan kamu adalah salah satu player pertama ya di MPL yang pakai Fredrin.
Iya.
Emang sebagus itu Fredrin?
Isinya banyak.
Oke, jadi emang bagus.
Bagus.
Jadi ini kita para kaum badak bisa nih pakai Fredrin hari ini nih. Bisa. Kan lagi reset season semua, kita jadi badak nih, kaum badak. Oke, tapi gimana ngelihat teman-temanmu sekarang mencoba untuk naik ke babak playoff juga? Kamu juga pasti yakin dong bisa masuk babak playoff, Look?
Ya.
Tetap yakin ya?
Yakin.
Gimana kondisi tim sekarang?
Lagi try hard semua sih.
On fire semua. Tapi untuk match-match selanjutnya kan pasti kalian masih ada lawan-lawan nih. Ada nggak sih yang paling kamu nantikan? Kepengen ketemu siapa sih di EXP laner buat Look?
R7 lagi sih.
R7? Idol. Oke, dan tapi sebelum itu kamu bakal melawan EVOS nih untuk match depan. untuk hari esok. Ada pesan-pesan nggak sih buat EVOS?
Good luck have fun aja sih.
Good luck have fun aja. Kasih poin dong gitu, minta dong.
Iya, kasih poin lah.
Kalau enggak, kita hancurkan Land of Down gitu ya Luke ya. Tapi luar biasa banget boy, good luck have fun untuk EVOS juga. Dan untuk Geek Fam, untuk esok, kalian perjalanannya luar biasa banget. Dan kita melihat begitu improvement yang besar dari tim Geek Fam. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak? Buat keluargamu mungkin atau buat teman-teman yang ngedukung kamu?
Terima kasih yang udah dukung Geek Fam selama ini. Dukung terus.
Dukung terus dan pastinya kita akan mendukung terus untuk para Geek Fam. Jangan berhenti-henti untuk mendukung mereka dan kita akan nge-breakdown gamenya lebih dalam lagi pada para casters. Silahkan.
Thank you so much, Clara Mongstar, and as well as Luke, the expert laner from side of Geek Fam. Now, see here, 23 minutes of game time, Geek Fam squeaking the win. Arashi, take it away.
Man, the first thing that stands out is that Hai has a lot of damage, but at the same time, you can notice that he is so squishy, man. Again and again, the moment he gets grazed by a single spell from Elzura, he is already out of the fight. So maybe a more defensive itemization will allow the rest of the team to actually jump onto Kadera. Again and again, it just seems like they're just too squishy in that situation. Of course, Facehugger was also picked up, as we mentioned. He goes for the Blood Feather as well. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to withstand the damage. Kadera on that Melissa, man. Late game Melissa is just so much damage, and with that Inspire, you just can't let him stay alive. They did identify the problem. They go for the dive, but Kadera, with the right use of the items, with the getaway, just too difficult, too slippery to catch. The rest of the team from Geek Fam though, solid front line and solid backline threat on Janna QT as well. The rich guy actually will be Janna QT as Ling with a 796 gold per minute by Living by Mandiri. The carry though, of course, is Kadera as Melissa. Finally a game where he is not the rich guy, but wow, that damage, man, insane.
And right now, this begs the question, who's going to be the MVP? It's so hard to choose an MVP right now, right? Because everyone did their part.
Beloy.
Or Elzura, I feel.
I feel like if it's Beloy, he has 100% kill participation. And for the most part, the plays that happen, the comeback moments where they were able to catch Kabuki as well as Hai, it's all done off the back of a great circling eagle. I think it's just so critical for their team composition. So I would put my vote for Beloy, but of course everyone else definitely more than pull their own weight in the game.
Yeah.
Picking up Matilda twice, but no, it seems like he will just collect the MVP for Game 2. Game 3 will be Elzura here with that Lilia, 93% KP.
Yeah, another solid choice for MVP, 3, 2, and 10. Sure, in terms of KDA, it's only 3 kills, 2 deaths, but this is your MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. 93% KP on a Lilia is definitely a feat.
Exactly. We'll see some highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A series, and Elzura was critical in zoning away the rest of the members. Remember, Kadera does have damage, but for the most part, the burst damage, the pick-up potential is done by Elzura, and I believe that fight in the mid lane that we might see where Kabuki gets taken out, it's done because of the burst damage coming in from Elzura. As you can see, even in this late game fight, Fire, they very obviously target Elzura, understanding that he is one of the main win conditions, and of course, with him out of control right here, he's able to do a lot of damage, and Kabuki has no chance at all in this late stage of the game. Kadera, see, he can just wait for the right time to actually dish out a ton of damage, and especially when the fights get into these claustrophobic areas, the damage coming in from Lilia is just so painful in that late game. And slowly but surely, fight after fight, it was such a solid back and forth, but Geek Fam were able to withstand the storm, withstand the fact that they were down a member, come back off great plays done by every single member of the team, and eventually get that victory, man. It's just such a brilliant match, a great performance from both these teams. Geek Fam is the better team right now. Or nice try. It's back to the drawing board. Good luck next time.
Very, very entertaining match here from our side, from our Fire, and as well as Geek Fam, which concludes our Week 7 Day 1. But man, what a conclusion. I want to see the standings here to see a glimpse on what's going on here. Playoff spot, who is in, who is not, and what chances are the team that are now in the playoff spots.
You know, with Geek Fam winning against Aura Fire,
We'll have to
it'll
see.
definitely be a shake-up in the standings. But we're going to take a look, or take a hear first, at the highlights by TikTok.
Gua dia. Udah ada ulti one. Ulti gua 20 detik. Let's go, boom. Kelas. Bawa. Turun.
Loli udah.
Gas boy. Kelihatan semua. Lord gua tahan sini. Lord tahan.
Masih masuk, boy.
Kelas, boom. Lihat paku. Rata ini, bos. Tower pelan-pelan boy.
Lihat Valentina.
Iya, santai.
Goton.
Santai, bro. Santai. End guys. Santai.
Tower gua.
Kena pelingan visitor, guys.
Accept.
Let's go. Ken.
Lingin bottom. No ulti Melissa. Lingin bottom. No ulti Melissa.
Guys, kalma. Okay, come. Good.
Turret. Nice. Turret. Open. Damage.
Tower lang. Tower guys. Tower lang. Tower guys.
Nice. Hey, Aiton. Guys. Let's go, boy.
Dep guys.
Pakita low. Guys, pakita low.
Oh, nice.
You want? I'm good.
Hey, don't pull guys.
Goton. I'm good.
Brody.
No, we are in. Aiton. Hey.
Valentina.
I'm alive. Help me. Nice.
Hey, Brody tayo.
Brody low. Hey, no ulti.
Tower.
Aiton. Tower.
Woo! The passion there. Beloy accidentally drops his phone as he was celebrating. But man, it's all smiles from the side of Geek Fam. If Geek Fams are smiling, I'm smiling. A very well-deserved win as well.
It's a very heartwarming moment as well for Geek Fam. Beloy actually DM'd me last week. He was asking about how the point system works, how they can make it to the playoffs. And again, he asked me if it's about the match win-lose or the aggregate points, right? Because in MPLPH, it's the points. So I told him it's about the match win-lose, and he said that, all right, so we have a very low chance of getting to playoffs. But again, there's still a chance. And obviously these players will take any chance given to them. And we will see the chance to playoffs later as well. With Season 10 being so competitive, number 3 losing to number 8. A couple of times, actually, we've seen this happen. I can't wait to see the probability of playoffs because, like I mentioned before, it might come down to the very last day.
Which is crazy. I mean, when is the last time we've heard that, okay, the last day of the regular season will decide the standings? I mean, that's just unheard of, and this is how close teams are. This is the number 8 spot, man. They played so well. It's crazy. It's no longer the fact that, okay, you're in the last place, it means you're bad. No. It just means that everyone else is just doing that much better. They can still come back here. And of course, everyone loves a comeback story, an underdog story. There's a lot of fans rooting for Geek Fam right now.
Did you see? MPL Arena, it was fully booked. It was full house here for Geek Fam versus Aura Fire. Back then, Geek Fam had, you know, in terms of fans, not this much. Now, definitely, they've gotten that passion from the fans as well, and the support matters a lot to the keys to success. Here, we have Chidera, 3, 2, and 7.
And of course, the late game fights where Geek Fam were able to just take advantage of the lack of discipline from the side of Aura Fire. Remember, the initial pickoff with the taunt, the pickoff later on, it just seems like the success is built off these multiple pickoffs individually from the side of Aura Fire. So if they were able to eliminate the Geek Fam's potential to try and get those pickoffs, I think Aura, they were still able to actually maintain momentum the same way they did again and again against other opponents, man. I think they just have to respect Geek Fam being able to make those plays happen, especially when Matilda is in the picture.
And to add to that, I feel like a lot of Aura's decision-making seems like a lot of questionable movements were executed by the side of Aura Fire, which was the question, right? Brings the question that was Aura Fire in Game 3 in sync or not? Because it seems like doesn't really synergize for the first 10 minutes, but after that misplay. They were kinda all over Arashi, which of course Geek Fam, they capitalized slowly, building it slowly, playing more discipline, and they got the game.
Underestimating their opponents. I think it was that right there for Aura Fire, because it really felt like when they had that gold lead, they were just doing whatever they wanted to. They didn't appreciate it, and they didn't know the value of the gold lead that they had.
Speaking of value and gold, check out this.
Oh, hang on.
I
have one as well.
Gold. Invest in gold, MPL Season 10 here. Of course, starting from around 100,000, you can already invest in gold, ladies and gentlemen. So get free MLBB skins as well to somehow perhaps upgrade your life. Invest in yourself by investing in UBS Gold X MPL Season 10. Want more details? ubslifestyle.com. Check that out. And check out the e-commerce in Blibli UBS Lifestyle.
You know what's a bonus that you guys can get while you invest? You guys can also get MLBB skins. So that's a big bonus. You're investing for value in the future, and you get MLBB skins in the process. Saving money, investing in money, getting value.
Exactly. I mean, it's just free value, and it all adds up, man. Every single bit counts. Gonnie's taking mine because every single bit adds up, man. You can get
I'm a little greedy.
Just like that. You know,
technically,
it's GG.
This is a visual, right? You buy one, you're basically going to have 3
in the future.
There you go. Investment. But Arashi, let's talk a little bit about that investment in the match victories, because all the investments will come down to the standings here. How many wins every single team were able to get? No, Alter Ego
taking 2 spots. Now they are in 3rd place because Aura Fire, they lost a match earlier.
And EVOS
hasn't played this week. EVOS Legends sitting currently in the 5th place. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, EVOS Legends were the champions of the half season, the first half. Take a look at them now, 5th place. Of course, standings presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series.
I think this, in the second leg, I don't think they've been able to get a win, match win. Right?
I think so. I mean, it's been a very difficult road. It seems like they're constantly confused on what to do. That is crazy, man. Like, the tides come and go just like that. This is a crazy season, and now we take a look at the chance of going to the playoffs.
Ooh. Even with that win.
My God.
Man.
Geek Fam sitting at a 13.6%. Rebellion Zion, though, 24%, so almost a quarter. But Bigetron Alpha, your team, Miracle, they are still struggling.
Oh yeah, they are right now, right? It does seem like just the bottom 4 are really struggling to get some points right now. If Rebellion and Zion and Geek Fam continue with their current form, and BTR and EVOS, if they continue to decline, it may be the first season where EVOS and BTR don't make it to the playoffs, and the first season where Rebellion, Zion, and Geek Fam make it to the playoffs.
That's crazy. Now we take a look at the chance to go to the upper bracket, though. And even here, I think it'll be a bit close.
Wow, 93%. No, not for Onyx. It's not close at all.
Oh, 0 for Aura.
0 for Aura. With this loss, they've basically been knocked out of the upper brackets.
Contention.
6 and 6. RQ Hoshi still definitely will be able to.
Wow.
Basically, one of the favorites to make it there. And guess what? Alter Ego RRQ. That's going to be a match to look forward to. Nino versus Skylar, the drama of not just the players individually, but the standings. The Season 6 Grand Final rematch once again, but this time it's for the upper brackets.
What an exciting prospect, man. And remember, Alter Ego against a team with history, right? That is where they're on fire. So against RRQ Hoshi, that is going to be an absolute treat for everybody in the MPL, in the MPL scene.
But man, oh man. Week 7, 1 more week. Well, still tomorrow,
2 more days,
3,
1 more week.
And 1 more week. But it has been a ride, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing, amazing ride, amazing journey. Awesome conclusion is perhaps still, we need to wait for it. But chance to play MVP, standings MVP. CW is still standing strong.
Look at who's come close though. Nino, 40 points. And again, the MVP standings will be concluded by the end of the season. And by the end of the week, week 8, but it might actually come down to the final day again. So not just the regular season standings, we might have the MVP standings, our regular season MVP be decided on the final day as well. Well, in terms of the awarding, it's going to be fun later on.
Crazy.
Because you guys have to wait for the final day. Look at how close it is. It's 5-10 points away from each of the players.
It's just 1 or 2 matches, man. Like it's crazy. It's
1 or 2 games.
Games even. So it's just so close. And this is what Season 10 is about, man. It's just competitive. It's just upsets again and again. Who knows? Maybe, you know, a member, not from RRQ, not from Onyx, from the bottom 4 can get it. It's just, you know, you never know what's going to happen.
You never know. You can't really predict this season. Remember, MPL Season 10 is all about celebration. And of course, with celebration also comes the upsets and as well as drama. Boy, I can't wait to jump to the playoffs.
Well, I can't wait for M4. Speaking of the playoffs, what are they fighting for in the playoffs? They're fighting for, obviously, the MPL title, the championship title, but they're also fighting to represent Indonesia in M4, the World Championships for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And here it is, the official team slot announcement for every single region.
MPL Latin America will have 2 quotas. MPL ID will have 2 as well. Malaysia, Philippines, all 2. Meanwhile, Mekong, Vietnam, Thailand, and as well as Laos will have only 1. Brazil 1, Cambodia 1. Middle East and North Africa will also have 1. Singapore 1. Myanmar, North America, Turkey will also have 1. In conclusion, how many teams will be gathered in M4?
What is that? 8?
16, I think.
Yeah,
I believe.
8 plus 8, I believe. I think it's 16.
A lot.
Really just shows you how international Mobile Legends really is. You don't really think of Turkey and North Africa and Middle East, but this is how big the scene is, guys. We are in such a great spot right now. It's amazing.
It's amazing.
It's awesome.
International scene means more MLBB for the rest of us, and obviously the enjoyment of watching that World Championship will be even higher because you guys who maybe you didn't have a representative in M3, now you do. Myanmar, I'm looking at you.
Well, on that note, Mirko and Zola Zorashi, myself will exit the premises.
The premises?
Exactly. Week 7, day 1 is done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. 2-0 and 2-1 is the result. And, well, see you later and see you tomorrow for week 7 and day 2. Gani, Mirko, and Zola Zorashi signing out. See you tomorrow.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai